Test, audio test. Okay.
She looking fly, real fly in the Nikes. Fresh new Jordans, all fresh pair of nice creams. Ooh, she's a dive, keep 'em nice so nicely. The way she rockin' them kicks, gotta make her my wifey. Whoa.
You looking fly, real fly in them Nike shoes. I'm looking for a wifey and it might be you. Menage a trois, spend the night with two. It's alright with me if it's alright with you. Feel my hands rubbing up and down your backside. My, you got curves like a half pipe. That's right. My you's a 10, and your man you be rocking nicer shoes than him. I'm in the spot with some juice and gin. Come to me. You a beauty with your Louis and your Gucci. Baby girl, I ain't wanna be a man, but let me just write my number on your hand. At the party with a whole bunch of honeys here. You got your forces laced up with some bunny ears, but now I got you all alone and the booze gone. So slip out of your clothes, but keep them shoes
She
on.
looking fly, real fly in the Nikes. Fresh new Jordans, all fresh pair of nice creams. Ooh, she's a dive, keep 'em nice so nicely. The way she rockin' them kicks.
Right, enough for that fucking shit, bro. No intros today. We're going straight to programming. Actually, I do need to walk in again. And then I need to VOD my streams from yesterday. Alright, I VODed my streams, and then let me just... I did want to make it to the collection.
Yeah, and I can't feel my legs, I'm a paraplegic. Lord, I want the fair one with my demons. Karen Myers became married to Jesus. Born dead, they had to dig up my fetus. And now the devil wanna tear me to pieces. I'm a diagnosed insomniac, an astronaut who blasting off into the star galactic. On top of Saturn, Foxtrot with velociraptors. The dino aliens invaded Earth so they could feed on hypochondriacs. Prepared for the rapture.
So we do need to fill in the data here. Because right now this is all test data.
I'm walking backwards, shadow boxing with karate masters. It's more to rap, we sell the Royal Crack at Castle Rock. A bad apple like an unemployed Macintosh, we lost jobs. Now they brainwashed with .com. It's only so long until we surrender the free world to Hong Kong. And sinners stay still, but the merry-go-round around.
We got to do this.
Gotta keep swimming.
Keep swimming.
Yeah.
Keep swimming.
Eat, drink, and let the merry-go-round. Eat, drink, and let the merry-go-round. Eat, drink, and let the merry-go-round. Yeah, drink and let the merry-go-round. Yeah. I got a double-sided silver dollar. Larry Fish here for Midget League beginner slaughter. I'm not drowning, I'm waiting in the water. Killing off these monsters ever since I was a sobber. I got horses on my PJs. Shout to spit a jet life, I fit the Porsches on the PJs. On stage, sending dark forces to my DJ. The birdies on tour like PGA. Davis Love the third, Pittsburgh Warrior. Bullets in my cornea. In excelsis Deo, Ayo, this is Gloria. All
like this, and then let me just do a until how long I'm moving. Because I think we're gonna just do
So I'm chilling, growing drugs on my lawn. Sinners stay still, but the merry-go-round and round. It all just keeps spinning. Gotta keep swimming.
Keep swimming.
Yeah. Eat, drink, and let the merry-go-round. Eat, drink, and let the merry-go-round.
in total minutes listened to. So this is something we're gonna need to do here. Total hours and total days. So it really depends on the seconds. In which we have an algorithm in the other. Oh, one thing I didn't do, I didn't start. So now we have a 24-hour stream timer. I'm gonna try my best to keep it like stable. And so this we gotta fill in later. But instead of top 5 songs, we're doing top 4 songs, and then songs for the top 10 here. But I can map it into this here basically, and then hopefully I can do this. So let me save this and then restart this.
Blue Slide Park. It's Blue Slide Park,
Blue
man.
Slide Park, man.
It's fucking Blue Slide Park. Hey, I got these Ray-Ban shades, kinda look like something landed with rock. It seems like now I got a couple bags whenever I shop. Louis shoes, polo socks, some name brand dumb shit. Logo never make a man, but I'm still blowing thousands on it. No clue what I'm calling my album. Fans be at my band screaming, calling me Malcolm. Never knew the outcome, be this much cash now. Bank account looking like a George Young stash house. Young and acting out the topics that I rap about. Be varying from politics to bitches pulling asses out. That's exactly how I do this as a rapper. I'm nothing in her mouth, you tongue.
Oh, is it not? Oh, that's the current song, dude.
Have the music sounding better than guitar tuners. Plus I'm doing shows daily, call me Jon Stewart. So who you know that's iller than Mac Miller and company? It's like I planted money seeds right underneath the fucking tree. Now I got 100 G's, so none of y'all can fuck with me. Yeah, I said it publicly, so run and tell your mother, motherfucker. I said run and tell your mother, motherfucker. Hold up, Jerm, let me spit a second.
What else songs to listen to?
Quickly in deep, did 100 songs and that's this week. Shit keeps going on and on. We just trying to go bananas like it's Donkey Kong. On my grind, always need to work, so I be eating good.
I don't think my mom expected me to check back immediately.
Why the DJ be scratching till the needles burst? A couple screws probably loose my head. Holler at my girl, tell her bring that doobie to bed. I'm a regular guy within a regular life.
Okay, everything's filling in. So I do need to get that script.
Girls trying to fuck, I don't be in the mood. No time for pussy when my knee in the room. Oh, I switch flow, switch rhythm. 6 spitting unlimited ammunition. Hey.
Blue Slide Park. Alright, honestly though, I have... Yeah, so I think what I just need to do here though is this is
dedicated to. It's dedicated to. Fuck it. I got a pocket full of posies. Some devil with a pitchfork. He talking angel as he told me about the glory. Put me in a room of people, how the fuck could I be lonely? I only get moany, these labels trying to clone me. My thoughts get heavy, hit the ground and crack the concrete. So I try to keep them in my head. It's sad to see when everything that you believe is dead. Word to heavy D, and rest in peace to all that come and pass. Life is good sometimes, but it just doesn't last. A bunch of stress, you see this mic is like my punching bag. Rock and roll, drugs and cash, you softer than a bubble bath. Sucker ass motherfucker sentiment. Doper than the shit that cooked Chris Tucker in their presidents. Desert rhymes told me riding beats, I'm on a camel. I'm way too hot to handle, life a beach, I brought my sandals. You want a war, I got a lot of ammo. You ain't a soldier cause you rockin' camo. Young Rambo, 100 million fans though. And I do it big, you a iPod Nano. Fire on wax, look like I brought candles. Yeah, you got a show but you ain't on my channel. That's HBO, bitch, you gotta pay for that. Your channel's free.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yo, what's up? I'm gonna try and do a 24-hour stream today. We'll see. Like, it's truly a we'll see. But I really trying to grind out today, like a lot of this stuff, because I'm missing it. I still got like a lot to do today, and this will actually take the music settings will actually take me a while to do. So I need to finish this, and then that's what I'm currently doing. And then this should be somewhat easy. A lot of this is very easy because I've already written the code, and so it's just moving it over, basically, like translating it to instead of PHP to React.js. And plus, now that ChatGPT, yeah, but now that ChatGPT exists, it's so much easier to do. I realized this, like back then when I started the site, ChatGPT didn't exist. So it's a lot harder to do shit like this. Now with ChatGPT, it's so helpful. I've been able, it's actually made it so like this process of translating my site to a new language is actually possible within a week. I'm not going to be done within a week, but it's possible. If my site didn't have so much, I could have easily been done. Like it's just easy to ask it to rewrite logic, and then I just have to change things around a bit. But yeah, it's so good, and the UI is coming along very well. Like achievements now, like now these are the achievements here. So it's going well. But I need to fix these numbers here to local string. So I might add more achievements, but I'm working on the stats. Yeah, UI looks so much better. Like I'm gonna sort of miss this. This UI looks so cartoonish, like, and then this looks so more like professional, like, especially with the side panel. I need to add tooltips. Let me hold on. Damn. Hold on. Damn. Yeah, it looks so nice. And then I got the lyrics done last night, so the lyrics show up here now. Oh, it has a double scroll bar. I gotta fix that. But yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I think, oh, I mean, I have it in my database here. I take it from the Genius page. I need to run the script again. But yeah, I have 80,000 lyrics. That's why doing a backup of the site takes a while. Like it takes, I think, a minute or two, because it takes a while to actually export this. And then I have the karaoke data. So yeah, but this type of sidebar allows me to add like more. So this I think is done. I don't know about the overflow. And then playlists will be the last thing I do for the site. So I need to change this to be like coming soon or something, because playlists will be like the last thing I do. BRB. All right. Let me know when you're back.
97 till the end of me and Mac. Been involved since 92 until infinity.
That boom, bap, rap. He asks me how I do it, I tell him I'm just cool, like that. Alright, 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 alright. That boom, bap, rap. When they ask you what you doing, tell them that you coolin', keeping it moving. Ain't nothing new, I'ma do what I do.
This that boom bap shit, we turn to Mr. Boombastic. Most dope, making new classics. Screen beef though.
How does all that psych
We built for contact for the new glasses. Haters get mad, my views zoom past them. You lose at this, you think local. I do
one
madness.
day.
Vinny Radio, do that shit. It's like bird flu, how I move that sick. Nis, got my money looking healthy, working stretching every day. We call it physical fit. Nis, made my name in the game from playing no games. We're giving these beats to biz. Nis, it's a guaranteed conviction. Every time I kill a track, I'm letting you all win. Nis, we deserve a reward from bringing back that boom bap rap that you admit.
That boom, bap, rap. He asks me how I do it, I tell him I'm just cool, like that. Alright, 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 alright. That boom, bap, rap. When they ask you what you doing, tell them that you coolin', keeping it moving. Ain't nothing new, I'ma do what I do.
Like, this is so much easier now because I don't have to fucking like. The thing is, I could if I like learn the, I could probably write the logic if I learn it. It's just who cares? It's like a lot of this logic type shit is like,
Everybody's
who cares?
gotta live.
I just need the logic for the site.
And everybody's gonna die. Everybody just wanna have a good time. I think you know the reason why. Everybody's gotta live. And everybody's
That time is not okay.
Everybody gotta live. I think you know the reason why. Yeah. Sometimes it gonna get so good.
What is this?
Then again it get pretty rough. Yeah. When I have him on baby.
We've completed work for today. Your service should be up and running now. I don't know what that means. Expin. The service is working fine.
And everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna try to have a good time. I think you know the reason why. Stop blind man standing on the corner, baby. And he couldn't hardly tie his shoes. Yeah. Harmonica, guitar,
I mean, how does one day
snap. But he sure could play the blues. Everybody's gotta live. And everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna try to have a good time. I think you know the reason why. Yeah. Feel like I've seen a million sunsets. Yeah. If you're with me, I'll never go away. Yeah. That's when I stopped and I took a look at my baby. She said if you're with me, I won't go away. Because
Why is it doing?
Everybody gonna try to have a good time. I think you know the reason why.
I like how it's like, this is what's wrong. This is the discrepancy. I'm like, bro, you gave me the code.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Then
I hope you're proud of me. Dude, I grew to be. Ingenuity influenced by your eulogy. Going through memories like they were movie scenes. I know I've been to shit. All these people fooling me. I admit I guess I'm fooling myself too. There's just a bunch of shit I wish I could tell you, but this life move fast.
I like how it like it like this. I'm so good. I like how you like say like I treat it as like it's an actual machine, in which it isn't. But I know I treat it like it's an actual person, but it isn't. Just don't make sense.
You had a girl, I kinda wish you knocked her up, so I could meet your son and talk you up.
Forgot to tweet out that I was doing a stream.
It's a dark science when your friends start dying. Like, how could he go? He was part lion. Life goes on, your tears all dried in. Couple years gone by then. Can you please help me find my friend? I give you anything you need, multiply by 10. I heard he moved to a place where the time don't end, so you don't need money. All you got is time to spend. Your life's short, don't ever question the length. It's cool to cry, don't ever question your strength. I recommend no limits, intricate thought. Go ahead, just give it a shot, you'll remember shit you forgot. Cause way back then I didn't know shit, and I don't know shit now. When the world's looking hopeless, I'ma still hold shit down.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. How did they had a button here to search on profile? I don't know where it went.
off your aim when niggas yet to see the target. He's talking that mess cause he's garbage. My trees grow, beauty of the week is foreign. And my homie bought a yacht, so we on and the drinks are pouring. Hoes admire my clothes cause I got Louis features on them. Life just like a movie plus the special feature bonus with bad bitches and good weed to keep us coughing. Hard as a bed of nails, you a beast for sleeping on them. Motherfucker, yeah.
Yo, I'm living the high life. Fly clothes,
Yeah.
fine hoes, those the things
What up,
I'm a
Mac?
need. I'm a need. We get these ladies
Yeah.
wet when we grab the mic. And we
Taylor
gon'
gang
have
or
'em
die. I
like
see you, nigga.
la 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 la. Hey, sit back, relax,
Hey, good looking, Wiz.
slow, cruise control.
I got these motherfuckers hating on the way the boy live. Angry at the way they ladies always say that I'm the shit. People stay up on my dick. I don't worry about them. I'm too focused on the money. I ain't worried about friends. They say they young and dream like a king. I'm Muhammad Ali in the ring. Christmas Eve in the spring. Way above the bar, but I ain't 21. Whistle cutting up, cause I stay puffing blunts. And when the money come, I'ma give it back. Got a driver who addresses me as Mr. Mac. Dealing with these diva hoes, they so demanding. Mac a young superstar, Dakota Fanning. You know I'm planning for the world to be mine. No blind dates, but I'm getting girls from behind. The type of shit they turn and I'm blind. Just cruising, smoking perp and recline.
Yo, I'm living the high life. Fly clothes, good liquor, good weed. Fine hoes, those the things I'm a need. We get these ladies pants wet when we grab the mic. And we gon' have 'em like la 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 la. La la la. La la la. La 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 la. Hey, sit back, relax, and move slow. You're now in cruise control.
Honestly, let's get back to it.
Strongest DJ in the streets, so get used to it.
Jay Dilla, change my life. Mac Miller, we miss you.
Say BRB. Oh god, or something.
What up, Hayes? What up, Capcom? Miss you right here. Eastern Empire.
It looks, and then
Hip hop. So I felt that it would be necessary. I got love for my peoples, and that ain't gonna stop. Talk to the people.
oh wait,
Jay Dilla, what up?
The hazing has begun.
Paradise, living with style. Living with style. My mom should be proud. I've been dedicated now for a while. I'm in love with hip hop. I'm in love with life. I'm in love with the days, late nights, kush money. I'm in
hate that it refreshes.
love with this mic. And
Yeah.
no time on my side 'cause I'm young.
Nice. And then this I gotta do, but that's, and then
Every single time that I'm rhyming my voice. I'm just a child. Don't see me grow. But now I know I got so far to go. Sometimes I think about this time next year, grinding to the fullest, kicking rounds for your ears. I wonder if they hear me now, coming fresh with a style. The illest child always chilling with a smile. Cause hip hop waiting for me back at home. We just need to have a little time alone. Cause lately I've been
might want to do this on the underneath it. It looks better. I think it might look better if it's underneath it.
Let me take a rest.
So we'll
Bring
see.
it back with my dogs like I'm playing fetch. I'm trying to be the future. Molding the CD. Something bumping out the system on.
Oh wait, no.
My mind's elevated like ET. Work hard and quicksand, knee deep. You know I'm always doing double like a reread. It's like I played a whole game with a cheat sheet. Dollar signs to my name like Too Short. Gonna go broke with this taxing on Newports. I'm unhealthy, working to succeed. Trying to spit out more words.
Yeah, that looks better actually.
Staying up late, keep burning through the
It looks better. It looks more natural. Alright, now these are stats. Now listen. I kind of hold on, because the amount listened I have over here in hours, but I kind of don't agree with doing that. Because I don't want.
Hey, $10,000 hands, $1 million plan. My fam's still the only people that really know me for who I am. Damn, got me asking when I got this fly. The type to change because of fame, I'm just not that guy. Still sipping on my 40 when the cops drove by. When I go, gotta tell my girl to stop, don't cry. See, I've been buying these diamonds, all designer clothes in the Benz.
But the
Autograph signing must have got to my head. Fuck that, I've been the same little motherfucker, always down to share my shit. Melody with snare kicks, so I don't give a fuck about some lames. I rode the ferry with my lyrics, it's imperative to live. Music's what I need, boy. Destroy all of these fake me's, they decoys. Everywhere I go, these companies give me free toys. These random strangers is treating me just like we boys.
Right, this is the thing is, I think this, like, if I put this in parentheses, it takes it out, in which I assume the order of operations is this gets done first, but like, let me ask it.
And it kinda wake me up like a coffee shop, thinking about my people who was murdered in the Holocaust. Got me thankful just for life by itself. And there's way more people here I should be trying to help. Am I wrong for spending money how I do? Probably yes. It's just funny old people see the logo on my chest. You got your thumb held high, we can be friends. Other people pretend we hang out on the weekends. These fuckers little bit creepy, so we just leave them. Say get some rest when I die. Hey, yo, Pennsylvania night, 9:30 flight. Thinking to myself, where does all this go? No time to care, got what I can share. By now, this life
Because if this is total seconds, then I think it would just be best to. This. So if it's total seconds, then but like, hold on.
DJ Capcom.
Yeah, so if I do this,
pack of gum squares, Blackberry, and a phone clip. Most dope click, bunch of motherfuckers looking fresh. Crooks in castle dress, sloppy, haters shouldn't mess. Walking by your lady, and I'm sorry if I took her breath. You was just a baby crying till you end up shook to death, bitch. Fade away like an etch a sketch. Don't second guess, ain't nobody.
Then how does it
Clothes and her mama like church girl, always go to school, she the honest type. But when it comes to boys, she like a bad. So holla at the kid, I got
okay, I guess we're just gonna have to see. Or, but we need to change it because it's not amount listen. It's seconds listen. Because if we do everything in seconds, then we could easily repurpose that entire function. Whose world is this? Oh, I texted my mom and she did not text back. Why? This is
Now read the sequel, should be illegal, but I'm legendary. On the secondary, more vocabulary than a dictionary. I'm a visionary, in time the world will be mine. Until then, I fill it with rhymes and leave it behind. Way behind, till my state of mind is clear. Looking at the cross hanging on your rear view.
after BRB never came back on the crowd.
So I proceed to MC till the world is mine. Yeah.
Whose world is this? World is mine. Damn, like I hit 50 runs. Now it's at 51. Alright, yeah, so seconds listen to. There's not to be really a way to get the seconds on top 10 songs. Wait a second.
Yeah. And I can show you how I seem, what it is, what it truly might be. Nothing that you know of. You don't need to hold up. I'm so above and beyond. You take drugs to make it up, way up where we on.
Okay, but then that'd be a way to get.
Fuck when we wake up, then I have her sang just like Celine Dion. Catch me if you can, but you'll never catch me. Damn. Whole lot of yes I am. All the way in with no exit plan. Already left and the jet don't land. Yeah, the time is ticking. Come take a ride, get inside. This is highly different. I'm talking fly, got a pilot with him. Can I mind my business? Why you tripping? Give you something that your eyes can witness. Ooh, you too close. I don't understand why you're doing the most. You can love it, you can leave it. You're saying nothing without it. Don't let them keep you down. What if I don't need it? There's something about it that just freaks me out. I just want another minute with it. Fuck a little, what's the use? Never superficial, you won't know it when it hits you. Get a little sentimental when I'm off the juice. Well, I'ma give you what you came for. Yeah, shit, I work too hard to have a clue who you are. Set the bar so far above par, we could parlay all day. Crib long range with the yard. I know I should probably pray more, but you gotta love me. Cause I say that they spend money. When I had nothing, shit, it wasn't so funny. Made a promise to the homies, nobody go hungry. Look how far we came. Still they throwing dirt on my name, but it never worried my brain. Heads turning like a hurricane, swerving till the sun get up out of my shade. They don't get the picture, cut them out of that frame. Shit, I'm up 30,000 miles plus change. It's been a while, but I'm down to the mouth, and it is what it is till it ain't.
Flipping face. Sometimes I don't know if there's a string. So we can get total seconds of everything.
You can love it, you can leave it. You're saying nothing without it. Don't let them keep you down. What if I don't need it? There's something about it that just freaks me out.
This is maybe. Oh, I'm missing it here. So I need to. But then the other one still says amount missing. Why is it not clearing
I
it?
don't need it. Vicky, she can keep her secrets. One night only, that's how I treat this. Sleeping, bitch, please make me some breakfast and then leave.
So she came up to me and that's my name. I said it's Funky Mac, I don't play no games. If you wanna come home with me tonight, you better play your cards right. So she came up to me and that's my name. I said it's Funky Mac, don't play no
Oh, it's
games.
because
If you
some.
wanna come home with me tonight, you better play your cards right.
You see, I came to rock right now. I'm the best and I came to get down. I've been known to rock a microphone. Girls audition to bring them home. See, I might choose, so just go with it. Her mom adores me, dad thinks I'm a nitwit. That don't really matter, I'ma have her fall in love. I need my beauty, brain, booty, and she all of the above. Relationships, I hate that shit. Got one night only, so make it quick. They see me out, wanna take a pic. Fuck me once, wanna date and shit. I ain't that rich.
Oh wait, no, because amount listen. Hold on. Listened amount. That actually has to be listened amount there in order for all this to work. So that's where I went. That's why that failed. I renamed it without. Says it updated. Listens. Seconds listens. So that works there. Listens well.
Boy, you a fool, wonder what's cool, trying to figure out what the rhyme about. I heard your man's went crying to his mommy and his daddy when the cops drove by his house, so who you trying to doubt? If you looking for an answer, you probably gonna find it now. And to the man in the hat standing looking at his watch, motherfucker, what the time is now. Don't clap your hands, let me hear you say that's a jam. See, I wouldn't be shit if I ain't have no fans. Can't sit down, kid, you have to stand. Just put your hands up, you don't have to dance. Here, we get it poppin' like it's Pakistan. A rag ran, I have them saying max man, the maximum. Coming through the past, you bumps. So if you
I see what happened.
hey, we came to get down, have a good time. Bring the champagne out and the good wine. We gon' be sipping and whipping the sickest whips. Spitting that little shit, it's sicker than syphilis. Coming in the back door, yelling fuck a list. Fans taking pictures while I'm trying to take a piss. We came to party, didn't come to give a shit. Now sing this party goes like this.
All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that.
Yeah, if we keep everything in times seconds, then it's so much easier to just manipulate the data instead of trying to keep track of like actual timestamp. Seconds level 0. Okay. I can't just find it.
Show up, these fans will go nuts. Tell the girls it's cool, look, don't touch. I'll be home as soon as I can, I don't rush. It's gravy, baby girl, you good, so don't fuss. I wanna hear y'all clap, just like that. Keep it going, I'ma bring it all back. Hold up. Every day they wanna ask me when I grow up. I show up, these fans will go nuts. Tell the girls it's cool.
Total song info has song ID.
I hear these couples fighting all the time, not us. We have a good
Might be
time, let
wrong,
it get
but
fucked up. What, going hard tonight? Under 21, but find me at the bar tonight. Hey, drive around in my car tonight. Making music that ain't hard to like. I got the heart to write a couple bars. I might go do something crazy. I may be lazy. Love me or hate me, you know it's the same me. And it goes a little something like this.
All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that funk. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that funk. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Boy, you
that doesn't make
wonder what's
sense.
cool, trying to figure out what the rhyme about. I heard your man's went crying to his mommy and his daddy when the cops drove by his house, so who you trying to doubt? If you looking for an answer, you probably gonna find it now. And to the man in the hat standing looking at his watch, motherfucker, what the time is now. Time is now.
But I literally had.
but fuck. Whoa. No shots. No shots. No, no. If I sing, it's cool. Yeah, I feel like I'm the Messiah, a rebirth of creatures who bowing to the Most High. They knees hurt from praying to the what's his face, begging to be blessed. There's something above me, I'm just a god of what's left. Cut the check, I was gone for a year off the fructose, contemplating putting fucking bullets in the suit coats. Who knows? Go
Something
do it
about
with a
this is
wizard.
nice.
Wave a magic wand, turn summer into winter. I worship from warships, play PGA courses, hit the AVN awards. Cause the porn chicks need more dick. I force fit and put it in her body like a swordsmith. Have her eating E-pills like corn chips. Yeah, how you defeat a motherfucker with some body armor? Headshots, turn them sweet and sour like an Arnie Palmer. Dalai Lama, holy is me. Got it locked, holding the key. No shots. No shots. No, no.
Okay, niggas squatting up again, wipe the nail polish and lipstick from these bras and get in this. You talking, you don't live it. Instead, niggas flexing on that sun shit. Richard Simmons can't stop on what you giving. Start with body blows, get a beat a headshot. Toss the Glock, flee the scene with red socks. Track killer nigga, that Manila nigga. Your boyfriend probably feeling better if I'm chilling with you. Like coughing up flame from my unfiltered cig. I'm the illest spitter, a Dutch or a Swisher. You always want bigger. Turn it up, nigga. Knife wonder, beats dump like blunt guts, nigga. This is most though, baby. What else could you want? Fuck with that bottom shelf, nah, choose up. Max showed me how to change my life in 2 months. Tell my girl take out life insurance, cause I do stunt. Yeah, I do stunt. Yeah, I do stunt.
No shots.
Yeah, I do stunt. Yeah, I do stunt.
No shots. No, no.
Let me talk to him.
No
Let's
shots.
continue the communition. All of my partners ripped it. It's like life behind bars whenever we start a sentence. In crunch time, we play the game like it's Olympics. Niggas be flexing in the booth, would have thought we was some gymnasts. And that's without warming up, just raising the bar. Most dope remember music, my clique we taking it fall. Got ties with the upper skies. Practice aviation, all my people's trying to reach billboards and new vacations. So start hating if you wanna, it's nothing new to us. This extra shit they doing and they pulling, it ain't cool to us. All them stunts, all them bunts, wasn't out the park. Fake shit illuminate once we pull it out the dark. So keep your mask on, nigga, play your position. I brought some famished niggas with me to slay your condition. And stop acting like you niggas came with permission. One phone call could have the Goonies turn this to some friction.
No shots. No shots. No, no.
I never tried.
I walk up in this bitch like I'm Kanye on a Friday to hit the highway. Man, you gotta leave your driveway. So I'm living every moment like it's fucking my day. And I need
And we'll do top 10 albums like
so please, little nigga, learn
sometime in
your
the
lesson.
future.
Before you count dollars, you gotta count your blessings. Tupac said, is
I
there a
think
ghetto
this,
in heaven? Cause nowadays kids is getting fucked by they reverend. So many people, you gotta make exceptions. Cause they'll look at you with some fucking misconception. Like you do drugs, like you shoot slugs. But nah, true, really ain't here with two slugs. We ain't here to move bugs. I know niggas with KKKs like Ku Klux. This ain't no math test, so choose up. And if you looking for real shit, then choose us. Ay.
These light-skinned girls trying to ruin my life. Cause these straight-laced dudes ain't doing them right. Yeah.
Light-skinned girls trying to ruin my life.
Me and my new Crenshaw Q-Tech. Pretty in the face, but she need a little booty. I got a brown chick who used to sell that white. I told her if she go to jail, then she feel that life. I met her at Flognar. Don't ask about paid dues. I put the West Coast on my back, and then I made moves. Motherfuckers, they must have forgot. Now I'm back to rapping like I gotta take my spot. No shots, cause I hate getting shot at. John Wilkes Booth put a bullet through your top hat.
No shots.
They tried to assassinate the god, but motherfucker Jamla is the squad. So what's the odds of you coming up? Can't fuck with strange, tuck your chain if you're running
No
up.
shots.
Been at it for a decade plus. They only on their first tour. I don't respect they bust. Little motherfuckers thinking they messed up. If you can't change these rules, you got the game messed up. Such and such
Alright, so
just bought a
now
new house.
the
Tell that little dude to holler when he 20 years out. Got gold on his neck and gold in his mouth, but he ain't never went cold. What he talking about? That sound scan, it don't make you dope. I got underground fans that'll slit your throat. Play this for a chick and watch her panties get soaked. Now she 9 months pregnant on some shit that I wrote. Oh, you make music for the stupidos. Sing a nice hook, but the game need a Rufio. And I ain't fucking fucking with them roofies, bro. I just mac and leave that to the sucios. Dirty, dirty like my mouth for the South is. I wear the same Vans with all of my outfits. Strange music life, yeah, I'm really about this. And if you disagree, then put my dick where your mouth is.
No shots. No shots. No, no. No shots. Yeah. Let me crack open my highlight real quick. Product placement. Let's take it to the top now, baby. I'ma take my time. Through rain, sleet, snow, I'ma keep getting low. You can find me on my grind, so put your motherfucking hands in the sky. And if you sitting down, please stand. Cause I'm on the rise and I reside.
I think it worked, but it doesn't. I didn't put the fucking art in.
Get a hand clap, I'ma make an entrance. Giving y'all the lecture, and I'm taking questions. My soul is soul, write a sentence, make a weapon. Swimming in the deep end, you bitches taking lessons. And I hear you hating on the boy, well I ain't offended. Cause I'm the captain of the team and y'all play the benches still. Breaking it down and rolling it up. Put an 80 in the blunt
I
and I'm
realized
smoking
the
it
art
Dutch.
missing.
Tacos, know I stay with a few, but they replace like the lace in my shoes. So tell me what a player to do when being real don't appeal to the player in you. I see some whack cats fast track to the fame. To me, it sound like some clowns rapping the same, and we all living for the same thing, just to make it to the top and remain king. To the top now, baby. I'ma take my time. Through rain, sleet, snow, I'ma keep getting low. You can find me on my grind. Put your motherfucking hands in the sky. And if you sitting down, please stand.
Like BRB.
I'm on the rise and I reside in this castle made of sand. And you can name a single youngin' with a flow like mine. Got balls like soap and I glow like shine. If you think that I'm whack, you might change your mind. Cause I got them punchlines that stain like wine. Let me take my time, collect my thoughts. Keep it fresh like shoes when they kept in the box. Connect all the dots, I'm fresh, so clean. Stay pinching myself cause I'm living in a dream. Believe I ain't ever gonna stop. Find a new spot, then I set up my shop. When I drop, your wifey gon' cap that. And haters getting shaken out they jack straps. Some say I'm bringing hip hop back. Well, others say I'm all up on that pop rap. Team captain, control the game. Going hard till every single person knows my name. To the top now, baby. I'ma take my time. Through rain, sleet, snow, I'ma keep getting low. You can find me on my grind. So put your motherfucking hands in the sky. Your hands in the sky. Sitting down, please stand. I'm on the rise and I reside in this castle made of sand. To the top now, baby. Yeah.
Alright, so that's that one. Now I just gotta do the same thing for
Pennsylvania. Big germ over there on the switches.
top 10 artists.
3J over there, just smoking all the weed. Aha.
Wake up! Wake the fuck up, Mac!
5 more minutes, yo.
Wake up! No, you gotta get up.
Fuck no, yo.
You're only dreaming. Wake up.
Damn.
I'd say there was as much dope in the music business as there is in virtually any other business now. The dope is so
Now the song's listened to. Why is that not
that you can go anywhere and it's there. So there's no sort of underground movement.
I'm missing a
of taking
step
dope,
here.
You know, the most extraordinary straight people are taking dope. It's available anywhere at any time, and it's all over the place. If you want it, you can have it. You know?
All right then, bitch. Ha. Yeah. A million motherfucking fans on that ass, bitch. Feels amazing, ladies and gentlemen. I've
I'm missing a step, which is very odd.
I may let her if I'm sipping that yak, yeah. Too fly, submarine in the sky. Can't go out in public, I better get her disguise. It's better to be yourself, don't ever just live a lie. While I'm driving with the top down, listening to Plies. Chicken wings and fries, I'm in love with all the simple things. Little things, hoes just be around, always bickering. I got some money, threw some diamonds on a pinky ring. That's why your favorite girl probably on my ding-a-ling. Cheap blunts with peanut, standing on a tree stump. Rappers need to keep up, my bitch is double D cup. She fucks, but she ain't no slut, and she know that. She freeze up, living in the moment, get her Kodak. Hold that, wait for it to flash, get the picture. I ain't doing much, just out on this adventure. Bust around the country, but I'm traveling the world with all these rappers that be hating like I'm battling with girls. Hey yo, that's where the hook be, but I ain't got no hook, you pussy. I said that's where the hook be, but bitch, I ain't got a fucking hook, you pussy. Yeah, bitch, that could be a hook. You know what, I'm gonna just rap if it's okay with y'all, and you can tell me if it was nice. Alright, here we go. Hey yo, I kinda want a fur coat, kinda want a grill. She met me at the party, now she kinda wanna chill. I ain't on no pills, just a little weed, Molly and lean. Yeah, I did a couple drugs, now they calling me Sheen. This was all a dream just a week ago. Now I got a heap of dough, I keep a hold, it always has some weed to roll. All these rappers brag, but I don't ever see him flow. No, the illest motherfucker in it, we don't need to vote. Cause I don't give a fuck what y'all think. And
This is based on like doesn't
yeah, I've seen hate. Been to court in 3 states. Had to deal with cheapskates who always want a free play. You hold the weight of the world, I bet your knees break. Put my dick in a bitch hand, keepsake. You can't keep that, fuck off my case. You can keep some residue if I bust on your face. I'm just playing, mistaken, Miss Asian. Always been amazing since days of him hanging in ancient places. Not a kid famous, and he ain't even had to change shit. Biatch. A million motherfucking fans. Just wanna take a second to thank y'all, you feel me? Thanks for fucking with the kid from day one.
because like I need this
November 8th.
somehow in here, but I don't know artist counts.
Suck my dick. We should keep that. Oh shit, it worked again. Biatch!
Amount of songs listened to.
So I just threw this fucking
But we
mixtape
need the
together
amount of
because I
songs
love
that
y'all.
we listen to from that artist and like
I'm a motherfucking fool. Cut the check. I'm a working motherfucker, need a death shit. I don't got a heart, I don't even need a chest. I'm a mess. They be saying they up next, that's a stretch. Hold your breath, let me bow to the crowd. Shit, I'm blessed. Well, I must be. Bitches wanna fuck, we bump uglies on Front Street. The cards on the table, gin rummy. Have a blast, have a ball, have a
I
motherfucking
don't
great
listen
time.
to.
Peace, I'm a dog, got a squad full of canines. I'm a motherfucking fool. Cut the check. I'ma get it till there ain't shit left to get. No stress, running suicides, don't even break a sweat. I'm a threat, code red when your line get pressed. You getting fucked by your
But this artist counts, so then
I get the lamb, it's over rice. I whip the lamb, it's overpriced. The life is good, the hoes is dyke. This type of shit don't happen overnight. God damn, I'm a motherfucker.
feel like
This shit on 100 degrees. Hard as fuck, ain't in a rush. I let the money come to me. I'm a businessman. I'm way too young to be this rich. Don't know what to do with all this shit. I'm out of control. Lord, can you save my
for
soul? How convenient. You ain't worried about shit right now.
so
Oh yeah, you're just trying to keep it lit right now. How convenient. Goddamn, screaming money over bitches right now. How convenient. Bitch, you're feeling like this shit right now. Yeah. How convenient. Undefeated. Walked up in them and spit the sack, then I'm leaving. Smoking
maybe I could do
OG
this.
Reek. If the cops pull me over, they gon' wanna take the beamer. But I'ma do the dash. Beat it like Tina. And I got my Nina, boy, you better be
I
Sabrina.
assume like it would all like by the time we get here.
Start a fire, cause it's fucking free. High off life, give me the blunt, I'ma roll it. I got hot rocks, I'ma let you hold it. I was posted with the helmet, y'all was telling police. Now I wrestle with the racks, bitch, I'm Mick Foley. Shit made me go woo like Rick Flair. Rick Flair, bitch, boy, I been player.
I have a feeling like something here doesn't add up in terms of like, because this is going based off the song info, not, and we slice the artist info here. Do we? But we don't slice the song info until here. So then so I do think like artist count, but there's those total artists in which artist count. In which I think maybe we just do this.
Check this out, this is ludicrous, and we throwing bowls all over the NYC.
DJ Capcom has full control of this mixtape game, so rep your set.
So, I feel like like that, and then
Without you here, your family feel lonely. But it's all good, cousin, we gon' carry on. Although it seems so unfair, you're gone. People nowadays never focus on the positives. Cause life now only good when the guap is big. They talking shit, hating for no reason. And haters is stupid, maybe my flow leave them. So confused, cause they all about this dumb shit.
okay, I think we're good with this, possibly.
Make my time here worth it, real good for you. Looking back like there's nothing that I couldn't do, and there's nothing that I wouldn't do to bring you back. Poetry, heart and soul, singing rap. I've been thinking that I found my passion, rapping about the future in the old school fashion. How you feeling? I heard that you've been raised high above the ceiling.
Okay, yeah, that works. Oh, but then
I'm just like everybody else. They say my pictures gotta change up, but all those people is just hating cause they don't know how to love themselves. Mad when someone bring my name up, and it's unfortunate cause I'm just here coming from the hard shit. I'm just trying to find something for the market, and I ain't saying that I'm from the worst hardships, but my life ain't no walk in the park. It's been a short bit, walk with no harvest. Driving in the car but can't find a place to park it. I got some people that I really need to part with. That must have been what got this shit started. There's been some people that I had to say goodbye to, but my life gotta go on, and it don't mean that we forget.
but then why is it not being parsed in the
That's why I wrote this fucking song. What up, cousin? How you feeling?
because I top 10 artists.
Shit's real out here, ain't nobody play around. I got some bangers and some druggies that I hang around. Everybody do their own thing, and you can find me on the corner making money when it's snowing. I sell a little weed, get my pockets fat, but I talk to cats who been moving lots of crack. It ain't the good life, it ain't the bad, it's just making the best of what we have. I'll put the dollars down and move into the lab. That's how much I want this music shit to last. And some days I feel it's moving too fast. School's going
Maybe
past,
start
not
to
remembering
start.
the class. Suddenly
For some reason, I don't think it's getting the right information to print out.
not to get your hopes up. So far I've had some hard work and a little luck. Once I make it to the money, I ain't gon' give it up.
There we go. Right now, yeah, here. So that's all done now.
I'm never gonna let
Alright, so we did that. Okay, so the stats are all done now, actually. I think I want to have like tooltips on the sidebar here with the drawer. Is that a main content? Okay, so then hold on. Font size is not working. What's covered on it?
Wake up in my king size bed, girls all around me, eyes all red. The true life of a player kid. It's nice to wake up to a naked bitch. Got the finest clothes, diamonds, hoes. Going to sleep on a pile.
Why is the hover not working? Trying to figure out like with the tooltip.
Parties every night. This is the life of the paradise. My main man Twisted told him right. I make them celebrities overnight. Grammys, Oscars, starring in movies. Got a pool house full cars and jacuzzis. On my way up, getting my cake up. Wake up, wake up. in it. And my whip got a diamond finish. Got the MTV, Jam of the week. Sign autographs when I stand in the street. Plus I've been all over BET, Columbia Records and DTP. Both want me to sign to their label. Plus I got my own channel on cable. Always fresh, courtside best view. Kanye West and beats from the Neptunes. Stacking cream magazines. Kids dressed like me on Halloween. They loving my mixtapes, money like Bill Gates. I'm on top and it feels great.
Go get it. Yeah, I did. Okay. But it's still not working. Let me see if they have a thing here. Oh, they do. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Whew. That drip. Yeah. Okay. Writing on writer's block. Haven't slept in days, they wanna put me in the psycho watch. Everyone's afraid of what I do inside my studio. Worried I'ma lose control, they ruffling my feathers and they shuffle in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Execution flow, action neck like new cologne. Uno dos, bitch I'm in your head like Freddy Krueger though.
My brain fried, always chasing the same high. I'm too fucked up to function, do nothing but waste time.
Woke up annihilated, lying on a pavement covered in items I regurgitated under a fire escape. And I know that it's Friday, cause every Friday they have a parade in front of City Hall. Hear them celebrate, they having a ball. My pupils dilated, highly dehydrated. I'm lost inside a giant matrix, isolate myself from eyes I find contagious. Jump above the come down, I'm strung out, not enough inside the dugout. Don't be scared, just come with me. It feels so good to feel this free. What are you afraid of? Tell me what you made of. What are you afraid of? It's just a little angel dust.
That actually does look cool.
I'm playing hot potato on a Winnebago. The chips are stale, they taste okay though when they dipped in queso. And what's an angel with a miss a halo? She would drop out of school to take a trip to Dayglow. Found a 20 laying by the sewer rats. You know little Stewart hasn't been in any movies lately. He spent his paychecks on cocaine and latex. His agent working hard to try and book him a commercial. What I do should not concern you, do this till I turn blue. Not Eric Sermon, I'm more Merlin curses, turn him into bird food. Hurry to make the first move, I'm walking like Herschel. And now we at the end of verse 2. Oh. Don't be scared, just come with me. It feels so good to feel this free. What are you afraid of? Tell me what you made of. What are you afraid of? It's just a little angel dust.
Why would this? Okay. But like, okay, hold on. Let me log in. Do I, if I still have an account? This shit is so whack, dog. Like, why? Like, the issue I have here is.
Oh, shit.
There's the person literally asking for the font size.
That's how it's always gonna be. That's how it's always gonna be. Hey, hey, see, I was 6 years old with a dream when my mom told me I could do anything. Said she'd be there forever, no matter what's the weather. She'd always have my back even when we weren't together. And I took her for granted. I thought I had a plan. It's a different generation. I don't think you'd understand. In the quest to be a man, you start to learn you need your family. It wasn't for them. I'd be way closer to
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense.
vanity. Think about what's important. The reason I was 6 years old, rocking some Jordans. The reason I had food, my own damn room, a TV in the living room to watch my cartoons. I just hope she know I love her.
Like, why would you, like, they didn't ask for the color blue. They asked for the font size. Like, dumbass.
No stress, no worries. You can call me cousin.
So if you do tooltip title, we could do font size here.
That's how it's always gonna be. That's how it's always gonna be. Hey, hey, dear mama, please don't start to cry. You the reason I'm alive. How these years have gone by. You were there when I was on my first bike ride, riding in the street in that delivery truck. Almost ran right over me. You were at my games when I was sitting on the bench.
There we go.
When I skipped school, you lied and say that I was homesick. Had my back before I had my own. I know I'm always welcome when I'm back at home. I just wanna bring you out on stage to get a standing ovation. All the work you did to make my life feel like a vacation. If you have
Why did H1? Oh wait.
call her up, say what's up before you sleep tonight. Tell her you love her and you thank her for what she did. You may be grown now, but remember being a kid when she fed you in the bed. Shit, you were her baby. So find out what she doing lately. I wanna tell your mama. I know you feel me right. What's up, Mom? You didn't think I was gonna make a song for you, did you? Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, but then we only want to do a tooltip.
Just gotta say. Like.
Okay, use the restroom. Hold on. Hold on.
I spent the night to rock, but this Raiders block is kinda like the cops holding me back. I keep my drone in the sack, so while I'm holding this track, I keep my mind straight. MCs fold and collapse due to the crime rate, so I dip and climb gates. You never see me where you find Jake, kid who rhymes great, taking it back for old time's sake. Times change, I know I wasn't with you in the past, but I was letting records spin while I was sitting in the class. I take two hits and pass while I listen to this jazz. Walking home alone to find some kids to whip their ass, cause fuck it, see the streets is cold, they might be eating your soul, rolling with dough like a pizza roll. I used to steal little
Alright.
shit out the convenience store.
Uh,
They used to catch me, ask me, Mac, what you need this for? I said it's just a Tootsie Roll.
the good thing I'm not like. One thing I realized about like drinking like the soda all week and all was to stay awake and be like. Who's a singer on this song?
They act like I ain't ever have to face the heat, cause I got a place to sleep and a plate to eat. I come reeling on the real, I gotta thank my moms, cause ain't shit wrong with making songs. So let's blaze this bomb till the haze is gone. I write shit, you copy and paste your songs, biter. Goddamn, I'm making these hot jams, and I ain't showing love to the dudes, it's not fam. My words sizzle over these beats like hot pans. I got fans, so I plot plans for the top stands. And when that day comes, homie, I'ma stay young like Peter Pan. Even if I'm sleeping in the van, I just need a couple grams so I can feed a struggling fam. I got a dream to see some seats that's filled with fans. Paradise,
Who's a singer?
no easy street. So if I get hungry, I'ma eat this beat.
Take me to paradise, cause this game's about a Sarah's life.
Oh.
Nobody cares if I spend my life. Bring it true to the people. I'm just the kid that likes to do shit illegal. Paradise, cause this game's about a
Hold
Sarah's
on.
life. We in a war that nobody cares if I spend my life. Bring it true to the people. I'm just the kid that likes to do shit illegal. Paradise. Take me to paradise.
This actually has a feature.
Take me to paradise. Take me to paradise, cause this game's about a Sarah's life. We in a war that nobody cares if I spend my life. Bring it true to the people. I'm just the kid that likes to do shit illegal.
Yeah, that's what it is. Damn, that girl can sing. To wrestle again, ladies and gentlemen.
That sample go hard. Right, so I'm looking for like after like an hour I can take this. See, it looks like they transitioned like Material UI to a lot of this SX stuff. This is cool, I suppose.
I'm chillin' for an hour, smoking weed, watch the world star. Benz in the garage, probably gotta drive your girl car. You ain't a rapper if my homies never heard y'all. I just spit a punchline, smile, and they bird call. Hit your sister in the face with a Nerf ball. Out dealing with some shit that really don't concern y'all. Punch a fan if you get a fucking word wrong. Wavy, giving you some shit that you can surf on. Finding me a bitch I can swerve on. Frank Thomas, homie, about to put the herd on. Your bitch a nightlight in bed, she turned on. Roll some weed, tell her burn one, 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 yeah, burn one, burn one, burn one, burn one, burn one, burn one, burn, burn, burn one, 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 burn, burn one. Yeah, I used to give a fuck about success. Now I just wanna see me the coolest
What if they're like hiding?
You got that wet pack, bitch, come and give me that. You know we wanna know where them titties at. Got them gas, they be asking what I'm cooking with.
If it's open or mobile,
Corruption, stunting at the function. Your girl pussy smell like sour cream and onion. Pay attention, you gon' learn something. Roll that weed up. Burn one. 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 Burn
Alright, so this works.
to you from a packed studio. I'm going in after hitting this ganja. Out to dinner with the homies, private table at Nakama. I'm a new millennium Sinatra. Copper marijuana from the neighborhood. Rosters, chiefin', feasting, king of the new school. I'm speaking in tongues, try translating voodoo. Hold up, let me start again. Undefeated shirt, Levi's, and a Mr. Rogers cardigan. It's a hell of a feeling, being this fresh spit seem to sit up on my lips, call it Blistex. Peddling this medical, the presence of a general. Magazine centerfolds, they all up on my genitals. Got the game in the palm of my hand. It's itching, wildin' out, better talk to your man. He bitchin', cause I ain't got a lot of time for these weirdos talking shit all
I'm not trying to do this either. Like, I don't want it like that.
Super nice, put a bitch up on the flight. She gon' be here by the night. Get some afternoon delight. Only eat it if it's right. Call me Stanley Steamer, I be giving her the pipe. And when I'm out of town, she wanna see me, so we Skype. She might get obsessed and keep calling.
Like, if it's open.
Petty free falling. Just laying back, letting gravity take its course. I wanna tell all of my haters that we made it, boy. From basement studios to some official shit. From stressed out all the times I don't give a shit. Used to dream about it, boy, now I'm living it. 412, it's the most dope syndicate. Had a normal life, but now I'm sick of it. Try and spend money just to spend it, it's ridiculous. Young and so mischievous. Bitch is. And then Rel wants me to sing a hook like this.
Then if it, let me check here. But then
too kind. You heard everybody's music. Wait till you hear mine. They hate or they on your side. Fuck it, we riding. Playing games to ease your mind. Damn, I'm high. And I know that they never understand. Cause I'm just a kid. But they tell me I'm the man. Hey, if you know me, you ain't hating. Listen, homie, I've been waiting for a
I mean, this literally looks like. I guess we'll see. It does not matter. It does not matter.
People on my nuts call them jockey. And I ain't even getting cocky. But if you hating, I'ma tell you this, watch me. About to do something amazing, bro. World changing, my brain got a gang of flows. And this for those who always came to shows. Knew it's still by my side with no bank to blow. Whoa.
Oh, okay. It won't be displayed if the string length is 0.
J-Fish, high life, what's good?
Type of shit like
This is a message to
nice.
all of you who
Now it feels like this has moved up a little bit. Alright, but the tooltips are done. But okay, so if I do this, when I click this, it should close this.
Check 1 2 1 2. We good? Just had to make sure I'm coming through with the driver Ricky Bobby, more class than a college and the shine of Liberace. About time that you acknowledge that the boy here to stay. Fire that begin to blaze, buzzing out. My name getting out like a triple play. Hate to tell you what you can't do. Fuck that.
Okay, but then it should go. That's why.
Don't ever second guess yourself, step or get left. We on the march, we ain't waiting for no man. You can't get distracted by haters or romance. So if you sitting trapped in defeat, get that monkey off your back, live free. They gon' try and bring you down. Hating's what they do, but you
there we go.
smile. Stay up on your move, live free, 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 live free. They gon' try and tell you no, shatter all your dreams, but you gotta get up, go to bigger, better things. Live free, 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 live free. And everybody know I got haters like Mano. Actors all phony, give them Tonys like yayo. Plus the bullshit out of music, Drano. This a true story type of movie, Fandango. Flamethrower, strange flow. They got me on the top like a halo, a Christmas tree angel.
And then
My team attacked the game from all angles, passing all these rappers just pussycats bangles. Hip hop's LeBron, nothing better. Here to kick you out the game, Braylon Edwards, fast Evan Hester, running like 6 feet. You got a sign on your back like kick me. I'm a race bike 6 speed. Nah, you can't get me.
These are all.
Don't deal with other rappers trying to chip me, cause I'm way down the road where I live free. Hating's what they do, but you gotta keep a smile. Stay up on
Yeah, but these are all like the same height. Relatively. But for some reason, this does not have the same height.
So for all of you getting trapped by those who doubt you, be like, bitch,
Which is weird,
keep it pushing.
because they're all the
This been a public
same.
service announcement from the kid Mac Miller. Yo, PA to BK, Gazoo, Easy Mac.
There's this list item button,
I love money, I love money. Yeah.
min height 48.
You dug funny. Y'all know what it is. I said I love money, I love money. Check it. You take 1 2. From me, better yo. What up, man? With my man Sky, yo, it's the class clown of his high school. Drown you in typhoons, hitting you with rhyme tunes. Haters keep their eyes
He did all.
pound if you my dude. We stay high like Einstein's IQ, and y'all motherfuckers never let my money run. I ain't even battling, dude, I'm having fun with it. Jokes make
Oh,
him
that's a
feel
mini
wrong in
fight.
his own skin. Sipping gin from a business, making my dome spin. And you the type to try and take from your own kin. Feel a clothes on your toes, hanging by clothespins. I'm spitting blades, goddamn it, my tooth hurts. A mouth filled with a bunch of cancerous tumors. Yup, music's my baby. I ain't gon' lose her, so I stay with the radio like Cuba Gooding Jr. You know.
Menu list item tags.
The pen game insane.
Who you think about it, me lyrically? In the middle of Alaska, I'm right to heat. Worst verse, how does your best rhyme?
The pen game insane.
I'm one blink away from everything you think to say. Like I think he on the rise to what the Kings made. And in the blink of an eye, I'm on a King's page. With no album, this is all off of the mixtapes. In a different lane, no
No,
signs,
like
no
it doesn't make sense.
no games, no sleep, no retreat, no surrender, no apologies for me. I'm the penner of the penners. I mean what I speak, so if I'm giving you a sentence, then it bees what it bees. Nothing hit on the agenda. You leave it up to me, and you could divvy up your team. Put your pride in the air, and I'm dismembering your members. The heart of the city, the starting point guard that can play up to the four, so the parts is all gone. No room on the bench, and I got a no trade clause, so I'm here long haul, no switching.
Who you think about it, me lyrically? In the middle of Alaska, I'm right to heat. Worst verse, how does your best rhyme?
The pen game insane.
Who you think about it, me lyrically? In the middle of Alaska, I'm right to heat. Worst verse,
In that one. I just changed it to your playlist.
The pen game insane. To pieces, cook 'em or read 'em raw. I was busting freestyles before I could read it all. MCs just call me the monster in their mind that'll haunt them all the time, and they thought that if they
These all
tried,
look like
they could
different
make
heights.
the situation a little different than the present. See, I fucked this track, worried that I got it pregnant. I'm all an ass, y'all is whack, taking out the garbage trash, ducking from these sharks and crabs, giving MCs heart attacks. It's your boy Mac, damn, I'm great, and you get no love like a man with AIDS. I feel you dancing gaze with some hand grenades. Drop bombs, remove your hands and legs. And I pray, dear Lord, please give me the strength.
Music's bad, okay.
Snakes in the tank till they faint. Suffocate, now you choke, you a broken MC, and ain't nothing
There's
left to
that
do
double
but just
smoke.
smoke your weed like.
Who you think about it, me lyrically? In the middle of Alaska, I'm right to heat. Worst verse, how does your best rhyme?
Reading undefined.
The pen game insane.
Who you think about it, me lyrically? In the middle of Alaska, I'm right to heat. Worst verse, how does your best rhyme?
Wow, what the fuck is that one?
The pen game insane. Yeah. I rap better cause I'm mad clever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey. Yeah, they always want that fun shit when you tryna spit a little something real. They start running, turning chicken like a nugget meal. How the fuck I feel? Kinda like 100 mil. Spun the wheel, bought a valve. I don't know you nothing still. Fuck a deal, I can do it with my own team. One before seen hear all these hoes scream. When I was 14, sipping on my OE, tryna marry money, but that bitch kept getting cold feet. Music loud, hear it banging through the whole street. Be getting shit on, toilet bowl seat. No sleep, just work. Got a couple horny girls in the see-through shirt, so believe my height. Motherfuckers can't read nor write. Still they talking shit, man, I seen your type. Got problems, can't sleep at night, cause your girl wanna come around, freak all night. I'm a sex
I mean, it seems like it actually doesn't matter.
Girl, I leave your legs still. Say I don't do drugs, just weed. Well, I'ma do drugs and speed down the street. Do donuts, your flow sucks, you so but your girl's getting throw fuck. I get high, I go up. While you saying that he's a trend. They come to all the shows just to meet your friends. So much coke, sniff, fucking hoes with bloody noses. Just a couple doses, fuck the roses. Class time, better take good notes. You bitches couldn't touch me with a Facebook poke, bitch.
Like, did you know this happened at your school? Oh my god.
This ridiculous, belligerent. Oh my bad, I'm just killing shit. I'm killing shit. A girl, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch. Smart do we getting ignorant? This ignorant, can't believe it. This ridiculous, belligerent. Oh my bad, I'm just killing shit. I'm killing shit. And a girl, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch. Smart do we getting ignorant? This ignorant. Hey, so I just bought another rollie and that shit is Goldie Hawn. Better get it before it's gone, cause my shop ain't open long. I stay smoking on that strong. I'm smoking on that strong. Then go and take a handful of drugs. What the fuck is going on? Being rich, well that's fun as hell. These bitches come like they under spells. Yo, Mr. Jobs, you see I'm a Mac, but I'm rolling deep like Adele. I'm Robert Downey Jr., you more like Steve Carell. So get smart, no head starts, put a lion on a gazelle. You trying to rhyme cause you idolize what I designed for myself. But it's hard to find these bars of mine, so Columbine yourself.
Why does this, like, clearly...
Brand new crib, I'm painting it. $500,000 just pay for it. No Thanksgiving parading this, but we marching like the Saints come in. So running high, eyes open wide, cause it's gonna be your jam. Just burn the Dutch, then turn it up as I pass it off to Cam. Damn.
I got that Mac with me.
Like, clearly there is...
I got that Mac with me. I got that Mac with me.
Ridiculous, belligerent. Oh my bad, I'm just killing shit. I'm killing shit. And a girl, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch. Smart, do we getting ignorant? This ignorant.
I got that Mac with me. We never met before, but there'll be a mess for sure. When I was a baby, my crib was mom dresser drawer. Infrared, blasting guns, ducking shots.
There we go. Alright, that's done.
They smoking weed, shipping E, crushing rocks. Forget the push, they want your baby.
Oh, you know what I need to do? Hold on.
And she sucking dick for formula and pamper money. And a real dog don't play that. Lay back with a Mac and a K-Yak. Yeah, yo, turn to the straight crack. Made back black with a gal. Won't say chat, say chat, say chat, say chat, say chat, say chat, say chat. I got that Mac with me. 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 I got that Mac with me.
This ridiculous, belligerent. Oh my bad, I'm just killing shit. I'm killing shit. And a girl, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch. Smart.
Settings pop up.
This ignorant.
I got that Mac with me.
Why are we here?
Porter? Am I rapping or what? I can't hear the headphones, yeah. Turn me up in the headphones. Yeah, okay. Alright. Jump, tumble, front flips off the roof like a stunt double. My shorty doing Kegels for a cup muscle. Keep it shaped up. The M3 all green, fly like a strange duck. My dad was right when he said I was a deranged fuck. Now every meal is calamari and boudin blanc. Saddam Hussein guns, held by nuns who do drugs while beige hard bottoms slide on the new rug. Pinky up. The joint thicker than Pinky's butt, just as stinky. Nick Van Exel with the handle, Helsinki. Eggs rough coat, the handmade silk cloth, hang out the sports coat. 23 and a half.
Like that. Okay, nice.
Brown vest made of suede
So...
Close my eyes, inhale deep, sail free. Blind fury, hopping out the braille Jeep. Serve me snails to eat, no ham and
I
cheese.
mean, these aren't, I guess these we could say we're done.
Smoke a cannon, push the seat back, put your feet up, roll my weed up. Yo, why does it feel like my life is moving fast, yo? Get your own, don't worry about my cash flow. Need a chick to hide the hammer in the asshole. I need that first class though. You understand me? Yo, why does it feel like my life is moving fast, yo? Get your own, don't worry about my cash flow. I need a chick to hide the hammer in the asshole. I need that first class though.
It's me, big body.
Right, the personal access token. So that personal access token is gonna go here, but
Had your moms on the motherfucking boogie board, doing all types of stunts. But now I'm back though, ain't shit changed. Just came back, checked my motherfucking emails, got more motherfucking deals on the table. Don't even know what the fuck to do now.
oh yeah, so yeah, we need the year selection also. Hold on.
Okay, but you can still see me though, out there on Phone Street, 3 in the morning, bench pressing a fiend.
So the user stats is fully almost done.
Okay, I'm relying on Viacom to keep my lights and fire on. Made a deal with Lucifer, said give me the universe. Every single planet hurts, kinda like losing your first love. I saw the bright lights and started doing the worst drugs. Now I'm backtracking and hash rapping with action, throwing hand grenades at paddy wagons and passing. Old fashioned soul grabbing, snorting all the coke up. Type of shit to turn a world war to a poker. Load up, a double RL icon. Stepping out the limo, tuxedos made of python. Listening to Lionel Richie, fucking with the lights on. Rice on the table, have us going all night long. Again and again. Rooftops, sipping on some red wine. Start to realize I've been tripping, shit is just fine. So I read a passage out the Bible as I take a bath. Dry off, hit the Coliseum on Jamaica Ave. About to say fuck it and form a union. March up to City Hall and protest pollution. Hey, coming to you from a packed studio. I'm going in after hitting this ganja.
Oh, and then okay.
With the homies, private table at Nakama. I'm a new millennium Sinatra. Copper marijuana from the neighborhood. Rosters, chiefin', feasting, king of the new school. I'm speaking in tongues, try translating voodoo.
We have more stats. I have more achievements. So we are gonna take away this. I'm gonna take that away. I need to know like. So we do this. Bro said BRB and never came back. What's up? So we say personal access. So do they have like a info box or something like? La 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 la. Right, let me
Une corde, une aspiration, un cil, un cheveu, des antennes d'insectes, vibration, le son, la vie.
okay, where's
Nouvelle histoire, frisson, chair de poule, une lèvre qui tressaille, tressaillir, trembler brièvement, sursauter à cause d'une injustice, une paupière qui cligne, un regard qui
what's good? Do they not just have like info?
un amour impossible, une sensation
Let me
essentielle,
try this.
inimitable, inébranlable. Les hommes viennent de l'Est, et les femmes de l'Est. Essentialiste. Nature féminine.
But then how do I? Okay, but then
Délirantes Paris.
I say your email will never be shared. Yeah, I pretty much displayed it on streams before. It's okay. Let's see.
Hey, microphone testing. You playing politician, you Martin on the West Wing. Guessing the best thing for me to do is spit it. This shit is never a gimmick. You listen more than a minute. I've been spitting flows since a kid was 6 years old. And if you listen close, I do this like some mismatched clothes. It's whatever, put it together. You never could be this clever. I'm rocking the mic forever. You gonna stop me never. I'm cocky because I love it. You rocky without the punches, hockey without the ice, and boxes without the lunches. Flowing like me, knowing, and that got you mad, bitch. Swore your boys are nothing but
Maybe just outside of it.
how they should live their life. I got my own shit to deal with, so that just isn't right. I'm just trying to leave the crib, go out and live the nice shit. Fuck that, I'm locked in the lab working, dropping the track beats, get bodied and bags certain. See the world through first, second, and third person. Omniscient, listening so efficient, trapped in my own goal line, ready to go the distance. Consider it a privilege that you get to witness. History in the making, you fucking bitches. Just playing with y'all. Still in line, waiting for my name to get called. Y'all.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just do this. Then we need it in main, like. And then I think what I need to do here in the code, so in the code I'm gonna do this. And then what I'm actually gonna do here is in the components, no, we're gonna do it here. Then, yeah, in this case, we'll just say if it's undefined, then, let me explain it here. And then, okay, like this here. But then please enter your email for verification in order to receive your personal access token. And then I need a text field here.
when I could finally get away.
Alright, hold on. And then set, I actually don't know if but this is if it has okay.
Listen to the ill spoken. Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, let me get this real quick.
Alright, Mac. So come around.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Look. I focus on being the dopest to hold a mic. I'm cleverly enemy.
Focus on being the dopest to have the mic.
Be anyone better than me.
And then
You'll spit the good, but ain't nothing is real. I'ma cut off all your fingers, spit you something to feel. Cause you
so then I need like 3 buttons.
ideal is surreal. Yeah, welcome to the city of steel, where you can find me kicking back, pirate hat, twisted back, pen and pad on my lap. I'm sipping on the peps, I'm a menace to society. Dennis would admire me, burning through more rubbers than a tie BC.
But like I need like the buttons in like I think a box.
The young master passed the rules, they don't apply to me. The game got me messed up, they taking what's inside of
And
me.
I'ma take it from there, never playing it fair. Got it thrown up in my way until I'm making it there. And as far as I'm concerned, shit is vacant, so I'm breaking the chair. On the grind is how I'm making it chair. Thinking about how much cake that
I don't know how there's an overflow already, but
Hear the jam as it play in my ear. Shit's hot like fevers. Hustle hard, selling pot to feed us. Dipping all across the block. Cops holler if you seen us. Me and Easy Mac come back like we was Jesus. We stay skied and my trees is the greenest. I keep a $160 in my jeans. I'm a genius. So heed this when we putting it down. We speak ill, wreaking hell, leave you shook from the sound. I stand tall with my foot in the ground. So if you doubt and come and see what I'm about, coming to my town. So come around, come around, come around, come around into the underground. Come around, come around. We so sick, we got that hunger sound. Come around, come around, come around. So bet it's going down. Come around, cause we breaking all sets and we taking the crown. I spit with authenticity. You can't get within the width of me. Surround me by the definition victory. You think you liver than my lineup, that's some shit to see. This beady flow is sick, I need to get some antihistamines. The misdemeanor, Mr. Please, I know you pissed at me. I'm beating up competitors and dismissing you a mystery. Leaving haters history, I'm hurting you cowards. Heard them out, word of mouth is I'm a person of power. The TV said I couldn't curse, I spit a verse and devour. We ill-spoken, spill minds, rhymes is feel potent. Battle us in real time, try, you feel broken. They quoting what we fire, my lines is still smoking. For real folks, you better reckon the flow. Cause yo, I'm coming through the section and I'm checking the pros. You better know, the Mecca, we the best in the show. Cause the record explode the second I'm letting it go.
Check it, respect the method. Man, I wreck it and set it with an eccentric sentence. The apprentice will not stop spitting till I'm breathless. You ain't feeling me, feel free to use the exits. To other MCs, I don't want to preach, but it's been my history to eat every lyric you willingly speak. You're still getting beaten each and every battle you having with me. The champion, you bringing a feat. The fat lady singing a C. Ain't nothing changed, I'ma do what the game never does. With clever stuff, I'm the rapper that there never was and never will be. The kid with that ill speech. Not quit unless you kill me. Nah, I'll probably still be spitting from the grave. I flow mindless and no need of a brain. Simple and plain, the kid will remain. Best in the game, hitting your chest with flames. Remember the name when we came, my match is set.
So come around, come around, come around, come around into the underground. Come around, come
600, and the amount of 600 billion and centuries beyond that.
come around, come around, come around. So bet it's going down. Come around, cause we breaking all sets and we taking the crown.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to read this article real quick.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? Just want to ask you a question. Have you been in love before? You like your vodka with a little touch of lime. You should probably take your heels off, 'cause you've been running through my mind. Oh baby, they say we're no good for each other. I can't really tell, what is this spell you put me under? Your love's not too kind to me. I hate the pain, these days of rain. You playing games of hide and seek, my love, and I'm still trying to find you. I'm looking for you, babe. I'm still trying to find you through sunshine or rain.
I love you.
Yeah, you got your stained glass iris, diamond behind your eyelids, little pilot fly. My heart skip a beat like a scratch CD. Your skin smell like butterscotch and your lips taste like kiwi. Let's take
There
a
was an
plane to
error
Fiji.
sending.
Make a date, let's take it easy. Love is power, swear there's something about her that make me nervous. Mother Earth done gave us all a gift, she made you perfect. Let's eat some mushrooms and go to the circus. Girl, you know I'm loving you just like you deserve it. So baby, make me earn it. Show me the way you work it. Tell me what you afraid of. I'll spit you my favorite verses. Let's just go take a breath. I want it all. Every ounce of love that you got left. You are my drug and love to death. Feel free to fall. You are a catch. I'm in your heart. I'm in your dream. So fuck the world. It's you and me. She is
Well, I have to confirm this
the only
appointment.
one that got away. If a love don't last forever, then forever ain't the
What's
same.
that? 6 forms? God.
Your love is not too kind to me.
Let's see.
The only thing on my mind is she. My love, my love, my love, my love. Yeah. And I know that nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. Yeah. And she is cool, calm, and collected. I knew that you was Z1 when I seen you. Leave me breathless. Okay, I
They have
need a
laughing
second
down.
day today. Give me attention. I want to take care of you, marry you. Something I'm prepared to do. There can't be two. You was here, I ran from you. Scared to take that step. But now that I am ready, you not. You up and left me. Hope your new man make you laugh like I do. I do not mean to worry you with my obsession. I just want to be beside you. I'm too nice, and I had to pay that price. Everything I do is wrong. Everything you do is right. Let's start a family. Hold on to forever, baby. Your reality is a palace and your head is crazy. That bomb is detonating. Look at this mess you're making. I am the king, you are the queen. Look at this chess we're playing. Oh, we had a love, that love was record breaking. I'm sick of waiting. Yeah. Your love is not too kind. So mean. Yeah. The only thing on my mind is she. My love, my love, my love, my love. Yeah. And I know that nothing lasts forever.
I can't clear it.
Nothing lasts forever. So give me all of your love. I will be yours through rain and through shine. Give me all of your love. You will be mine through rain and through shine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Please check if you would like more information about financing options. What what if I don't? If you'd like more information, what if I don't want more information? Like, it's impossible.
DJ Capcom, strongest DJ in the streets, so get used to it.
J Dilla, changed my life. Mac Miller, we miss you. What up, Dilla? What up, Hayes? What up, Capcom? Miss you right here. Eastern Empire. Treat JTV. Hip hop. So I felt that it would be necessary.
So my email thing does not work, in which sort of makes sense because it's. Where's my? My email server cannot be authenticated. I know why. There's my email server and like.
Sometimes I think about this time next year, grinding to the fullest, kicking rounds for your ears. I wonder if they hear me now, coming fresh with a style. The illest child always chilling with a smile. Cause hip hop waiting for me back at home. We just need to have a little time alone. Cause lately I've been living life by my phone, trying to do business, mind on my dough. Whoa, hold up, let me take a rest. Bring it back with my dogs like I'm playing fetch. I'm trying to be the future, molding the CD. Something bumping out the system on repeat. My mind's elevated like
Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, but then I guess with React.js, I think. Okay, hold on. Let me see. No mail. Okay.
I'm just trying to give you something loud that knocks. So far to go, but I'm never gonna stop. Mind in the clouds in paradise, living with style. My mom should be proud. I've been dedicated now for a while. I'm in love with hip hop. I'm in love with life. I'm in love with the days, late nights, kush money. I'm in love with this mic. And now time on my side 'cause I'm young and I'm grinding so
Right, and then from the front end call, we will do that. Set message. Which is fine. So what we're going to then do is just do subject, which what? Oh wait. My email provider is my problem.
I guess I'm kind of like a psychic. I don't give a fuck if you like this. We here to party. Got a little music, turn up loud. 92 till infinity. Just some shit that you ain't heard in a while. I don't give a fuck if there ain't a party. We got a little music, turn up loud. We different. Got a life that we live in. Standing out in the
Create email request, which will be easy because then I guess we can do create commands and then
something that you haven't seen. Clean and accompanied by one of the baddest queens. Peel the top back, feeling superb as I pass the green. We just cool and vibing without the magazine. Breezing through 376, think about my past ventures. Came from running, ducking, and jumping over fences. Used to play records, trying to get the check stock. Now it's visions with my can from the triple deck yacht. I can't stop, won't stop. I keep running. Unleash the beats, freak beats, and keep coming. Nasty, but
okay, but then we'll do email. And then I guess we'll do type and then type. So let's say let subject but then I get oh no, but the thing is when you get your code, you're going to get a code, and then when you get the code, it creates the it creates it. So like that's the thing, it's like create email request, and then we're gonna need to do, so what we need to do here is 1, send email to get initial code. 2, user can set code. But doesn't that code like in which in here we gotta make sure
she under my arm, lay down hitting L's, look it up in the stars. I tell her, listen, I ain't gonna do you wrong. Forget what you hearing on my songs. My old ways is gone, I'ma be real with you. Recently I've been looking at the big picture, perfectly framed. See the way I'm working the game. Take my name, I'ma share all of my fortune and
I mean, technically, I mean, okay, we don't need to do this, but like we do, because we want to make sure that no one could just spam this and send emails. Because
a nuisance. See, with me, my love is with the music, but baby, you can be the next two. If my boys say I'm stupid, I need to move along.
This, in which
I hope you use this song to get it right. My mom's just getting jealous how I feel about her, and the fellas say I could deal without her. See, baby, I ain't playing around. I don't need Cupid. Dude could've aimed at the ground, cause that's real.
yeah, in which email code is here. And I had a whole thing. Oh my god, this is gonna take a while to set up, but yeah, because this is gonna be like this, and then typed, and then I think this part's actually done here. User can set code. Limit emails to 3 a day. 3 a day. Whatnot.
Chevy, please let me roll this weed up. This the main event, so watch the people pull they seats up. Bottle of some gin, let's just hit a couple freaks up. I'ma take one home and have her singing like the Glee Club. Never on no cheap stuff. Here we got expensive tapes. Green lights, never press the brakes.
So then here, what we need to do here is then two. And then text. And then okay, but then
chillin', young fool. Gin cup sippin', that's me. That's what I do. I got the gang in my bloodstream, strong how I'm living. And I'm G'd up, so now they just throwing away the kitten. It's real. I swear you hella bad. The younger Mac told me about you. But we cool. If you stuck up, we could go without you. We on this money, he's schooling. You know I beat a block. I swear the homie got a gift, so he don't need the block. Zigzag papers, king size. Smoking, chillin' in angry cars, mean rides. Pop was a hustler and moms ran track. So tell me what you getting me when you mix that. I just sit back
like this. Then what we're going to do is here.
with my nice rams. So whether home on the road, we getting dough and follow us everywhere that we go. We do anything to get this paper, so they follow everywhere we go. So for the bullshit we ain't got later, 'cause we out here on this road. We do anything to get this paper, so they follow everywhere we go. So for the bullshit we ain't got later, 'cause we out here on this road.
This, and then
See, a person like me smoke weed till I hallucinate. I don't know why. Crazy, right? This party was dope. That shit got played quick. But the bitches are freaky here.
Kid. Hey, Kool-Aid and frozen pizza. It's the work of art. I ain't talking more.
okay, so it's gonna, and then before it sends it, we're gonna need this. Do I really put 6 attempts? That's odd that I put 6 attempts, but ooh, I guess.
I've done pretty well for myself. Couple trophies on the shelf, so what else could I want that I don't have yet? Well, a little more cash in my own fast jet, so I can go anywhere. Cali for the kush, cause boy, I know there's plenty there. About to be in music stores everywhere, but not
An
yet.
email
They
code
can't understand my concept. I've been
or
climbing
user
every brick
email.
wall, haven't had a fall
It
yet.
goes to that
These vibes
email.
gotta know I'm
Okay.
on next. Clean conscience,
Now,
Samaritan. Company send me clothes, so I'm wearing them. If you didn't know, well, I'm from the bird. Everything I drop recorded by a big germ. I smoke herbs and I make music. I don't even talk about it, boy, I just do it. Everybody got their own opinion, the reasons why they feeling them. You must admit he's killing them, running off adrenaline, waiting for the game to wanna let him in. So open up, the boy a barrel of a smoking gun. Whether I'm old or young, the chosen one. I got 100 billion flows to come.
code.
You know the lyrics to every single song, so when I'm at a show, everyone can sing along. My weed bag empty, bottle at its last drop. I'm feeling like this could be my last shot, but many more songs to make, cousin. So why the fuck you bugging? Yeah, just some motherfucking kids. We just some motherfucking kids. We just some motherfucking kids. We just some motherfucking kids. Shouts to all my fans, man. We just some motherfucking kids. Holding me down. We just some motherfucking kids. And all the homies. We just some motherfucking. We just some motherfucking kids.
What? I'm so confused here. Try. So this stops that. Oh. Email sent date.
You're witnessing examples of infinity. Music in my soul on the go ain't getting rid of me. Peace and divinity in each and every inch of me. We living through this melody. You singing in a different key. See, I'm nice with these rhymes. I might be blind, just see inside of minds. I guess I'm kind of like a psychic. I don't give a fuck if you like this. We here to party. Got a little music to turn up loud. 92 till infinity. Just some shit that you ain't heard in a while. I don't give a fuck if there ain't a party. We got a little music to turn up loud. We different, got a life that we live in. Standing out in the crowd. That boom, bap, rap. He asked me how I do it. I tell him I'm just cool, like that. Alright, 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 alright. That boom, bap, rap. When they ask you what you doing, tell them that you coolin', keeping it moving. Ain't nothing new, I'ma do what I do.
Yo, pulling up on something that you haven't seen. Clean
There's no damn shorter way to do this.
Feeling superb as I pass the green. We just coolin', vibing without the magazine. Breezing through 376, thinking about my past ventures. Came from running, ducking, and jumping over fences. Used to play reckless, trying to get the check stock. Now it's visions with my can from the triple deck yacht. I can't stop, I keep running. Unleash the beats, freak beats, and keep coming. Nasty, but we spit it so sincerely. Drip flint from the pen so they can feel me. Boom, bad blends with the hip hop.
Well, we don't want to send that email here.
Killer beats from 87 till the end of me and Mac. Been involved since 92 until infinity.
Boom, bap, rap. He asked me how I do it. I tell him I'm just cool, like that. Alright, 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 alright. That boom, bap, rap. When they ask you what you doing, tell them that you coolin', keeping it moving. Ain't nothing new, I'ma do what I do.
No, I mean, if it, I guess if it already has it, what we should do is, I mean, I'm not gonna finish, but if it already has it, what we should do... Oh yeah, we increase the attempts, but if it doesn't, then we should send the email and insert it. So why is... Email date sent. I actually do like nothing with date sent, so like date sent does not matter what format it's in. In which, if we're gonna do this, then we must also do this.
Don't even know my schedule. Levels reaching several. Rose petals deliver, make you feel special. They thought the money should have changed it. Slide still blue. Why the world keep trying to paint it? When life around you changes, try to keep your sameness. Try to keep your brain maintaining through the lameness. Sometimes I just wanna go back to Blue Slide Park, the only place I call home. I hope it's never all gone. Don't think it's ever all gone. Sometimes I just wanna go back to Blue Slide Park, the only place I call home.
User type.
I hope it's never gone, forever long.
Oh, we need the fucking cookie.
It's easy math, though. Yeah, yeah, please acknowledge me. Fuck the dreams of equality. I ought to be a leader, but ain't nobody follow me. World wants to swallow me right into the dirt, but fuck that. I'd rather a clip with 3 in my shirt. I'm headed to heaven, crash landing in hell. My mom's ain't understanding, she's the man to rebel. She got me trapped like
Username.
so I put on some L and lay back ASAP. I'ma yell my farewells. I excel from the other side of the world, where the grass is greener and the shells carry pearls. And I'm here now, but one day I'll be gone. Until then, I smoke a big L and put it on, cause I just live my life like that. Instead of fighting back, I chill and write rap, cause I dream of the day where people pay to have my songs. You hate my style cause it's ancient like Babylon, and when rap is gone, I'll be too. You won't see me anymore, but I'll see you. And for you, nah, I think I'll keep you a slave, cause your mind is in the dark like the back of
Right.
the cave.
Yeah, so I picked cookie.
Visine in my eyes, still nothing is clear. If
I took that out. So that's...
represented by presidents, all same complexion. Yo, I got a target on my chest, red dot on my head. I be hiding from the monsters I got under my bed. Everybody has the demons, leaving preying on his needs. AIDS infested semen, leading cleaning this disease. The words without a meaning, I be fiending for the trees. It's easy Mac, I be macking it with ease. I'm the king of the land, the air and the seas. Please, who you know that doesn't like me? And now my mind's fucked up like I just took a Valium. I'm sorry, Daddy, that I didn't bring back medallions. No grades to put up on the fridge. And I'm sorry that I didn't grow up as a kid, cause I grew up like a man. You need to understand that I know that everything I got was put up in my hand. Yeah, it's my life, so you need to let
As long as it doesn't break for me, then I'm fine.
Kid is so gifted. You never like my fitteds, call me the Mad Hatter, but I'm killing whack rappers, cats that rap whacker. Thought I act
Okay,
whack
set
because I'm sagging my
code,
I'm just doing my work
email
while I'm bagging up
temps,
weed.
time
Yeah,
sent,
the haters, man, ain't nothing to me. They told me that I gotta work
and then
hard,
this
nothing
is
is free. Yeah, it's all in my mind for the paper. Mother Earth is mine, I'm a taker.
code, time sent.
Yo, put your elbows up real quick and say,
We don't want.
what? What? Let's go, Pittsburgh. Put your elbows up.
So then, okay, if it goes through all this, then we should send the email.
It's easy, man. Representing all.
Like this, and then
Better hide your girl for this one.
okay, so then this is where I kind of have to
It's alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. It's alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. Got a little bit of beauty, little bit of class, little bit of lips and a little bit of ass, little bit of style, dressed to kill, little bit of freak with a sex appeal. I'm so down for whatever, baby. Always dressed fresh and wavy. Wanna make love, oh yeah, that's gravy. Late night sets get extra crazy. Ain't gonna leave, I'm staying. Sick all the games you playing. Eye gazing, sex amazing. Got you squinting, eyes look Asian. I know I'm just a kid. Baby, tell me what this is. Cause I seen you shake, I seen you moan every time I touch your lips. You grab my hand, run your fingers through my hair. Everywhere we go, to sending sex all through the air. Yeah, I know you think I'm playing right. How about you just take a chance, stay the night? You my baby, right? Love it when I call you that. But I follow cash, I'ma have to call you back. Just know that you be in my mind. I say the same thing every single time. It's alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. It's alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. I'm amazed, acting like there ain't no time to waste. She a freak, let me get it right behind the stage. My true shorty though, I've had all sorts of hopes. Take my time when I'm with her, drink my 40 slow. Any given second, you can find us on the bed. Wild sex with her legs behind her head. Turn her over on her stomach, get her from the back. She always leave a scratch, but I like that. She the type that you wanna wipe that. And she like me, cause all I do is pipe that. Buzzing like a bumblebee that's chilling by the hive. Love it with no limits, cause my ceiling is the sky. Filling up your thighs, tongue tickling your twine. When I get it from behind, you say it's twisting up your spine. Baby, I'm one of a kind that finds that the spot to have you climax. I'm
It's
that
alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day.
We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock.
It's alright, it's okay, seeing you all night and all day.
Alright, hold on.
We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock. We be crushing round the clock, crushing round the clock.
They've got the best equipment that money can buy. Hell, every team they're sending over here has their own personal masseuse. Not masseur, masseuse. But it doesn't matter. Do you know that every Mohawk competitor has an electrocardiogram blood and urine tests every 48 hours to see if there's any change in his physical
Alright,
condition?
hold on.
Do you know that they use the most sophisticated training methods from the Soviet Union, East and West Germany, and the newest Olympic power, Trinidad Tobago? But it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Even if we play so far over our heads that our noses bleed for a week to 10 days, even if God in heaven above comes down and points his hand at our side of the field, even if every man, woman, and child held hands together and prayed for us to win, it just wouldn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. Jumping out the Camino. Slept at gas station, smell like hot Cheetos. A quarter softcore on a TiVo. Modern meatloaf. Breeze smoke. Got a vegan bitch in the Peace Corps. All she ever do is ask me what I eat meat for. Hold up, pause. Always over the quota. Boss. Wake up in polo, sleep in Lacoste. Travel across the world, but that didn't faze me. Couple people that I know that happen to play me. Once they start to realize that I'm actually crazy. Shit, I'm actually crazy. And choose phone getting blown up by Lior Cone. Christian Dior, nothing I'm on it. Go to Hawaii, fuck with Samoans. Get faded and sleep in the ocean. Just keep with emotion. I'm rolling with emotion. Yeah, I'm rolling. Keep with emotion. I'm rolling. Yeah. And your bitch wearing elbow pads. Sell her pussy over Melrose Ave. I've been to hell and back trying to get attached with my better half. Never that smell so gone, so bring the coke on. I'm higher than Voltron with a bunch of gold on. Caucasians still love me like my name was Michael Boson. Hold on, do you fucking dirty like the soap gone. Froze on, it's bone chilling, colder than the Pope's secrets. Older than Capone's demons. Coming from a place where there was no Jesus. Walking bohemian, dying creeps and feces. Cause shit real, flying to your windshield to get killed. Bugging out, had it all, I'm nothing now. I just gave it away. Fuck a label, can't enable, put a name to a face. Yeah, I bust speakers with some bullshit rap. I'm on drugs, all my new shit whack. Remember that. I ain't shit but a fraud. But everyone I know ain't nothing to God. Yeah. Had to do this one. One time. Hello, death. It seems that we meet again. You keep taking friends that I'll never see again. I guess they gotta leave, but if we pretend that they never left, well, we gon' see them then. Never leave our heart, never leave our thoughts. As time goes by, they'll never be forgot. Like,
I'm trying to. The issue is I'm like dealing with sensitive data, so I can't really show it.
so can I have a moment of silence for anyone who's gone from the coldness of violence? And I know you wanna see me go to college, but I'm sorry, I don't think that I'ma make it. Because this world is mine for the taking. So when I get famous, they gon' know what your name is. And no one understand what the pain is, and how the blood run numb where my veins is. I'd like to thank you, cause you made me a man. Told me to never let it go, so I'm taking a stand. Always in the crowd when I played in the band. Your grandson is everything I say that I am. And maybe I am a little bit over my head, but I'm feeling so alone, trying to cope with your death. Holding my breath, wishing I had one more day. Wishing you could be there when I graduate. And it's sad to say that no one in this room understand me. I know you had to leave, so rest in peace. But please, can you watch over Nanny? Cause she loved you.
Alright, hold on. And then when we hit.
All the prayers I'm saying may bug you, but I'm just checking in on what you up to. So, how they treating you up there? Too stubborn for Kane, way too cool. Sleeping at your house, walking me to school. Thought I was a fool with my my grades started slipping. When I played ball, you was always in admission. You love me more than I've been loved before, and that's the type of thing that everyone ignores, but not me. You got me, always and forever. Time goes by, going without you. Hope you know I'll be thinking about you, and I know that they took you from your home, but you in my heart, so I'm never gonna be alone. Time goes by, going without you. Hope you know I'll be thinking about you, and I know that they took you from your home, but you in my heart, so I'm never gonna be alone.
Alright, I think my mouse is charged enough. Alright, I mean there's like 2 simple steps for this, but I need to I need to be careful with what I show here, in which I still don't know if this will work.
Sometimes you just gotta kick back and enjoy that shit. Look, just relax. Oh, that's sick. Summertime, bitch. I like sitting in shotgun, deuce on the
Because this is the first time I've like dealt with a
fresh ass linen, hot summer
Alright,
days
hold on.
with a pool I can swim in. A good spot to kick it, a case of 40s. Them homies always having good stories. The beer bottles with the twist off caps. When old people tell you that they listen to rap. I love days I can sleep in, 4-day weekends. Hoes putting their clothes back on, you peeking. Blunt rides with a mixtape bumping. I love making love in public. And when the hip hop legend tour coming to your town, finding a crispy ass 20 on the ground, walking when the sun out, watching Run's house, or action movies when the villain pull his gun out. The best things in life is the free ones. The little things everybody needs some. The finer things make you feel better, but no one ever seemed to remember. The best things in life is the free ones. The little things everybody needs some. The finer things make you feel better, but no one ever seemed to remember. I like sleeping in class and cheating the past. Hoes walking in the holes and you reach for their ass. Fast food lines.
It's a burner email, so I don't care.
When your weed man hit you with some sticky. Street performers warming up the corners, selling by the ounce then pinching by the quarter. When some kicks on sale, waking up in the morning with a shitload of mail. The wake up, the bake up, chilling while you face blunts, going in blowed for your shape up. Like say what, vlog, put your tape up, get a good review. When dumbass people tell you what you shouldn't do. When she rubbed my head while I'm between her knees. Getting love from the people overseas. Haters try and hate, but they got nothing to say. It's just the little things that get me through the day. The best things in life is the free ones. The little things everybody needs some. The finer things make you feel
No, wait, no, hold on.
but
What?
no one ever seemed to remember. The best things in life is the free ones. The little things everybody needs some. The finer things
I assume it's because it doesn't exist, but
no one ever seemed to remember. Like I said before, it's your boy, Mac Miller. They trying to tell me I couldn't do this beat. You know what I said?
no recipients defined.
I just went to booth and did it. Somebody tell Will to get some more liquor next time,
Oh my god.
All aboard the Soul Funky Train.
No recipients defined?
Blue Slide Park. It's Blue Slide Park, man. It's fucking Blue Slide Park. Hey, I got these Ray-Ban shades, kinda look like something landed with rock. It seems like now I got a couple bags whenever I shop. Louis shoes, polo socks, some name brand dumb shit. still blowing thousands on it. No clue what I'm calling my album. Fans be at my band screaming, calling me Malcolm. Never knew the outcome be this much cash now. Bank account looking like a Georgia stash house. Young and acting out the topics that I rap about. We varying from politics to bitches pulling asses out. That's exactly how I do this as a rapper. I'm nothing in her mouth, you tongue kissing her after. Daughter's moms kinda want me neuter, but they also want the kid to come right on their cooter. Have the music sounding better than guitar tuners. Plus I'm doing shows daily, call me Jon Stewart. So who you know that's iller than Mac Miller and company? It's like I planted money seeds right underneath the fucking tree. Now I got 100 G's, so none of y'all can fuck with me. Yeah, I said it publicly, so run and tell your mother, motherfucker.
No, I got it, but it had no content in it.
Hey yo, I breeze past haters in the E-class quickly. In deep, did 100 songs and that's this week. Shit keeps going on and on. We just trying to go bananas like it's Donkey Kong. Yeah, on my grind, always need to work. So I be eating good, you be eating dirt. If you talking shit, you gon' see me smirk. Why the DJ be scratching till the needles burst? A couple screws probably lose my head. Holler at my girl, tell her bring that doobie to bed. I'm a regular guy within a regular life, except I'm a Lamborghini if it's racing a bike. Who know that I can turn sound into something so cool? Fresh kids see me, I'm busting, don't move. Come in and soon do a turn near you. Creep in your kitchen, start eating your food. Girls tryna fuck, I don't be in the mood. No time for pussy when money in the room. Oh, I switch flow, switch.
Oh, you know why? I'm so fucking stupid. I'm so fucking stupid, dog. Right, yeah, so but then
shit like this never gonna seem fair. Yeah, so can I have a moment of silence for anyone who's gone from the coldness of violence? And I know you wanna see me go to college, but I'm sorry, I don't think that I'ma make it, because this world is mine for the taking. So when I get famous, they gon' know what your name is, and no one understand what the pain is, and how the blood run numb where my veins is. I'd like to thank you, cause you made me a man, told me to never let it go, so I'm taking a stand. Always in the crowd when I played in the band. Your grandson is everything I say that I am, and maybe I am a little bit over my head, but I'm feeling so alone, trying to cope with your death, holding my breath, wishing I had one more day, wishing you could be there when I graduate. And it's sad to say that no one in this room understand me. I know you had to leave, so rest in peace, but please can you watch over Nanny?
okay, but I see that it keeps inserting it, in which I guess it's not checking the email. Oh. So send email. It's sent. Okay, I got the. Yeah, I got the code. Well, now I see why I had date sent, but then I want time sent to have date format in there anyway. So then What?
One time for your mind, ladies and gentlemen. We gon' get into something real smooth real quick. You know how it goes. Try and go to paradise real quick, right?
Okay, so that worked. So now, so let me see here, and what do I have displayed here? Okay, I can share this code. So send email done. So after we send the email, first, wait, we do need this. We want to make sure. We want to make sure it. So if email value. But we want to make sure it is greater than enough. So if it's less than this, should this be an or statement? I'm trying to like. Yeah, or email value. So then we'll say. Shouldn't this like actually not be on click? It should be like on change here. Because this button's gonna be disabled anyways, right? Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I forgot to. I don't know, but it still doesn't include an ad.
Damn, that girl can sing. To wrestle again, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm out.
Okay, yeah, that works. So we send the email. Once we send the email, then we want to have a button that says check email code. Where did my incognito go? There. Check email code. Oh no, but for some reason again, it's not checking the email.
Let me get a one-way ticket. I haven't picked a destination. I'm just trying to catch a train before it has to leave the station. Packing no bags, nothing but the clothes on my back with a cognac. Let me sip it, trying to relax. Red wine up in my glass, plus filet mignon. I got an army right up under me. I'm Genghis Khan. Yeah, it's me against the world. I guess I'll take.
Oh no, but the thing is here though is Alright. I assume I gotta use the restroom again. Yeah, I think we'll be trying to finish this by 12. I don't know though. I'm estimating right now like maybe like 12:30 or 1. Okay, yeah, so why did it log me out?
Cam Erlem. Is that it? Oh no, Cam Relum. Cam Relum at your service with these verses.
Hey yo, I'm park bench chillin', burger patty grillin'. Everybody love to say my name is Rumpelstiltskin.
But
Call up Wolfgang Puck, tell him come and bring a meal in. My stomach full.
but we don't need to set. Oh no, because we sent a new code.
They say I'm getting trendy like I come after a pound sign. Hashtag
But then, okay, but then I think
what you saying after platinum plated plaques. Take it back, cooking on them hoes. You can make a casserole. Mad that I can rap so well and everything all factual.
no, it's still sent. Go on.
I'm off the wall and racquetball. Think that keep your girl awake all night. They call it Adderall. Youngin' on his grind, working harder than your dad work. Black shirt, curling, and that's my name said backwards. Ass first, hell nah. Treat him like a bellhop. Let him hold my bags and give a tip for that ass, boy. I'm too old to be chillin' at the playground. Say I'm too old to be chillin' at the playground. Never be too old to be chillin' at the playground. Shorty come and kick it at the swing. I'm way too old to be chillin' at the playground. Say I'm too old to be chillin' at the playground. Cops coming, motherfuckers, stay down. Girl, I'll be waiting at the swing. Hey yo, I'm blue pork sliding, go kart driving. Got this rap shit down to a science. My Louis Bell way nicer than
Like I don't get like.
you won't finish in the kitchen like appliance. It's just a motherfucking kid. Say my head is getting big, no, that's my ego. Tripping somewhere where they need a ski slope. Rocking in the fall like a peacoat. Freaks with a deep throat. Students run the class, y'all should keep notes. Drunk, then I'm on to understand. Don Vito, ace in the casino. I'm Robert De Niro, I be low. Keto, young Nino with my jeans low. Your girl love it when I speak slow. She go, you can hear the way she moaning. Started back at midnight.
Okay, I think
Wake up with some morning wood. Hit it before work, yeah, I'm sure she would. All my female
let me have one here. If length is greater than 0. because it doesn't know which one to update.
Shorty, come and kick it at the swing. I'm way too old to be chilling at the playground. Say I'm too old to be
Timestamp.
chilling at the playground. Cops coming, motherfucker, stay down. Girl, I'll be waiting at the swing.
So technically, let's do 4. Where user email. Then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Email. Like, I don't know, like, for some reason, like, this doesn't make sense here, because it should have worked. I don't get it? Unless, like... Oh, you know why? It's that.
They go insane when I run out on the stage. Cause we don't give a fuck, don't need to act or age. Hey, when I'm old, I'ma spend my days laying with my girl on the beach in the shade. Have every single thing I can name, thank God every day I'm in the rain. Blessed with some success, so I'ma try my best to live my life right. When I see God, I'll be impressed.
Okay, but then we want to then do... So then let's do...
Working so hard might break my spine. So while they all see this face of mine, there's different ways to shine. I'ma find my own. Know when I disappear, I'ma find my way back home. Cause I don't think they know it yet, but I do. And if you fucking with it, then you my dough. We always down to never give a pound to those who got their thumbs in the air. Days go by and I think that I may be going crazy, maybe lose my mind. Looking at a constellation, me and God have a conversation. Got a 9, sorry about the lingo. Just kick it in the cup, playing bingo. I'll be all over the beat like Ringo.
Alright, let's try this. Oh, you didn't even see that code changes there. Okay. That's fine.
Now your wife, you wanna lose that ring. I don't pay you no mind. I just want the paper. Bring the game just a little more flavor. Say what up, take a flick with a hater. Throw a deuce like, see you later. That's funny. All I really want is a little cash money. Then life gonna be so sweet. Nah, it ain't a hotel. Yeah, nah, it
Okay.
ain't a hotel.
This worked.
Don't tell. I don't think they know it.
Now on the UI is when we send it, and send is okay. So one thing we need to check in the code for is when the send is okay, in which... Okay. If the response is okay, then we need to set open snack bar here, in which... That's snack bar cuts, and that's when we hit. Yeah, because here now we want to set.
With some paper and some gold piff, pack of gum squares, Blackberry and a phone clip. Most dope click, bunch of motherfuckers looking fresh. Crooks and castle dress, sloppy, sloppy, haters shouldn't mess. Walking by your lady and I'm sorry if I took her breath. You was just a baby crying till you end up shook to death, bitch. Fade away like an etch a sketch. Don't second guess, ain't nobody better dressed. Text toes wearing less clothes than her mama like. Church girl, always go to school, she the honest type. But when it comes to boys, she like 'em bad. So
That okay, and then after send, we're gonna have to have a button that says check email code. So check email code is gonna be alright. Hold on, let me check something else. Quick. Get some food. Now I'm trying to aim for a specific deadline.
Love it. DJ Hayes is taking over. DJ Capcom.
I used to rock a double XL. Now the ladies all say I dress well with a nice pair of jeans, LRG or Vizu. Crew neck, sweatshirt, hat, and some clean shoes. Pockets stay equipped with some paper and some gold piff, pack of gum squares, Blackberry and a phone clip. Most dope click, bunch of motherfuckers looking fresh. Crooks and castle dress, sloppy, sloppy, haters shouldn't mess. Walking by your lady and I'm sorry if I took her breath. You was just a baby crying till you end up shook to death, bitch. Fade away like an etch a sketch. Don't second guess, ain't nobody better dressed. Text toes wearing less clothes than her mama like. Church girl, always go to school, she the honest type. But when it comes to boys, she like 'em bad. So holla at the kid, I got swag. Had some back in gear, now my clothes take. Had some back in gear, now my clothes take. Had a fitted cap, now I rock a snapback. Had a fitted cap, now I rock a snap. Had some back in gear, now my clothes take. Had some back in gear, now my clothes take. Had a fitted cap, now I rock a snapback. Had a fitted cap, now I rock a snapback. Knick-knack, paddywhack, get that boy some clothes. Imitate the kid you make, get yourself some hoes. Snapback, flat cap, abstract swagger. Gear come correct, never messing up the pattern. Y'all jigsaw puzzle, mismatch mess. Got my J's on with some G's looking fresh. Yes, my colors match, and ain't no other cats looking like the kid. Yeah, none of y'all fuck with Mac. You rockin' something that looking like a
Alright, that's food.
teach you how to dress real stylish. Nothing on me looking childish.
Alright, so it does update, and I do need to double check like what it says here is like when it has max attempts, in which we're probably gonna have to just set like a cookie to expire for like a day, in which I think we already have something like that. So like max attempts of emails sent. So that way you can't spam emails. I do need to check one thing here.
When I party in New York, take the late night subway. Going out Friday, then coming home Monday. From all directions, never find me on a one-way flavor. The rhyme just the icing on a cupcake, fuck face. My fans notice these other rappers is bogus. I'm supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and the boys stay kicking incredibly dope shit.
If there's a way to like block it, then I don't know. But
then it's running back. Hey yo, you fuck with that? You gotta fuck with that. You in love with that? Look, Mac Miller, taking sips from the fountain of youth. If you ain't heard about the kid, then you out of the loop. As I'm sitting back staring at this world in my eyes, see out the window in my room that I'm hidden inside. I'm just a kid.
so let's see, what are we doing now? Oh, we need to add the other button, so check email code, and then but one thing I do hate though is like I feel like I do want to create like
young and so much time to go. Jerm, you might as well keep this one rolling. I got like one more verse. I haven't spit 3 verses on the song in a minute. See if I can remember this one verse. Alright, look. You can find me in the lab working over.
and then
when you going by a global grind. I ain't just a local guy. When you feeling stressed out, having now blow money, keep my lady decked out in Chanel. Live fast. When I die, better wish me well. I just hope they serving beer in hell. Just an everyday story that I'm here to tell. So please stick around for the epilogue. For anyone who ever blogged, probably heard my name. Hip hop's underdog, you wanna win the game. I'm sick of hearing how music changed, never been the same. And these dudes who think they everything and never pick a lane. Call yourself a vet but haven't won a single game. Mad every girl got my name imprinted in her brain. Boy, I'm a beast, matching style and balls. Find me smoking weed where the wild things are. Yes, sir.
the thing is I don't want to have like
Real quickly, just go in. I don't know, man. I feel like you should never stop going in on your shit. That's just me. Me and Q3J out there, we excited just making history. And Jerm, of course.
Save display settings. Oh no, settings won't be needed.
A bitch and a best friend. Go to the club, party every weekend. Get in for free, she knows she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She knows she a freak, yeah. A freak.
Then we don't need this. If all this can be moved over here, then that's fine. You have level song?
All she need is hockey pass. She just be scrambling, looking like a Debbie clean, tossing that box like shipping and handling. She be going, yeah, she be doing anything. That shrimp stay jumping off, she a trampoline. Straight, boing in this bitch.
The ultimate hack of we do import
Go to the club, party every weekend. Get in for free, cause she know she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She know she a freak, yeah. A freak, yeah, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She know she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She know she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She know she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. Red bottom and heels on. Head laid, that's fly shit.
this needs some lane.
Something I let you do, but don't touch nothing. That's my shit. Oh, that's cute. Same outfit.
What are we
Same swag. She jumping up when
this
she leave the club. Body spraying her Gucci bag. Hoe going ass hoe. You and your main bitch front row. Hoes lined up. Outside. Wanna shake that ass in my show. Let me tell you something you don't know. On my neck, I'm wrist trap go. My ass fitted in Levi's. Swag so road day up. It's bitches in the building and it's bitches on the
the reason for that is because there's gonna be a lot of like moving around with this UI here.
Go to the club, party every weekend. Get in for free, cause she know she a freak, yeah. She a freak, yeah. She know she a freak, yeah. A freak, yeah, yeah.
The check email code is next. So for check email code, we need to do this. The following. Check if so for check email code. If code is valid. Check if email expired. And then 3, if above good, then hack code. Hello, what's up? I'm doing good. Let me check something real quick. Hold on.
This bitch came to the club with an overnight bag. She was so ready. She came to the club with an overnight bag with a separate set of clothes in it. Took her shoes off. This bitch was back in the car with me and fucking Bob, trying to talk to Bob's friend with an overnight bag.
If you try and sell me anything,
Wait a minute, Bob, isn't that the same bitch from earlier tonight?
I've had so many bots come into my stream. But wait, I realize you've been following me already.
For her fucking vacation. It's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've had so many bots into my stream lately. It's been very hard to differentiate.
And she knew what she was coming for before the club opened. She packed. She
Cause
probably had some
the way the bots come in, they'll come in and they have like you'll have like a full conversation with them, and then at the end they'll try and sell you something, and it's so frustrating. It's like
you don't have a boyfriend.
they try and like rizz me up basically. But yeah, it has been a while. I'm working on my music site. I'm recoding it in React.js. And that same stuff here, yeah. So this is what my site currently looks like. Complete mess. And so I'm recoding it in React.js because that's the only way to make it like actually usable to some degree. And yeah. Only talking on that. Yeah, then I forget, and I don't remember people because I haven't streamed in a while. I think past 2 months I haven't streamed a lot, so I don't remember. But I've been streaming all week. I've been working on my music site, or like recoding it. So all week I've been streaming. Today is day 5, and I got 3 more days: Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm on a marathon. 5, 6, yeah, 8 days. Yeah, it has been a while. But yeah, the site is going very well. Yeah. So I'm just sort of like eating lunch and all right currently while I work, because I got a lot to do today. I'm trying to get this stuff done. I guess this stuff, all this stuff done today. You remember, like, I have given you a request and just was like, thank you for that. You don't remember. I don't have any requests right now. I don't know how. I don't know how to share my profile. What's your Discord name? I can add you. I don't know how to. They changed the way. I don't. Cause I have a username, No Chill Austin, but I use that the number still. If you send me a new one, I can accept it right now. Cause I tend to like ignore a lot of like random requests, cause I'll get a lot of requests out of the blue. All right, yeah. Then you won't find it. Yeah, you can tell me why. That's fine. Alright, love you. We gotta talk regarding some of your channel stuff. Oh. Well, in that case, nothing's changed. I don't need anything for my channel. I'm still good. Yeah, I'm not a full-time streamer, so I don't need anything for my channel. I just turn on the stream and do what I need to. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't need anything. But it's at least you asked. Like, I don't know, it's hard because some of these people like they literally come in, have a like pretend fake conversation with me, and then they'll be like, oh, by the way, you know, your stream and all, you know. I'm just like, you might as well, like, these bots may as well just come in and just say they want me to buy something. But yeah, I think I've banned like 8, maybe 6 to 8 people, bots, this week. Slowly getting to all of them. Weed out all the bots just by streaming. I need to set I think in order to chat, I should set like a follow request thing, or like minimum account age or something. They have something I can do. this. I guess that's my get ignore. Oh boy, I won't know. That's okay. Alright, so what we're gonna need to do here.
All I really wanna do is procreate. I'm a superman, you be my Lois Lane. Know you late for work, you staying home today. We gon' keep on going till our bones both break. It's a grown folk way, yeah. On summertime life. Bullet to your rose, then I want your pedal.
Yeah, because what this needs to change out too is this needs to be is and then when we click on the other thing, this setup that I have right now is actually pretty nice. I do need another monitor though, because I need one like right in front of me. Because I have this dead monitor here that my computer won't connect to. And I can either reuse the same field here or add a new one, which I think might just be easier for a new one. Yeah, because we want to set the email code first, and then so this is email address.
Hello, I would like to tell you about my love affair with my husband and the wonderful ways that we were able to understand each other and find out about each other. We got to know each other little by little, living very close in the same building, and he would help me with things, and I would
Like that.
see him and think, what a cute guy, and he was a cute guy, and it was just little by little we got to know just to say hello. One day I invited him to a party, and I had heard so much about him. People respected him, and he was good to everybody. He knew the people he worked with all adored him, and that was something so important. The respect that you have for somebody, for me, was the most important. Being attracted to him and finding people respected him and I respected him. I loved the fact that he sensed how my feelings were, and I learned to understand and respect and see his feelings and understand his feelings ahead of time. So it was so very easy to be together and look forward to being together. And our love affair just blossomed the more we saw each other. And the more we were together, we learned more and more about each other. After a short period of time, we became engaged and had a very small, intimate wedding with just family and very close friends, the friends we continued to have for the rest of our life. And then came two adorable little boys, and my husband just adored my daughter and adored the two boys, and I feel I just gave him a wonderful life, a good marriage, and a wonderful family, and
I wonder if M&M's ever
really had a beautiful life, and I did too, and how important it is to love, respect, and care for each other.
just for the simple fact that I was, so embarrassed about it. I mean, nobody wants to admit they're weak, but especially in hip-hop, it can be perceived as weakness. So I felt like I'm gonna keep this problem to myself, but I literally couldn't tell anybody.
Alcohol. When I speak, did you notice it's sorta unique? Cause you know it's me, my poetry's deep and I'm still matic. The way I floated is speedily. It ain't even funny, I ain't even hungry, it ain't even.
Hey yo, I'm ready for whatever this world brings to me. I'm ready for the night. I'm ready for tomorrow. Or whatever's after that, you feel me? Let's get it.
We stay fly, new clothes on, smoking on that Drake till I'm so far gone. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Baby girl, you fly, while we gotta wait. Let's take a drive, I need to get away. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Ain't a damn thing changed, I'm happy to get away. Leaving shorties in the morning, she grabbing on me to.
Yeah. Shout the puffy cones, but fuck revolt. Y'all are like a fucked up remote. Now I get it why buttons broke. Cause you press him, but he don't do nothing, no. Especially when it comes to punches thrown. You motherfuckers keep wanting smoke, so the blunt is rolled. Take another toke, that is spliffing in hell. Cause all you're gonna get is an L. And smoke like a fucking roach. So we don't got nothing in common, not even a fucking cold. A nasal issue if it comes to blows. Wasted tissue, tell this journalist, stick to the stuff he knows. Like always running from egos. Cops a motherfucking attitude. I'm gonna need propellers, the chopper, the machine gun killer, gun, and the machine that's similarity. Stop there between Kelly and Conway. But fuck that little blonde bitch too. R.I.P. Mac Miller. But come and get it if you think that shit up.
But I'm ready for the next stage. Just text me. She say I hit it out the park like Fenway. Hey, it's just one night's work. Have been staying up late, then sleeping in my shirt. Girl, I gotta leave now. I need to get to work. I'm a young heartbreaker. Believe me, it's a curse. But hey, I stay focused cause the money come first. Take my real life situation, throw 'em in the verse. That's the formula for the truth. It's more than just what I do. I'm exploring it for the proof. Who am I, motherfucker? Who are you? Don't be asking questions you should know the answer to. You should know my name, don't forget me. About to take over the game, I'm
We
ready.
stay fly, new clothes on, smoking on that Drake till I'm so far gone. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Baby girl, you fly, while we gotta wait. Let's take a drive, I need to get away. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to have the glory, I'm ready to have a name. I'm ready to have a fortune, I'm ready to have a fame. When I get up in the game, it's never gonna be the same. Those too dumb to notice, tell them to use their brain. I spend the whole day on a cloud. Fire trucks coming through, try and get me down. Mom says she proud cause I'm sticking to my dreams. Get myself out, head to bigger, better things. It's the high life, boy, I live a fly life. Honeys want my number cause I rhyme nice. Ain't that some shit? She gave her girl a camera, said can we take a pic? So let it speak 1,000 words. Shorty said she want me cause I'm down to earth. It's all gravy, you won't forget me. Cause I'm headed to the top, I'm
We
ready.
stay fly, new clothes on, smoking on that Drake till I'm so far gone. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Baby girl, you fly, while we gotta wait. Let's take a drive, I need to get away. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
get back to coding.
Boy, you a fool, wonder what's cool, trying to figure out what the rhyme about. I heard your man's
Oh,
went crying to his
yeah,
mommy
I
and his daddy when the
don't-
cops drove by his house, so who you trying to doubt? If you looking for an answer, you probably gonna find it now. And to the man in the hat standing looking at his watch, motherfucker, what the time is now. Don't clap your hands, let me hear you say that's a jam. See, I wouldn't be shit if I ain't have no fans. Can't sit down, kid, you have to stand. Just put your hands up, you don't have to dance. Here, we get it poppin' like it's Pakistan. A rag ran, I have them saying max man, the maximum. Coming through the past, you bumps. So if you ain't got no money, better ask for some. Hey, we came to get down, have a good time. Bring the champagne out and the good wine. We gon' be sipping and whipping the sickest whips. Spitting that little shit is sicker than syphilis. Coming in the back door, yelling fuck a list. Fans taking pictures while I'm trying to take a piss. We came to party, didn't come to give a shit. Now sing this part that goes like this. All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that funk. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that funk. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Hold up. Every day they wanna ask me when I grow up. I show up, these fans will go nuts. Tell the girls it's cool, look, don't touch. I'll be home as soon as I can, I don't rush. It's gravy, baby girl, you good, so don't fuss. I wanna hear y'all clap, just like that. Keep it going, I'ma bring it all back. Hold up. Every day they wanna ask me when I grow up. I show up, these fans will go nuts. Tell the girls it's cool, look, but don't touch. I'll be home as soon as I can, I don't rush. Gravy, baby girl, you good, so don't fuss. I hear these couples fighting all the time, not us. We have a good time like they get fucked up. What, going hard tonight? Under 21, but find me at the bar tonight. Hey, drive around in my car tonight. Making music that ain't hard to like. I got the heart to write a couple bars, I might go do something crazy. I may be lazy, love me or hate me, you know it's the same me. And it goes a little something like this. All my people in the front, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands.
Then when I click
Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands.
this, hold on.
Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Everybody in the back, go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you're feeling that funk. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands if you like it like that. Go clap your hands. Go clap your hands. Boy, you a fool. Wonder what's cool. Trying to figure out what the rhyme about. I heard your man's went crying to his mommy and his daddy when the cops drove by his house. So who you trying to doubt? If you looking for an answer, you probably gonna find it now. And to the man in the hat standing looking at his watch, motherfucker, what the time is now. Time is now. Time is now. Time is now. Time is now.
Okay, we're gonna make sure.
I know it's been a minute since I've been away. Didn't mean to cause you pain, I just needed to escape. Ain't saying that I'm sober, I'm just in a better place. I'm on my way over, I'm just running kinda late. And you know I've been through all the highs, I've seen all the lows. Lost track of time, but I'm coming home. You know my mind places it goes, and it goes, and it goes. It's only a game, don't be afraid. These doors will close and people change. One day you're gone, right now you're here. Don't leave just yet, don't disappear.
Change your music up.
Future Hendrix. Huh? Super Future. What? Come on.
White girl with me like Elvis. Old girl say I'm too selfish. Sipping on a lean, can't help it. Ever take a drug test, now I'm gon' feel it. Got a pimpin' on a nigga, pulled Austin. Young rich nigga banging on your daughter. Got the white girl with me like Presley. New Jack City nigga like Wesley.
Right.
White girl with me send the chopper. Tryna sell that bitch to my partner. Pocket full of bread like pasta. Have them whole spread on you nigga like Shotto. 40 pussy niggas, I'm gonna get cocky. Keep it down, bitch, on the team like Rocky. Got them bricks on the nigga, Mr. Miyagi. Keep stick down, well, on speed Chinese. Fuck with it, bitch, then tell her how she toxic. Brought the new Balenciaga like the bitch with Hirachi. I should move to Italy, I'm first than everybody. I'm the underground king, I'm turning up on everybody. White girl with me like Elvis. Old girl say I'm too selfish. Sipping on a lean, can't help it. Ever take a drug test, now I'm gon' feel it. Got a pimpin' on a nigga, pulled Austin. Young rich nigga banging on your daughter. Got the white girl with me like Presley. New Jack City nigga like Wesley. White girl with me like Elvis. White girl with me like Elvis. New Jack City nigga like Wesley. Got the white girl with me like Presley. I got this bad bitch on me, Sean Carter. Turn a hood rat bitch to a model. A few shooters on deck all summer. Got trap jumping all the way back to Slauson. White girl hanging on my arm like I'm Brad Pitt. 5 phones on me in my pain dripping candy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Percocets getting on a nigga while I'm drinking. And I got a white girl with me, Tom Brady. Gold bottle coming right now, got an ace. Spade. White girl with me like Elvis. Old girl say I'm too selfish. Sipping on a lean, can't help it. Ever take a drug test, now I'm gon' feel it. Got a pimpin' on a nigga, pulled Austin. Young rich nigga banging on your daughter. Got the white girl with me like Presley. New Jack City nigga like Wesley. White girl with me like Elvis. White girl with me like Elvis. New Jack City nigga like Wesley. Got the white girl with me like Presley. Sipping on a lean, can't help it. Ever take a drug test, now I'm gon' drug test, now I'm gon'.
It's a verified code, and then check email code, and then
It's just me and you. Girl, it's just me and you. We make a movie, no edit. Everything about your body, my fetish.
so then sort of similar to the other thing here. Okay, it's 12, and I'm not done with this, but I'm at least like I think halfway done with it. So you're back, and then check email code. So then here, three, 4, 5, 6. Is it? I see. Oh, you know why? Because, hold on. So now what we need to do here is this it's not gonna be like a create I guess it will be a create command because we're gonna create a new email code, and then if it gets sent, then we go set like email sent. So here we're gonna change this text actually. Please enter your email for verification in order to receive your
The coolest DJ in the world. The G for global. Yeah, we global.
please enter
Pain running deeper than the ocean. Pain running deeper than the ocean. Jacks, no motorcycle on spike.
yeah, so here we're gonna do another but this isn't even gonna be email.
I woke up the evening and I seen a demon. I'm on that Recoding. Tryna clear my thoughts. Niggas won't feel my pain. All they see is fame. And what it brings. I paid dues. Graduated from finesse school. I showed them proof.
Email code, but the thing is we
I should've went hard. Drinking out the bottle.
we don't need that. We don't need that. I think we're good on this. We don't need cookie key because technically if user doesn't know their cookie key, then yeah, enter personal access token.
I committed a million crimes. That ain't enough for you. I'ma say a million rhymes. All that shit I've been through. I was grinding hard. Niggas try to hold me back. They ain't wanna see me with the plug. They ain't wanna see me with the sack. It worked out. I kept it loyal. I set standards. Yeah, I'm royal. Niggas try to taste paper. They ain't gotta take his life.
Wait, we don't need this to be just...
I can't sleep right. Nigga put a hit on your head. Then you walk around with a price. Nigga ain't waiting to see you. Then you go do it on sight. I'm chasing out the paper. I became a savage. A nigga set my nigga up. The game is full of madness. Sometimes I wanna get inside the escalator crash. I'm pain running deeper than the ocean. I'm pain running deeper than the ocean. My pain running deeper than the ocean.
Then technically, I mean, this is technically true here. Yeah, so then if we verify the code,
You know who got the sickest shit in the lot? Matter of fact, valet is on shutdown. No more cars.
Cannon.
What you trying to bring out today, huh? I can match that.
The cannon.
yeah. There we go. And then yeah, email code there. Okay. And then one thing I want to then do is, I mean, this is all messy to begin with. There's like no way I think I can make this nice looking, but check email code and then yeah, that refresh. Router dot post. Like that, and then let's just sort of copy this in a way. But what we're going to then do here instead is we're going to get email code in which email code. We're gonna also generate another one, generate new code. We don't have the 2 yet because we need to verify that the code works. So we don't need this.
Cannon. Steps back.
And then permanent key. Actually, I don't get your verification code. Okay, I'm just listening to Drake. I'm not trying to hear all this.
Hey. Whoa. Hey.
All right, so now
Yeah. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your
so what we're going to try and do is select all from email codes where code equals email code. If there is one, we don't need to do this. There's not really much of an else to do. There has to be one, or else email. Subcode does not exist. In which this is where we set the cookies. But then what we want to then do is not so much update it. We want to insert if row we kind of don't need any of this actually. But then we want to get the information, so we get
Summer, all I did was rest, okay? And New Year's, all I did was stretch, okay? And Valentine's Day, I had sex, okay? We'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, hey, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, we'll see what's about to happen. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. That's kind of like giving your fame
yeah, because
away. What's
user
wrong with you? I
key,
sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a role that I've grown into. I
cookie
love you to
key.
death, but I told you the truth.
So then what we want to then do is
I'ma slide anytime you want. Put you in Chanel,
delete
I'ma teach you how to stand. 21 slip and slide
from
like a waterfall. You need some TLC,
email
we can
codes
creep if you
where
want. 21, hey,
email equals that.
take your clothes off. 21, I'm a savage, but I fuck her to a slow song. 21, turn the lights down. 21, lay the pipe down. 21, I ain't Mr. Right, but I'm Mr. Right.
So then once we do that, we want to then fetch insert into personal access token.
In a lounge truck, yeah, with my Richard on, yeah, got a pretty girl that I'm feeling on. We in quarantine, but my M's long, but it lame, he got friends on.
And that's it. So that's 1, 2, 3.
Cause I'm never home. Threw my heart out the window, feelings gone. Threw my heart out the window, but I'ma slide.
And then I don't know if I have the last access date updated in the site, but it's gonna go
You need some TLC, we can creep if you want.
there, and then
Turn your phone off, take your
code.
clothes off. I'm a savage, but I fuck her to a slow song. Turn the lights down.
Oh, no. Yeah, we don't need that. Oh yeah, created date.
I'm a sad, but I fuck her to a slow song. Said the nail lady went and did her toes wrong. Said the last man was always playing Drake songs. Yeah, cell phones out when I roll up. Yeah, the nigga had a problem till I showed up. Everybody with an app before they name tough. Yeah, more concerned with blowing up than growing up. Yeah, said she wanna fuck till some scissor wait. Cause I used to date scissor back in 08. If you cool with it, baby, she can still play. While I jump inside that box and have a field day. I'm the slow stroke king, hit me anytime. And my goal is to get you to the finish line. I seen good movies and bad plenty times. So let me finish strong, girl. I'ma slide anytime you want. Put you in Chanel, I'ma teach you
Like that, and then we have this, in which we'll change it out later. Email code is on. So then we last access date, I guess.
She want me to fuck her to some key sweat, but she stay in apartments. I got beef at, pussy so good I had to sneak back. Hit her with my glizzy, boy, I keep that.
You fuck with the ones
So like that, and then
wanna come up and lay up and give you some pussy at 12, 1 o'clock at night. Face ass nigga, do I look dumb, stupid, or slow?
we can do this.
Please, what the fuck is you talking about? Just like you wanna stick a dick up in me, I want some motherfucking money. And don't get in your motherfucking feelings when you see me in the motherfucking club.
So then if it's good,
wanna get down on me, and I wanna
we do the same thing as this, basically.
I mean, that's easy.
So this should work technically.
This is really one of my dumbest flows ever. I haven't slept in days, and me and my latest girl agreed to go
But then like the next part is getting I guess the account recovery part. what happened. No recipients defined. Oh, I know why. Because in the code, I forgot to get the email and use that as. Damn it.
I'm looking forward to the memories of right now. Never forgetting from where I came, and no matter where I'm headed, I promise to stay the same. I'm just riding around the city with my hood on and my windows down. Ask your girl, I'm the realest nigga she been around. I pull up in something new and park it by the haters. And when you get to talking about the greatest, I just really hope that you think of me. I just really hope that you think of me. I just really hope that you think of me. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing my thing.
No recipients defined. What? Oh wait, hold on. I mean, apparently I already have. But I'm gonna make it so like the account recovery doesn't always have to be a code, but it can be it could be email if you want to use email. So let's send the email. I got the email. Yeah, hold on. Right. And then check email code. Verify the code. Oh no, I didn't get anything. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they cry. I did the verified code. I'm not.
Baby, we took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these niggas be at when they say they doing all this and all that? Tired of beefing you bums, you can't even pay me enough to react. Been waking up in the crib, and sometimes I don't even know where I'm at. Please don't pay that nigga songs.
Okay, so now I got my personal access token. So now I got a personal access token, meaning that when I load in the site, I should have the like personal access token like thing. So the personal access token like already exists or not. So main.js. I have that token here in which
we took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these niggas be at when they say they doing all this and all that?
I don't know. What we're going to need to do is
So I bet they on their face right now.
The f off the block, man. What's wrong with you?
I know that they at the
it looks like there's some okay, yeah. But then what we need to do is in the get user info, which I believe is here. User key, enrich.
We took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these niggas be at when they say they doing all this and all that? When he tell the story, that's not how it went. No, they be lying 100%. Moved out of risk and forgot about the band. Now they just call me to tell me come get it. Now that boy off and I don't want no credit. If it was me, they wouldn't regret it. Left me for dead and now they won't dead it. Yeah. Heart is still beating, my niggas still eating. Backyard it look like the garden they eating. Pillow talk with him, she spilling the tea. And then Shawty came back and said she didn't mean it. It's hard to believe it. I know that they at the crib going crazy down bad. What they had didn't last, damn baby. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now.
What are you doing? What? Wait. Yo, you straight?
Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Dog, we literally on there like me, Odell. We got.
No, it's just been a long fight. It's been a long fight, and I just had to have a warrior spirit, and that's all. So I'm just.
Don't start that.
No, I'm good. I'm just regrouping.
But then he's gonna get, I guess, a
No, why would?
Okay.
Yo, it's bro.
Okay.
Let's get the.
I'll have to change this because it's not here. It's gonna be in user's info, but that's fine.
I took a half and she took the whole thing. Slow down, baby. We took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where these niggas be at when they say they doing all this and all that?
Like that, and then racism state.
I didn't even make this beat, man. Yo, big up Hazel. Yeah, yeah. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with the world. Yeah. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with the world. Yeah. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with.
Alright, yeah, so now
Lately I've been murdering and avoiding conviction. This shit is like an addiction, conflicting with what I do. Shout out to Kim Davis and my connect up at Avis, cause every weekend I'm rolling out stuff into something new. Fortunately I am at an elevated level. I'm celebrated at home and I am high above it all. My apologies to my fans that be super conscious. Just wait till I get my money right and I am going to ball. Vibe it out, y'all. Vibe it out, y'all. Vibe it out, y'all. Vibe it out, y'all. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with the world. Yeah. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with the world. Yeah. Take what you want, take what you want, take what you want, take what you want. But you gotta share it with the world. Yeah.
like that. So then, hold on.
Somebody hit me today and they were like,
just
Then
make
is
sure
there a way to? Okay, hold on.
you tell me what to do when I get there, you know? I said I respect you. No problem. I got all these blessings just to give it to others anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My hand's always open. For real. Hey. 33 years I gave that to the game. 33 mil, I say that for the rain. 500 weeks, I feel the charts with my pain. 500 mil and I fall back in the six. Finally give you niggas the space you need to exist. Michael Jackson shit, but the palace is not for kids. Still women saying it's childish the way we live. Brought a few W's to the six. Baby mama fluke, but I love her for who she is. Baby Wayne and Ted's responsible for this shit. Half the time I question my consciousness in this shit. Other times I question if compliments are legit. Full time I'm out here confident as a bitch. Trying to make good on the promises that I give. Trying to make sure my accomplices are legit. Register the business in my brother's name. 3,500 in a pocket that should cover things. Certified lover man, trapping out the motherland. Always move right, so my watch is on the other hand. She could try and play it down now, but she was a fan. People wanna know what's in my pockets, they don't understand. My assistant always finding Percocet and rubber bands. Know my mom might not wanna hear how I discover plans. Word to Sandra Graham, no one love you like your mother can. I watch Michael Rubin win $1 million off a couple
That works, but
I
then
decide what to see next, like it's on demand. I decide what to be next, like I'm switching plans. I'ma tell you what you feel next, like the weatherman. I will split heads and break necks for my little man. 6 God praying hands like I'm a religious man, but I'm just a sicker man, wicked man. Look, we
hold
can
on.
argue back and forth, but who's the richer man? Isn't that what matters in this world that we living in? Bank knows dividends, snakes stay slithering. How you plan to make it to the top by just fitting in? How you plan to take a nigga's spot by just giving in? How you gonna treat this shit like you gonna get to live again? How you getting hype off one hit, do that shit again? How you got a manager you met after you got the win? Bet you got some niggas that'll love you to the bitter end. Bet you got somebody that's just smarter than your
Alright,
other friends.
so now we have
Give 'em a
that.
percent and see what happens to your blessings then. You just need to stay close to your people that was there when others could have been, and when others should have been.
Unfortunate part is
At the game like damn coach put
we're
'em
gonna have to
in. But you
delete
never
this
listen, so you
one.
niggas going wood again. Got us in the crib talking about what niggas could have been, should have been. And I got your girl on the second floor
I
begging
don't
me
have
to put
time
it
to
in.
use,
And it's
even
not
though
because all of the money that you wouldn't spend. And it's not because I set it up to try and get revenge. It's because you niggas insecure, you ain't made men. It's because even though you hate on me, we stay friends. It's because you niggas never learn when to say when. Yeah. For real. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I do this for y'all, man. Malice, Nicholas F. This a remix.
Like slow motion, stepping out the phantom. All eyes on me, peeking and glancing. Leaning on the wall, we B-boys dancing.
Okay, hold on.
Making wrist looking like the king's ransom. One chick each arm, making it a tandem. Flashiest, just be grandstanding. Bottles popping, cars with options. We living like kings, homie, you just watching. And I'ma show for ya, marble floor for ya. And that thing in the driveway came with the spoiler. I ain't bluffing, cop jewels off the Russian. Diamonds in the Jesus look like he blushing. Miami breezes, we cross seasons. Escaped indictments, thank you Jesus. Y'all haters ain't even got a clue. While we get this paper, cause that's how we do, yeah.
Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My people, they chill while you haters wanna ball. Satisfied with a little while you haters want it all. You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. Yeah, man. Do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do. Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My people, they chill while you haters wanna ball. I'm satisfied with a little while you haters want it all. You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do.
Your verses I'm writing, you might wanna learn it. You hating my song, but your wife
wanna burn it. Yeah. So now you at the store for some blank CDs. You can't see me, for your sake might wanna return it. Cause if you bring them this home to your girl, she'll forget you, and I'll be the only one she concerned with. To the people that ignored me before this one is for you, it's a song re-recorded. Funny thing is, you just noticed me now, but I was there all along, your vision just been distorted. I'm so thorough, I land this. You asked me what the business, and I read it 16 and report it. The waiting is over, I think music needed. Drake cutting his records without getting weeded. People in the South want it chopped and screwed. I got this dude, they expectations I'ma exceed it. Like a singer with only backgrounds, y'all record, and when it's done, your lyrics tend to mislead. Ish. Finally here, I'ma start with the timing. My swagger is chillin', my flow is reclining. This for anybody that's searching for cash or purchasing fast. You only get the dough when you grind it. And so I grind like I'm listening to the highway. My pain you can experience through the rhyming.
Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My people, they chill while you haters wanna ball. I'm satisfied with a little while you haters want it all. You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do. Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My people, they chill while you haters wanna ball. I'm satisfied with a little while you haters want it all. You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do.
Yeah, man. Look, if you a girl with the aspirations of being in the background with your ass is shaking, hitting clubs and skipping out on the class you taking, I ask you to have some patience.
Yo, what's so much more?
To my dudes at the bar with a freakin', steady lighting cigars at the parties they sneakin', and look forward to being a star on the weekend. Y'all pardon the speech, cuz I'm from the city where people be getting lazy, littering in the streets, and the club district is popping like literally every weekend. Promoters will push flyers, money exchange hands, liars sell you their dreams, and dummies exchange plans. Hustlers give you events, bouncers give you the pass, the records give them a shot, so girls will give up their ass, and it's groupies that would flock to hometown athletes and start rolling together like Snoopy and Woodstock. And Daffy and Bugs just all laughing and hugs until the dude catch a plane and she back where she was, right back on the bus. It's a shame cause now at his window she throwing bricks like Shaq in the clutch. You can see that she colder cause he doesn't hold her, fall flat on the ground trying to lean on his shoulder. Know that he tried to told her that he couldn't mold her. If this the type of chick you wanna be when you older, I say if you a girl with the aspirations of being in the background with your ass is shaking, hitting clubs and skipping out on the class you taking, I ask you to have some patience.
Yo, what's so much more?
To my dudes at the bar with a freakin', steady lighting cigars at the parties they sneakin', yeah. Look forward to being a star on the weekend. Y'all pardon the speech, cuz now up north there's 5 artists deserving to listen, and I'm one of them. The other 4, you know who you are, but if you gotta think through, chances are that it ain't you. I single-handedly carry out what you can't do. And see, I take a couple of breathers and then things come together on the spot like a couple that's eager. If you wanna pack a duffel and leave her, go ahead. I couldn't give 2 damns like a couple of beavers, but the image, the album, the plan see me nail. Whenever I'm out in Memphis, the man seen his trail, and every verse the man seen to kill. You can find him with black J's and socks like I'm Mandrina Mail. Japan to Brazil, the audience screaming, and then you come around and all the fans seem to chill. Advances to deals, financing appeals, the hustle I had you feeling like you dancing in heels and all. If you a girl with the aspirations of being in the background with your ass is shaking, hitting clubs and skipping out on the class you taking, I ask you to have some patience.
Yo, what's so much more?
To my dudes at the bar with a freakin', steady lighting cigars at the parties they sneakin', and look forward to being a star on the weekend. Y'all pardon the speech, cuz I got ice all over my windshield. I can tell it's gonna be a cold winter. I hit the defrost, I never turn the heat off. And still I'm so chillin', will it snowflake? These silly billies really fair to act as if they know Drake. Always gossiping, calling and texting. Magneto niggas trying to bring down X-Men. Telling my ex-girl, trying to explain how I am no good, so go with the next man. But dawg, you don't know me, you don't know us. We go by the name of A-T-F. In any previous affiliation, they know to hold their tongue and I spare them humiliation. I know you in and out, nigga, I am not playing. Just fall back, keep on escaping and analyzing. And stop trying to act like you like me and my team. Not us, so you knock us, that's precisely what I mean. And dawg, it's forever clear, my money evergreen. My presence required in places you have never been. It's all in a day's work, that's what I am on. NBC, MTV, Viacom.
Did that work? Okay. Now the only other thing I can think of now is so now we need to actually have like a check pat token icon here. So
you never have been, you a has been, a gas station attendant. Your man is a turkey, you with a liar. I'm clearing the air, I'm a humidifier. I'm spitting fire and getting flyer. And what you planning for this summer, I did it prior. I've shattered shows and tattered clothes, met status quos. This is the South and I am present when it matters most. The starting top, but pay attention to my ladder flows. Giving brain ain't bad, girl, be that a pose. I flatter hoes and drink Dawn. They always ask me, is that a rose? You mean rosé? Why yes it is. I stopped trying years ago, this is effortless. I'm in your house, got the key to your home. I am Jeopardy ass Wikipedia.
hold on, it's supposed to be
AA driven and Expedia flown. So stop checking my style, you a needy.
it's supposed to be 8.
You can't even sit in peace. Cause all of these niggas be on you. I'm just saying I can be, yeah, the one that you call and you talk to, girl. I'll share my world with.
Okay, that's fine. And then oops.
Open your eyes and see if you who's giving you what you need. Don't waste your time with me. You could have all the space, more than you need. It's no pressure, girl. If you got time to waste it with me. And I ain't worried about them. Girl, you all that I see. And I am who I am. And I be where I be. If you ever hit me on a late night, I'll give you a clear mind. Might give you some insight. I'll share my world with you. If you're gonna waste your time, don't waste your time with me. I mean, honestly, open your eyes and see. If you're gonna waste your time, what you need, don't waste your time with me. You can have all the space, more than you need. It's no pressure, girl. If you got time to
And then
waste it with me. Don't close your eyes to get away.
that's fine. I don't like the pack code shouldn't need like any errors. So we'll do
I'll be painless, yeah. All I'm drinking is champagne. All you want is the same thing.
Get your ass an apartment, put you inside a G-class. That's just a starter kit. Plenty things count in life, but none of them is the thought of it. New piece around my neck is chess games. Cause shorty stay with calculated moves like Beth Harmon. Swear I'm more Purple Rain Prince than Prince Charming.
At
Disappointment, I
token.
stay expecting it. The pessimist, gold medalist, flush the magnum.
Oh
Sorry,
wait,
not
okay, no.
collecting my specimens down. The way she with Poppy, man, you would think she's a veteran on remembrance. Cleaning lady, sweep the room daily for all the evidence of everything I ever did. Do they have a pool there? Do they have a gym there? You used to do skincare, but now you do swimwear. Your ex-roommate got a condo that's downtown, but she got no furniture in her crib. I've been there. Checkmate, even though you hate that I even check, I still get an E for effort. Only time I played it back and forth is a Leah record. If I let you talk first and nobody is speaking second. Fluent in passive aggression, that's why you acting dismissive. Hearing me out for once will require you actually listen. Damn. The boy is back, I never turn my back. I just slapped him, so now all that they see is my back. Say that damn Maybach bands with me in the back. When I wasn't accurate, I still couldn't clean on my act. Whenever I tell the truth, you feel like you being attacked, but that come with being attached, so how about we leave it at that?
If you're gonna waste your time, then waste your time.
Now let's see here.
You can have all the space, all that you need. It's no pressure, 'cause if you got time to waste it with me.
Hey, elevate, elevate. Only obligation is to tell it straight. So much
You
on
what?
my plate, I gotta delegate. Baco pass a drug test, we gotta celebrate. I'm in better weight, thinking how'd I make. All this happened for myself and my family. All this happened for myself and my family. There's no
So if it's check pat, then
yeah. Yeah. If you need me, you can call me. I stay busy making money. You know what is on my mind. All I think about is honest. I stay busy working on me. I stay busy with my business, homie. I already hit her when you left her lonely. She is not the type that likes to take things slowly, slowly. My mouth is going off, I don't know patience. I got a chance, then my niggas got it too, like it's contagious. I see the future when I get wavy. But I couldn't picture being champagne when I would buy that shit and save it for the right occasion. I couldn't picture changes when I was with Miss Creighton. That lady hates me. Couldn't picture wife and Braden when I was pumping gas on road trips to go from Cincinnati on a date. I couldn't gauge it. I wanna thank God for working way harder than Satan. He's playing favorites, it feels amazing. Yeah. Elevate, elevate. Only obligation is to tell it straight. Me and all the guys found a better way. This a life bid, we can never separate. I'm in better weight, thinking how'd I make. All this happened for myself and my family. All this happened for myself and my family. There's no way that this is real, man, it can't be. Yeah, I can only tell you shit in pieces. As it
Yeah,
happens,
like after this, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT if there's a better way to do this.
Vegas like Marine Land, that big whale treatment. Georgie got me up 100,000 for the weekend. I gotta move the safe beside the bed when I be sleeping. My mood is changing this summer. I'ma be
And then Boss. Yeah, I wonder what my stats are. But it on initial load. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. I still have this code in here. Still. Okay, hold on. But then if we convert, right now. No, but if it updates, okay, but then if it updated, then update user stats.
Like we weren't supposed to come up with something this clean. You know, like something happened.
But that's the thing, though. It's like it sets it up so it's dead user info. No. Then if it needs to get the user stats or info like this, then what we need to do is update what's it called?
Kill me slowly with those piercing eyes. Don't break my fall. An inferno starts forming inside. Every time I know you're here. I've never felt so alive.
Here.
Slowly you're pulling me across the line. In no time. In no time. Hey, oh baby, I'm feeling all sort of things. I never wanna see you ever leave. Maybe I'll take you to my family. Change your name. Oh, no doubt I'll give you all my time and walk the line.
This is not just Drake on here. Who else is on here?
You bring out the best part of me, babe.
Doesn't sound like Drake at all.
Effortlessly. Hope you never dim the light. Hold me close as you can till we're ghosts. It's a promise till we're ghosts. Hey, oh baby, I'm feeling all sort of things. I never wanna see you ever leave. Maybe I'll take you to my family. Change your name. Oh baby.
So we need to do something like this, in which but honestly though, like I don't feel like we need to do all this. I feel like I already have like a and then let me just do this. Copy this in here. What we really want is this, that, we could care less about this. And similar to get user info, not that. User profiles. So I feel like now if I do something like this, hold on. Let me drop that there. So I feel like now if I do how's it called? We're gonna need to do this, but then instead of get comment, get well actually we might just need to do that.
Trust me, we are linked later.
When it's hot uptown and you miss my love, try to calm me down, couldn't give me up.
Hot uptown and you miss my love and you want me back.
Two hands on my waist, one hand on your face. You're too weak to handle me, my babe. You should play it safe. Please don't let you make your mistake.
And then want to change this to be this.
I'm trying to hang on to you this time. Trying my patience, trying something else might even work in your favor. Trying to forget me doesn't work when he's basic. Trying one more time cause we look so good on paper. Trying me.
I don't think you're ready for a love like mine. I don't think you're worthy of my time. You know Pisces low-key the best sign.
Why did it not? But going up. And it's supposed to do it. If it doesn't, it goes here. And then what we want to then do here is what we want to then do is get user profile info and then do
And I ain't perfect, but I work hard, so I deserve it. And I belong right where you see me. Ain't on the fence about it, I ain't Mr. Feeney. Nah, I got a decent set of manners and a job that fills up any empty schedule, a planner. And I fall in love with girls caught up in superficial glamour, who dress like Sarah Jessica and live like Princess Diana. So often they have addictions and I'm the one that'll feed it. But truly you're bad enough that you don't even really need it. You could show up at the party.
the thing is though, I don't know if hold on.
Cameraman will still be snapping candids of you and your posse party and drinking what you get handed with your Virgin Islands hands all looking like you just landed. I don't really understand it, I'm not sure I'm comprehending, but these girls are having fun with whoever's money they spend it screaming. I got to be unstoppable. I got to be unstoppable.
We're still gonna need to do this because we need to put this in a try pad.
My name is Wilson. I'm almost perfect, and I work harder than hard working. Bizarre circus, that's when my bars surface. Therefore, I act the clown. Even when I'm laying on my back, I'm never backing down. So overstand me, I got a condo in Miami, and my doormat is always sandy. And I run Louisiana, but I've never pulled a hammy. And I got a condo in Atlanta, and I always wear a bandana. And when it comes down to stunting, you boys is just button. And I'm swinging for the fence, your girl hanging from my dick, your girl singing to my shit like ha la la lollipop. And she say I get that pussy wetter than a designer shop. And she say I pick that pussy better than her gynecologist. Oh, just text me about honey with some
That nice. But to be honest though, I don't want to do this by from this account. So we don't really have like a logout thing. Like if my token is there, my token is there. I don't really have like a logout thing, except if I clear my cache. Cannot read split. You don't lie. Oh, I see what happened.
Other night at your crib, it was like me, Black, 40, Obi. We just sitting there talking about life. Play some beats, but I forgot to tell you one thing. Niggas called me to set you up, want me to come and wet you up. Cause you were out of town, nigga like Biggie heard about the shit with Diddy, so I came through to vest you up. And I got
Right, let me try this again. There we go. So now Done. Personal access token display tab. Done. Done. Anything in morning as it's 1 p.m. Let's fucking move this stuff like to tomorrow. But like this. So email access token, set access token, so all this stuff is done. Okay, let's see what we have here. I don't know when we're gonna get to this stuff done because the artist pages was supposed to be today, but like a lot of this might not happen here. This can go tomorrow when I mess with more settings. Let's do more achievements. I kind of so let's do this. So current, then next, and then honestly, why is this here? I literally, oh my god, I literally have it here. Artist pages, rest of the day, music settings, album pop-up display. This will be third. Third. So then let's do that, and then put that down later. So let's do this. More achievements. So the achievements. The achievements, I kind of, so I want to do more things here in which we will add in the future. So it will be like total listened albums, because we can technically, I guess, we do have somewhere in the code where we do check. Oh, that's the other one. But then that's fine. So total listened albums. I didn't know that pops up.
Y'all better not come to my studio with that fake shit. Y'all better not come to my funeral with that fake shit. Y'all better off realizing there's nothing that y'all can do with me. All I ever ask is keep it 8 more than 92 with me 100. Yeah, 100. All I ever asked is 100. Yeah. 100. All I ever asked is 100.
Go. Oh, she fancy, huh? Oh, she fancy, huh? But wait, why did this? You fancy, huh? You fancy, huh?
Getting ready, so I know we gon' be here a while. In the bathroom,
Keep
flat irons
coming.
and nail files. Spending hours in salons on your hairstyle. In the mall, steady racking up the air miles. Hit the gym, step on the scale, stare at the number. You say you dropping 10 pounds, preparing for summer. And you don't do it for the men never notice. You just do it for yourself, you the fucking coldest. Intelligent too, ooh, you my
Hold on.
sweetheart. I've always liked my women book and street smart. Long as they got a little class.
But
like
why did
days.
this?
And the confidence to overlook my past ways. Time heals all, and heels hurt to walk in. But they go with the clutch that you carry your lip gloss in. And look, I really think nobody does it better. I love the way that you put it together.
Alright, hold on.
Fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh,
You fancy, huh? You fancy, huh? Everything. No stats found for the user. Oh wait.
Man, she play these suckers just like B.O.B. play the guitar. Now here you are, with your girls having drinks at the bar. I say I'm buying, you decline, that is kinda bizarre. Independent with the demeanor of an R&B singer. Naked ring finger, M3 Beamer, champagne range, triple white Jag, closet full of brand new clothes and handbags. Alexander McQueen, Prada, Gucci, Chanel, D&G, BCBG, Versace, Louis, and BB. You ain't needy, greedy, or easy as these other breezes who fuck for bottles of reason, the bowls of baked ziti. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh,
You fancy, huh? You fancy, huh? You fancy, huh? Alright, it's fine. Nice say for the achievement. Total full artist discogs listen. Okay, but then I feel like go Cinderella.
Asses off the hook. Cinderella about to lose the glass off
Yeah,
her foot.
total
When I
listen to the
find
album.
it, it's when I find
I mean,
you.
the thing is
We
that
could do
the
the
number
things
of
we never
albums on
got
the
the
site
time to.
really
Better
changing.
late than never, but
So
never late is
I'm gonna
better.
do like
Tell
up
me time is money,
to
but we'll spend it together. I'm down for whatever. You just lead the way. We go to dinner, y'all don't even look at me to pay. Mature women with more
yeah,
than
let's
me
just do
were the
that.
first to tempt me. And Jason had this girl Tammy with a
And then
Bentley. How she got it, I ain't never get to ask. I just knew that she was fine, like a ticket on the dash. Yeah, but shout out to the homeowners, the girls that got diplomas and enough money to loan us a little something extra. Should we ever need it? If it sounds like you, then let me hear you repeat it. Oh, you fancy, huh?
oh no, we have the total artists on this.
Oh, you fancy, huh? Nails done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, hair done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh? Oh, you fancy, huh?
Stevie list artist. Um, yeah.
Anointed and protected, I was chosen. My heart is way too frozen to get broken. I see man turn fool for the money one too many times. I seen some girls turn their back on their best friend from time. I heard you say things that you can't take back, girl, no time. I need you to go easy now and fix up one time. I cannot tell who is my friend. I need distance between me and them.
What are you listening to?
Gonna have to teach me how to love you again. God knows I'm trying. God knows I'm trying for you. God knows I'm trying. People change, I'm not surprised. Devil's working overtime. Voodoo spells put on my life. It won't work, they all have tried. I seen man turn fool for the money one too many times. I seen some girls turn their back on their best friend from time. I heard you say things that you can't take back, girl, no time. I need you to go easy now and fix up one time. I cannot tell who is my friend. I need distance between me and them. Gonna have to teach me how to love you again. God knows I'm trying. God knows I'm trying for you. God knows I'm trying.
Mhm.
Top story. When did you get like this? Least you could have done is gonna give me a warning. I don't regret like this. So I'll be right there when you wake up in the morning saying, this just ain't my style. You can't say you're happy either. You don't even smile for me.
Let me see if this works. You should.
When you decided to knock on my door, did you remember what happened before? The look on your face said you were expecting more.
Tab token. Hold on.
Better inside of the store.
This should always be displayed then at this point.
Leave me, I can't fucking stand you. Wish I had the courage to say everything I plan to. My girlfriend, call herself my girlfriend. Tell me that we
But okay, but then
till the world end, but I don't really feel that. I just really wanna turn the wheels back. Yeah, you wear your sweaters and your heels back. Convince you that time will heal that. You look for reasons for us to argue. I swear every time I call you, just tell me how I don't call you. Why you do that? Do that. Do that. Yeah.
good thing I want. Recording.
Soulstar, the producer.
Okay, okay. I think we're good there. Alright, now cookie policy. Oh my goodness. Cookie.
Look at my history. I'm trying to see what's different from that guy in the rich of me. The only thing I see is custom miles from Tiffany and some gunners that'll hit you out of nowhere like epiphany. Really, that's it to me. Aside from the obvious, man, it changes in scenery. Testing me, gon' have my niggas testing machinery. They say that they happy, my man, that's not how they seem to be. The boy, he wild and peaceful, rest in peace, Tina Marie. Ethics and values, mob traditions, old fashioned, monopoly action. Ronnie buying up Brentwood like he's still in Akron. A lot of pain, a lot of passion.
other niggas is overreacting. That's how we continue down the path of Jordan and Jackson. That's some insight for y'all, even if no one's asking. Last year, niggas really feel like they rode on me. Last year, niggas got hot 'cause they told on me. I'm about to call the bluff for anybody that fold on me. Behind the building of every door that closed on me. Yeah, Lord Piana and Brioni, the one and only. Champagne Papa, the love doctor. Your baby mother call me when she lonely. My tailor see me twice a week, he like my homie. Forever grateful, forever thankful. Diamond necklace, but she wears it on her ankle. The bitch is trendy. My enemies send each other the text that they could never send me. I'm banking $2 million a show for the residency. Nevada Gaming Commission in a frenzy. How much money can this casino lend me?
Peace. Okay.
Markers up over shots of the Henny. Vivid memory, can someone send me a real nigga interlude? To me, Benny Hanna is pigeon food. It's not a forgiving mood. So much we gotta count the 20s up in a different room. I am just a body that my brothers are living through. Keeping my connection strictly physical. Everyone that's married is miserable. I know that that is not a lifestyle I can give into. The rise to the top of this mountain has been biblical. I don't carry cash cause the money is digital. It's the American Expresser, the debt collector. Hailing all the way from the Mecca. Got something for Trudy and Rebecca. The shit could last forever. The mind controller, the Ayatollah. I built a bridge to success and had visions of me riding over. Step in the room and October gets a lot closer. Haunted houses, I don't know how to count in thousands. Only millions. Now tell your friends I'm not the villain. Send them to Lagos or Turks and Caicos, Barbados, Trinidad.
Right. And then cookie policy. So then.
Separate vacations. A far cry from when Drizzy had slept in the basement. I was never on the path to get into Cambridge. I mean, I was good at doing math, but I'm better with language. Borderline dangerous, approach with caution. I plan to buy your most personal belongings when they up for auction. Man, truth be told, I think about it often. The petty king, the overseer of many things. I wish that I was playing in a sport where we were getting rings. I wouldn't have space on either hand for anything. West Hollywood, know my presence is menacing. Cosa Nostra, shady dealings, racketeering. The syndicate got their hand in plenty things. The things that we've done to protect the name are unsettling. But no regrets though, the name will echo. Years later, none greater. Death to a coward and a traitor, that's just in my nature. Having conversations with mama. Man, my life is a mess. Ain't been returning the text, so she been reading the press. She got Google alerts, them shits go straight to her phone. She worried about me from home. You know she raised me alone. She said I heard you back where you know who. I told her, girl, I'm always back where you know who. Yeah. And she like, who are we kidding? You're 27, you're just being you. You're your father's child, man. Thank God you got some me in you.
I know a version of.
At least I always see it through. At least I'm always being true to what you taught me. Retired teacher, but your words still got me evolving. Never get sloppy drunk, but alcohol is problem solving. And look, I hate it when you hate on all my girlfriends and assistants. Always convinced that there's someone better. Like that girl from your gym who trains you.
Right now, location rap or
she's free Thursday, and I'm sure that she's an angel, but she don't want this life. The timing ain't right, maybe one day, but even one day with us is the time of her life. We do things that people pay to document. You got the sweetest heart, but I'm not here to give out compliments or boost nobody's confidence, mama. I got no friends in this mama. I don't pretend with this mama. I don't joke with this mama. I put a knife out my back and I cut they throat with it, mama. I'm Game of Thrones with it, mama. I'm home alone with it, mama. I really hate using this tone with you, mama. I really hate getting aggressive on this phone with you, mama. I really hate wasting your time to check a clone or two, mama. It's just they cloning me, mama. Them niggas wannabes, mama. It's like, I'm the one they wanna be, mama. I can't be out here being vulnerable, mama. I mean, I kill them every time they do a song with me, mama. I sing the hooks, they sing along with me, mama. What more they want from me, mama? Yeah, this is a crazy life. But you and the 6 raised me right.
Don't ever take advice, that was great advice. You in the 6 raised me right, that shit saved my life. Yeah. Having conversations with mama. We start talking about dad. You know he dropping a single. He saying this is his window. That nigga still wearing linen. That nigga still in the club. Call him after we get off the phone and show him some love. That nigga Memphis for real. Girl, he love you to death. He made mistakes throughout his life that he still doesn't accept. But he just want our forgiveness. And fuck it, look how we're living. I'm content with this story. Who are we not to forgive him? At least I've been to a prison. At least I know what it's like. I used to rap on the phone with one of his friends doing life. And now I got me a Grammy. That could be part of the reason. Let's just call this shit even. We got some things to believe in. Do you remember back to Western Road, Scarlet Road? Hanging with Aaron Bell and Rennie. Shit could've gone south for me. He looked out for me, ma. He never let me do drugs. He let me shoot a gun one summer, but out there everyone does. He made me listen to his music, old music, soul music. Shit that can only be created if you go through it. I used to get teased for being black, and now I'm here and I'm not black enough. Cause I'm not acting tough or making stories up about where I'm actually from. Yeah, but I just roll with it, mama. Rolling Stone with it, mama. Gotta be careful around Rolling Stone or anyone that's trying to throw stones at me, mama. I'm not condoning it, mama. They will not tear nothing down. I built this home for you, mama. No, I don't call enough, mama. I just been working with so little time for personal, mama. Yeah. Hard labor, let me pay the price. You in the 6 raised me right. That shit saved my life.
This is oh, that's the thing. I actually never made a footer. That's funny. Hold on. I think there is a footer. The table footer. Yes. Now the page needs a background, and then also needs a footer. So pages. Bird.js. that, and then like that, and then another thing we need to do.
When a good thing goes bad, it's not the end of the world.
There we go. That looks good. And then let me see. Like, let me ask.
But she's overreacting, and it's all because she don't want things to change. So cry if you need to, but I can't stay to watch you. That's the wrong thing to do. Touch if you need to, but I can't stay to hold
I don't know, like cookie policy. I guess I'll just always do on a new tab, but then
talk if you need to, but I can't stay to hear you.
okay, and then
Wrong thing to do. Cause you'll say you love me, and I'll end up lying and say I love you too. But I need someone different, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. We both know it. I need someone different, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. We both know it. Something's been missing, you know it. Oh, oh, she knows it. Oh, I know it. We all know it. I need someone different. We live in a generation of not being in love and not being together. But we sure make it feel like we're together. Cause we're scared to see each other with somebody else. So cry if you need to, but I can't stay to watch you. That's the wrong thing to do. Touch if you need to, but I can't stay to hold you. That's the wrong thing to do. Talk if you need to, but I can't stay to hear you. That's the wrong thing to do. Cause you'll say you love me,
music randomizer.
lying and say I love you too. But I need someone different, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. We both know it. I need someone different, you know it. Oh, oh, you know it. Oh,
Why is it?
we both know it. Something's been missing, you know it. Oh, oh, she knows it. Oh, I know it. We all know it. I need someone different.
No, it's spelled wrong. Right, there we go. What was that? Hold on. Wonderful. But okay, but hold on. For the footer, okay, hold on. Let me see.
Kept the gallery open till 10 for you and your friends. You know how I spend in HOUSTON. I get too crazy, had a little bad enough. We stay good friends, we get too wavy. All I know is that when this cup ends, the next one begins. My babe, you know me, and you knew me back then, and you know how it goes when I see you again. You know I'm making my way to your ends, and you know I need you to be there for me. You a little post-soak baby, you a little 48 baby. Got a little candy in her pocket, she gon' take off like a. You already know, no. Dirtied up a cup, I'm on the north side. Text you, but I know you probably courtside. Know I gotta come and check the whole man, baby, hold tight. I just touched the city with the G-block stainers, and we got adopted by some fifth ward strangers. You know what it means when I twist these fingers. Me and you being on a first name basis. Why you think I hate it when you talk that Drake shit? Same reason that you never left me hanging. Same reason that I tried to make you famous. Same reason that I tried to show you just who I was. Outside of the club, outside the things that a man like me does, outside of the things that would cause you to judge, outside of the club.
Okay, that was nice. Easy.
Outside of the club, outside the things that a man like me does, outside of the things that would cause you to judge, outside of the club.
Over your shit, let's go have some fun. Enjoy the show. We in Houston celebrating. We're going to Houston, Atlanta, Vegas. Y'all went to Vegas? Now we're in Houston. We're definitely going down. Goddamn, appreciate you.
Pop that shit. Pop that shit. Baby, that pussy was so worth the wait. I wasn't in love with none of them anyway. Yeah, pop that shit. Pop that shit. Baby, that pussy was so worth the wait. I wasn't
And
in
that's
love with
fine.
none of them anyway. No, I'm in too deep.
Something.
I'm in too deep. I'm in too deep. In too deep. In too deep. In too deep. I'm in too deep. In too deep.
Got some bad bitches that's gon' fuck me for that AP. Fuck me for that AP. Fuck me for that AP. If I wasn't rapping, baby, I would still be trapping, baby. Coming down on sipping, tasting boppers on me, hella crazy. New Mercedes for my baby, 2022 updated. Shorty met a sponsor in the club, shop spending hundreds like.
Yeah, that looks fine. So then, to-do list. These are all done. Footer is done.
Popping freaks. Bitch on demon time.
This is
She don't get sleep. You get your name number 5, 5, 1, 2, 3. Whoa.
Pop that shit. Pop that shit. Baby, that pussy was so worth the wait. I wasn't in love with none of them anyway. Yeah, pop that shit. Pop that shit. Baby, that pussy was so worth the wait.
yeah, due to how easy that was, I'm fucking do the. I'm gonna do the privacy policy too. And then let me add a to-do list here too.
Hold the line, we ain't done. Don't give up this divine bond between us.
Holy session.
Tide is high, nothing's lost. Could turn over a new leaf for my love. Oh, a broken
Like, this is like counterintuitive. No, I need a different icon. Because I keep pressing it thinking it's gonna open this. Maybe I gotta refresh it. No. How is this not working? How is this oh, because that's better. Now, one thing I do wonder is if the video play is not, or if it is playing, I wonder if like I could leave it like oh, yeah, there it is.
Break door, rock door, damn girl, oh man, I don't know. Filled up, damn girl, I'll be getting back to you for sure. Man. Laced up, dripped up, sauced up, damn girl, I wanna ride with you. Waved up, blowing up, growing up, had to get it poppin' with you.
What if I pick you up from your house? We should get out. We haven't talked in a while, we should roll to see where it goes. I saw potential in you from the go. You know that I did. I don't know if you know, but I know who you are. You could be big as Madonna, just get in the car and then let's touch the road. Don't make other plans. Say you get up early, you work for the man. Well, he'll understand. Pull up, I'm pulling up on you in 10. Already on 10. Big as Madonna, I'll say it again. Soon as you get in, oh no.
And I'll take the container, I don't know about the div.
Oh man, I don't know. Filled up, damn girl, I'll be getting back to you for sure.
I don't know about the div.
Man. Laced up, dripped up, sauced up, damn girl, I wanna ride with you. Waved up, blowing up, growing up, had to get it poppin' with you. And I do it.
Then
I was in a club before she even had it. She was 21. I don't see a savage. She wanna be the one. She know I come with static. She wanna hold a gun. If you want it, you can have it. Shorty still young, so she don't know the classes. I see a body.
you know what it is? Okay, hold on.
I see a body 101. Get to the crib, make it come. Pussy sweet car, you my honey bun. I know your nigga was a bum. Fuck on the court, have some fun. Girl, I'm the king of my city, I'm the one. Swear you can have me, you really wanna one. How you so nasty, you really wanna one. How you so flashy, you really wanna one. Out in Miami, you still a one-on-one. I wanna beat on that pussy to the sun. Come up. Before the nigga I see is my son. So what? Yeah, I was in a club, but I was in a cut. Had liquor in my cup. Yeah, passion in my cup. And Addy in my system. See a op, I'ma hit him up. Yeah, he gon' be a victim. I was tryna dance with the bitch. Couldn't keep my hands off her hips. No, she spent some bands on the fit. No, I told you that she really one-on-one crow. Yeah, she advanced with the shit. And I got a chance with the bitch. Lover boy romance with the bitch. Couldn't even put my mans on the bitch. Like, damn.
Alright, well, I know I need something like this, so this needs to get... And then the container... Hold on.
He said there was no first class, so we're sitting in economy. I get up on that plane.
So then this needs
seats in first class. 12, 14 seats. Bruh. I sat in the back of the plane. Fucking crazy. And then I go on that whack-ass vacation.
Yeah, but then there's gotta be a way to figure out...
Same meal every day, like I was like in jail still or something.
Wait, does the footer have a set height?
I'm like, why are we eating jerk chicken and oxtail every single day? Can we switch it up? No, the oxtail was fire though. But can we switch it up? I can't eat that shit every day. What? And then you proceed to go through my phone. You wanted to cry.
Okay, 20 pixels. Okay, yeah, so if I know 20 pixels, then I could do...
Sorry for your loss.
Whoa. Whoa. Fuck nigga wanna get fired on. 21. Start your nigga up, put the iron on. 21. Plenty niggas dying over that way.
Oh, no.
Quick to leave a op in the ashtray. Keep a 19 like a Matt Dre. Make a nigga mama have a bad day. 21 game for well, these niggas gon' tell I ain't going back and forth on deals. I ain't going back and forth in shells. I ain't going back and forth, nigga spin. Put a college bitch in a bin. 21. Put her in the bins, no note. 21. Hit him from the car, no scope. 21. We don't never tie, we scope.
What the fuck is this?
She suck on my neck like she Dracula. Yeah. Hit from the back, I might tackle her. Yeah. Don't ask about my ops, cause we smacking them. Yeah. Fuck my ops, they haters. Pussy. Fuck my ops, they hoes. Pussy. The bitches that come around suck dick and don't put their phone out, them ones pros. Oh, God. Bitch, if you love me, then spoil me. 21. I treat the rap game like a toilet. Oh, God. All of my kids get left in her mouth. She say she don't believe in abortion. 21. Oh, you ain't got you a boyfriend. 21. I see he be on his dork shit. 21. Nah, I ain't judging, but they in the nosebleeds. You know I be on my court shit.
How the fuck does it... Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, it's 51?
I do one song and use 4 flows. She used to be a Christian before, now
all she wanna do is shop for Christian Dior clothes. Like, baby, those are cute, I adore those. Me and the salesman built a rapport so he understands the fact that I'm spending offshore dough. Cash on transactions, homie. And
so it's 20. Okay, so it's 52.
They don't know I bought it. Been doing it for years, homie. Thoroughly, I've thought it through what it do. I am currently recorded on a track, admitting most of my currency's imported. But too late now, it's too legitimate to hit him with a lawsuit, even if those are acts that I did commit. Repeat offender, Anita Baker playing in the whip as they pull me over, my sweet surrender. I got a Jewish lawyer as my lead defender. A Mitch kite, as they say, is a legal bender. And ATF is present, every regal member. The coalition, we so efficient. You have to be invited, it is no admission. We know tradition. We so don't try to compete if you are in no position. I wish you would listen. I take you back to this trial where I am about.
You know why? Because this is like a.
My footage is solely meant for the shoe it fits in. Used to record in the basement that Rennie grew his piffin. When Pops turned over keys like a new addition. If Hove is Jordan, I guess I'm cool with Pippen. Till I mention that I wanna play a new position. No team playing, no screen setting. Because I wanna win games, coach, I'm through assisting. The takeover, the break's over, nigga. And I'ma keep killing them until the day that Drake's over.
So that's.
The wait's over, the tape's coming. They bullshitting, but I am equipped with great plumbing. The human mentality so eager to hate something. I try to play it off like it ain't jumping. And it's the predicament that you found Drake in. The condo that I just purchased sound vacant. Cause I have just been sitting in the cell thinking what I could have done to make my first video groundbreaking. And whenever I'm flowing on the mic, aside from talking about the D I'm throwing in your wife, I treat this one session as if it were my last. And I pretend tomorrow is the day I'm going in for life. Like that. Yeah. Tell you like, sometimes come in here, put a beat on. I mean, it's just me and 40, you know what I'm saying? Couple drinks.
Okay, so.
Smoking some of that goodie. You know, I come in here like I'm about to go away tomorrow. 25.
Okay, so that doesn't mean anything.
Years I'm talking about. I come in here like this is the last rhyme I'm about to spit.
It's this div container.
I never get to record again, you know what I'm saying? Think about everybody that's ever done anything for me. And anything I've ever accomplished myself. And I just go. And that's it. That's why I call this joint going in for life. That's how I feel sometimes. I don't even know what else to say.
30 pixels. Okay, I guess. There was something else here too, didn't I? Yeah, it's missing some stuff. Hold on.
These days, I'm letting God handle all things above me. The things I can't change are the reason you love me. Listen, you can hear them calling
I think completely. Hold on.
I can't sit in one place. I'm not ashamed at all. Still finding myself, let alone a soulmate. I'm just saying. Feel like we one and the same. Our relationship changed. That or it never existed. Whenever they say something about us, you listen. But fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. Fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. My time with you, mine. Rock me real slowly. Could have been for me. I'm just like a baby drooling over you. The things you
I need to make sure it like summarized all this stuff, even though.
She says you're my everything. I love you through everything. I done did everything to her. She forgave me for everything. This a forever thing. Hate that I treat it like it's a whatever thing. Trust me, girl, this shit is everything to me. She from the jungle. She from the jungle. I take somebody else's car. Drive it undercover. This shit is everything to me. This shit is everything. Don't know where we stand. I used to hit you about everything. Oh, are we still good? Are we still good? Are we still good? Are we still good? If I need to talk, are you around? Are you down for the cause? Are you down? Are you down? Are you down? Are you down for the cause? Are you down? Are you down? Are you down? Are you down for the cause? You still down? You still down? You still down? Yeah. Could have been for me. I'm just like a baby drooling over you. The things you Yeah. These days, these new girls, they got me nervous. They go to school and do bottle service. They can't decide, they keep switching majors. Being indecisive makes me anxious. Call your number and it's out of service. Who can I call for your information? What am I supposed to do after we done everything that we done? Who is your replacement? Are we still good? Are we still good? Are we still good? Are we still good?
Lit.
Don't hesitate, not even for a second. The hustle
took is a man. I got the power of my world in my hand. The microphone brings life and death in the blink of an eye. I was born to provoke those born to die. I was conceived to beat all laws like Las Vegas. T-Dot motherfucker, watch the world rape us. Greatest strugglers hustle to succeed. Cross-border smugglers tussle to burn weed. And ease that pressure of success in the South. Niggas watching what I say, magnifying my mouth. I never take back talk, I apply the force. Hand blistering for many years of holding the torch. When the skin rebuilds, it grows tougher than leather. So we can keep on holding it forever. My name's Carter now.
I gotta make it, I don't move quickly. Can't allow the past to restrict me. Let this time around, they won't skip me. I am the last hope. Won't hesitate, not even for a second. The hustle has become an obsession. I'm on the front lines with my weapon. I am the last hope.
Jealousy, something I haven't felt for years. There's nobody around for me to be jealous of. I bet you do a show in my city and no one cheers. Even if you make the music that ladies and fellas love. And dog, I'm incredible, often unforgettable. And when it come to records, I will eat it if it's edible. They say the future's always foreseen. That's why I'm steady getting more money, more cream. My flow is stuck in the moment that comes before dreams. I stay avoiding unlucky like 14. And people get behind him and they fight for him. Cause he won't let no other niggas write for him. And even when it's quite warm, the attitude coursing through the veins of my city is an ice storm. The name Drake and I don't take it for granted. I just take it you offended cause I'm taking advantage, man.
I gotta make it, I don't move quickly. Can't allow the past to restrict me. Let this time around, they won't skip me. I am the last hope. Won't hesitate, not even for a second. The hustle has become an obsession. I'm on the front lines with my weapon. I am the last hope.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends. I had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time and that's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in
Been
my
live for 6 hours now.
One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
I think I'm completely cut off the fact that I was gonna do
Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Getting down tonight if they say you're cutting. A lot of dudes in my city, they ain't saying nothing. A lot of records from here, they get no play. And these labels don't give advances, so you get no pay. And little rims on the ride, I'ma let those stay. So these nosy niggas don't know that I get checks all day. What's the word, fans? Keep trying, guess it. My record ain't even finished, they keep trying, press it. Boy, wondering Drake if it's beef, I dress it. And Black Phantom is here as soon as V-Sign I exit.
Right, I think that's good. I think we're good there. Now,
Long as I got me some heat through the winter. Drake known as a pro, I'ma teach you beginners. About to ink with a major like sheets through a printer for features. Y'all better get me while it's cheaper than dinner. Oh, cause me and Wonder trying to get at your girl. If you see it, tell her this nigga's got some beats, I'm a sinner.
Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My niggas is chill, why you niggas wanna ball? I'm
our
satisfied with a
cookie
little, why you niggas want
policy.
it all? You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do. Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My niggas is chill, why you niggas wanna ball? I'm satisfied with a little, why you niggas want it all? You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do.
The verses I'm writing, you might wanna learn it. You hating my song, but your wife wanna burn it. So now you at the store for some blank CDs. You can't see me, for your sake might wanna return it. Cause if you bring them this home to your girl, she'll forget you, and I'll be the only one she concerned with. To the people that ignored me before this one is for you, it's a song re-recorded. Funny thing is, you just noticed me now, but I was there all along, your vision just been distorted. I'm so thorough, I lay this, you ask me what the business, and I'll write it 16 and report it. The waiting is over, I think music needed. Drake cutting his records without getting weeded. People in the South want it chopped and screwed. I got this dude, they expectations I'ma exceed it. Like a singer with only backgrounds, y'all record, and when it's done, your lyrics tend to mislead. Shit, finally here, I'ma start with the timing. My swag is chillin', my flow is reclining. This for anybody that's searching for cash or purchasing fast. You only get the dough when you grind it. And so I grind like I'm listening to highway. My pain you can experience through the rhyming.
Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My niggas is chill, why you niggas wanna ball? I'm satisfied with a little, why you niggas want it all? You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do. Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My niggas is chill, why you niggas wanna ball? I'm satisfied with a little, why you niggas want it all? You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do.
2 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to kick some new school lines, and so I sent me the rhyme. It was fresh to death. Now signing me something that the rest regret. Then I hopped inside the Cadillac. The chauffeur drove off and we never came back.
Stance on, lean, leg up on the wall. My niggas is chill, why you niggas wanna ball? I'm satisfied with a little, why you niggas want it all? You waiting for the spring and I'm getting it in the fall. But do what you do, I do what I do. Do what you do, I do what I do.
Southern smoke.
This one is another lane.
Get in my slick Rick mode, you know what I mean? I'm gonna tell y'all a story real quick. Look,
Right, because of them.
Without the 10, man. Crib was 2 mil, plus I just bought a couch for 10 grand. Even if the house was 10 grand and there was no pool, would I still be without my swim fan? The ceiling could be higher. She making requests, don't know if she feeling me or she be feeling what I buy. And purses are light now. She use them all the time, so she smiling to the point that it hurt when she bite now. And she's simply a new model. Stay spending dollars, but she got less sense than an empty perfume bottle. At times she a solid chick, and I'm a sucker for the cutie, so she always looking good with my wallet stick, chilling on the linen.
Right.
She all up in the closet so much, got a hunch that she's feeling other women. Want the diamonds on her face in the center. Night skies finished last, so I'm winning every race that I enter. And she a radio girl. And yo, you have to listen, I'm in a bad position. I fell in love with a radio girl. I wouldn't call her name, I got a feeling that they all the same. And she a radio girl. To the fullest extent,
That doesn't
So I
make
wrote you a
sense.
song cause I can't stay with her. And you betrayed her wealth, got a feeling you should've stayed yourself. Girl would say, look at Vita Guerrera, there's no need to compare her. I bet she smiles cause she loves what she sees in the mirror.
Wow.
I bet she's out meeting directors instead and frustrated
Alright, I gotta use the restroom.
dressed in their head. Be a teacher, open up shop if you could do nails fine. Apply for a business loan and I bet you that they'll sign. If you a real dime, popping as if it's your only option, girl, there's things to do other than jail time. Look, this ain't a song dissing half of these rappers. A Pasha, Sasha, Esther Baxter, Melissa Ford, Acadia, anyone after. I just give my opinion for laughter and maybe to think on. So next time you out at the club and a brother offers the whole table something to drink on, you just taking the fact he got a stack with a mink on. Now he got you doing everything that you think wrong. Look, you tell your parents that it's cash at an easy pace. Your dad screaming, take your ass out of Jeezy face. And as your man, I won't back down first, but they got you doing softcore background work. That's messed up like an officer that pulls you over. Then he asks questions later and pat down first. But you ain't Tandy Newton and this ain't Crash here. The resolutions passed, baby, this ain't last year. Look, I got a message, I said I got some beats still. Regina Hall and Garcelle and Elise Neal. Young girls, these here women with big dreams. Role models that you could watch on the big screen. If you refuse to change and you that chick still, respect yourself, don't be convinced that these tricks real. You got an audience, believe it or not. My cousin who can't speak know the lyrics to Tick Drill. And yo, you have to listen, I'm in a bad position. I fell in love with her. I wouldn't call her name, I got a feeling that they all the same. She a video girl to the fullest extent. So I wrote you a song cause I can't stay with her. And you betrayed her well, got a feeling you should've stayed yourself. Yeah. And I ain't trying to generalize every video girl, you know what I mean? Say that y'all all one way, man. It's just sometimes, man, you gotta accept the fact that there's times where you gotta better yourself, you know, as a person, man. I love to see my black women, strong, single, independent, doing their thing without popping their booty in some rapper's video, you know what I mean? It's a wonderful thing, baby. So, don't hate me for this one, ladies. Just take my advice, you know what I mean? Cause it's like, I fell in love with her. If she beautiful and honey dances, you always transfers. Color braces, she get excited. She always showing up at these places, she get invited. She a video girl.
Do-do-do-do.
Come on. Having too much fun right now.
She's got a secret, but I know she wanna break it down for me like she trying to get some paper. Who needs a stage with the lights low? Cause you already topped the bill to turn it into something major. Now can we discuss how fast you just got undressed?
Like, why do I keep getting this email? Her reply to this email.
Say my name, do you know? Cause I got you saying Jesus so much, it's like we're laying in a manger. Now can we discuss how fast you just got undressed? Girl, if sex is a contest, then you're coming first. And don't rush, go slow, I can't lie, I'm impressed. And innovation encore when the curtains close. It's a cabaret. Put on the show. Oh, get on the floor. Cause even though I'm a professional, I like to do my work at home. Cabaret. Put on the show. Oh, get on the floor. You're giving me everything, you got all I really want now is more. Put on the show. Hey.
Alright, we are on pace actually, because we finished a lot today actually so far. I was surprised we did.
Okay, this just in, girl, the paper so long. Always seem like I gotta wait for so long till you get off of work. But listen, I got some better positions for you. It's taking so long. Always strap up just for safety, then go long. Do my touchdown dancing and no clothes on. We might fuck around and slip tonight. Your kryptonite should probably have a cape to throw on my Eddie Murphy boomerang for you. Got a bunch of old girls that I throw away for you. I've been in the gym doing 2 a days for you, so I can lift you up when I do the thing to you. Do the thing to you, girl. Truth be told, you set the pace, then you ride it like cruise control. The shit feels so right. Gotta tell somebody, I just can't decide who should know. I keep it secret for you. I'm trying to ease your mind, word to boost it. Pole in my bedroom, that was there when I moved in. Okay, fine, I'm a terrible lie. Girl, what difference does it make if it was there? It's mine. You the girl that's gonna be there when it's marrying time, and I'ma fuck you like we having an affair. I swear, it's like I'm undercover where I'm cuffing you though. Presidential shit, girl, you up on the pose. Say that it's a private show, ooh boy, don't start. Keep it so stripping things secret in the pole vault. North Pole boyfriend of T.O. They ain't really ready for that me and JT though. Cook for you, then I break it down like a kilo. Got a camera watching every single move like casino. Shit out the rain. Cause even though I'm a professional, I like to do my work at home.
Bro, I ordered this shit like awesome.
You're giving me everything you got. All I really want now is more. Hey. She wanna break it down for me like she trying to get some paper. Hey. She wanna break it down for me like she trying to get some paper.
And all in thrilling new living sound. And all in thrilling new living sound. And all in thrilling new living sound.
She wanna break it down for me.
Break it down, break it down. And all in thrilling new living sound. And all in thrilling new living sound. Break it down. And all in thrilling new living sound. Break it down. And all in thrilling new
Stream Labs.
You'll hear some slow tracks, you know what I'm saying, with like some pimping to it or something that you can relax, pop a top to or something.
We are deporting our interns. Send help. What?
Big cup of act, I'm drowsy. I'm still
We are deporting our interns. Send help. What the fuck? Alright, we're gonna take a little break. Because I wanna. None of these videos look fucking interesting.
Don't do that.
Getting a little mewing in.
No! No! No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Hello and welcome to This Is. Sometimes things want them big, but sometimes you want them little.
Micro, nano, some of my favorite adjectives.
The iPod Nano.
Great.
The big pizza slices from the place after school.
No, I want my small
Mini
pizza.
muffins.
Smaller pizza slices taste better.
Me. Everyone knows it's better when it's bigger or smaller than what it should be.
Yeah, who wants to conform to regular sizes? Certainly not us on This Is. Which is why today we have gathered together a wide variety of weirdly sized items. Hi, Kyle. How are
I
you?
would argue that we got not weirdly sized items, but what should be the correct sized items.
The Timber Rattler is the gift that I'm going to be giving this holiday season. I'm not sure which holiday it is. Is this a, oh my god, is this the world's largest knife, Matt?
This is the world's largest pocket knife.
I mean, I know you got some Jenkos, but like, what kind of pockets are you rocking over here?
So fun fact, this is a normal sized pocket knife that Austin is holding in his tiny little hands.
How dare you? My hands are slightly above average. Oh my god. Are we gonna get demonetized? Just, well, hold on. I got this.
God. Ready? Jesus Christ.
Look at my saber.
It is not sharp in any way whatsoever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thank God it isn't sharp.
Four-hander.
Look at that girth.
Wait.
Ready?
So, are you trying to tell me that the Timber Rattler is a convenient, normal-sized knife for men who have no compensation needed.
Is Mother of Pearl in here?
Okay, right before we started shooting, Matt let me in on a little secret. What did you tell me right before we started filming?
That I lost contact with my birth parents.
No, the thing about last night.
I have not slept.
So just look at the rest of this video through the lens of sleep deprivation.
Or look at it through the eyes of Kyle,
who doesn't sleep because when you drink that much Monster every day, it's impossible. Yikes. I legitimately don't think we should keep this around the office. This is not okay.
I love being able to stab someone from 7 feet away.
What is the purpose of this? Is there like someone who just thinks it's anything besides just a goofy giant knife? No, not even remotely sharp. Needs to be sharpened.
Well, we didn't spring for the world's largest sharpening stone.
You're a timber rattler, boy.
I'm just gonna, this is my pocket knife from now on.
Does it fit in your pocket?
Yeah, of course. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Uh-oh.
You?
Oh,
the guy telling me not to. This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Austin is sick today, so I'll just go ahead and do it for you. Video. One of the things I want to point out with this is that you don't need to open this up to kill someone. This weighs so much. Like...
How much was the Timber Rattler, the world's biggest pocket knife?
It was apparently $32.98.
A steal.
Yeah, and then you can steal from people. It's not even the fact that you got the big knife. It's the fact that you're the lunatic who carries around the big knife. And I don't care how dangerous this is. I wouldn't trust anyone who has the Timber Rattler in their pocket.
We all know that I like to partake in my adult pops.
You do?
And finally, I have gotten the glass for me.
Oh, okay, all right. That's an entirely too large box for the word glass. It's really fragile. I don't want to break it, but also, good lord.
Kinsey told me I wasn't allowed to drink this much in the office.
How many bottles goes in this? How many bottles of wine
We're about
goes
to find out.
No, we are not.
I've been holding a bottle of something special for a very special occasion. Kinsey's mom gifted me this very special bottle.
Okay.
Can we wash this out?
Yeah, we can wash this out.
Thank you.
With a garden hose?
Yeah. I love Dr. Pepper, guys. Oh my God, I love this barbecue Sprite. If someone was to stab me with the world's largest knife, what would come out of my body would not be blood or guts.
Yeah.
It would be Dr. Pepper. You know how people say you're 70% water?
Yeah.
I am 82% Dr. Pepper.
Did you know that Dr. Pepper's not healthy for you?
Yeah, that's why I look the way I do.
I have stared at this bottle of Dr. Pepper in your office for at least 2 years now, and I've always wondered if it was like some special bottle.
Yeah, it was special because Kinsey's mom gave it to me. Because I love Kinsey's mom. I love Kinsey's dad. I love Kinsey's family. I have adopted Kinsey's parents as my own. Kinsey's not in the room right now.
So you can say whatever you want.
Kinsey, we're siblings now. Everyone always asks, is Kinsey Austin's sister? Nope. My sister now. All right.
All right, let's see what 2 liters, because a normal wine bottle is a liter?
750 milliliters.
Okay. So
ask me how I know that.
So you've got almost 3 wine bottles worth of Dr. Pepper here.
Hope no one had to go to the bathroom.
Good Lord, man. Wow. So this is 2 liters of soda. Can you do that with one hand? Oh, yeah. You're about to spill this all over yourself.
The aroma is, this is a good tannin. That was incredibly difficult. You want to take a little bit?
I would love nothing more than to... Jesus,
key,
it's so heavy.
Yeah, the key to it is to look straight down the barrel and see your death. See, you get to a point where all you see is Dr. Pepper. It's a little flat.
I feel like that's a Dr. Pepper experience. How much was the world's largest wine glass?
$38.
These are so reasonably priced.
$38. You could be inconspicuous. No one will notice that you're over drinking. You'd be like, oh no, I only had 1 glass. I'm sorry, officer, I only had 1 glass of wine.
Hey dog, get some ice cream? It's only a spoonful.
When I was 18,
okay,
I went to a party with a lady friend of mine.
Congratulations.
And she got us sour apple Smirnoff ices. We kind of got into a little bit of a tiff.
Yeah.
and I left after having one Smirnoff Ice. Wouldn't you know it, I got trapped at a DWI check, and I'm freaking out because, you know, I'm 18, and so I get to the checkpoint, and the cop shines his giant flashlight. "You been drinking tonight?" And I just word vomit out, "I had half of a Smirnoff sour apple." I'm like, I'm going to jail. I'm gonna get a DUI. My life is over. And the guy just stares at me. He's like, "Have a good night, ma'am," and just flags me along.
You've had a couple too many Dr. Peppers. You're playing with your enormous knife. What else we got?
Well, if I'm playing with my enormous knife, I gotta look up some enormous content.
Oh, good lord. What?
Yo.
Why is that so big?
What? It's the whole premise of the show.
The alien supersized keyboard. Can you use the giant knife to open it?
That's the whole point. This is something I could not believe that we have not done on the channel. It's so not dull.
Yeah, it's pretty dull. Are you trying to tell me that your huge knife is not very useful?
Sorry, I'm used to something a little tinier.
I just can't help but think you're like a little baby just drinking out of a big boy cup. Just like, can I have apple juice?
Food is good.
Look at it's actually just this big. I don't know why I'm surprised, but it's actually just this big. Here, listen to these thunks. Have you ever used those like little iPad keyboards, the ones that are like too small for like an iPad mini or something?
Yeah.
This is actually easier to use. Do we need the G14 for this, or do you have another idea?
Well, I figured with G14.
Well, we don't have the G14.
It's literally right between your legs.
You know what?
Trust me, I always know what's between your legs.
You know, here's the thing. Matt's just on one today. Oh, yeah! Our giant Switch! So this is a promo item that Razer sent us literally like 6 or 7 years ago. This is when they did their very first optomechanical key switch, and they basically made a giant version to show you how it works. That is good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Oh, it's got RGB. Oh,
It's
good
got
lord.
Wait, can we get the lights dimmed for a second? Yeah.
I'm a gamer now, boy.
That actually looks kind of nice.
This is way higher.
I'm gonna lie, this video is terrible.
The previous Switch had a massive drift issue where over a long period of time, it would start drifting like to the left or right. So if you're playing Mario Kart, your character would just be going in a direction. You couldn't really do anything about it.
It's like those shopping carts you get where one wheel's messed up and you're always like fighting against it.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of leaks.
We do.
And we're going on some leaks from On Leaks and 91 Mobiles. The funny thing is, if you're watching the video version of this, the B-roll on screen right now might be real from
the real Switch.
From the announcement.
What if the event tomorrow is just another alarm clock?
Alarmo 2.
Nintendo alarm clock. I forgot about that.
They did make it. Yeah. So, okay, I'm not a huge Switch user. Do you guys use a Switch a lot?
I don't use it as often.
I have one. It's
I have
good
one
for
as well.
flights, and that's the only time I've found a lot of use in a Switch. But then I started using my iPad on flights. But it's an extremely popular console.
Yeah.
You can dock it with your TV. You can use it anywhere. So people were very excited about this new Switch a couple years after the original, and there are some interesting rumors about what might be new about the new Switch. First of all, there was a Switch OLED. My thoughts on the Switch were always like, wow, it's nice, but the screen's not that great. Then they had a Switch OLED, which had a better screen. It's not some incredible 4K
It's a little bit
screen,
bigger
but-
too. One from
I have the OLED. It's good.
Yeah. New Switch stuff. So there's a slightly updated design. It's again, I think, slightly bigger. And then as I scroll down a little bit here, so USB Type-C on the top of the console, which is better.
And bottom.
Top
and bottom. Yeah, even okay.
Which is
So
great.
you have the choice.
Yeah.
Isn't 8 from what I'm reading is 8.4 inch screen compared to the 7-inch screen.
So
that's a
little
pretty
bigger. That's
solid.
pretty big.
Yeah, that's super
both
solid.
thinner bezels and bigger footprint. I think a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
There's these blue and orange accents on the Joy-Cons themselves on the D-pad.
Yeah. So to describe what we're seeing in the leak is the whole console itself is black, and then the color pop you get is underneath the joysticks, but not only that, but from
it's on the Joy-Cons themselves on the like D-pad. Or,
yeah. So to describe what we're seeing in the leak is the whole.
Yeah, I'm gonna report.
Console itself is black, and then the color pop you get is underneath the joysticks, but not only that, but from, and I believe this kind of looks like that.
What's this? Hello? 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 Yes, this is Austin. Doing good. No, not right now. Something else came up. Yeah, for now, yeah. I don't know yet. All right, thank you. All right, you too. Bye.
That the way the connections for the Joy-Cons
Yes.
to the screen is a magnetic
Yes.
switch, which sounds so good.
It's really cool.
And so the old Switch Joy-Cons slid down on a track.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the worst, but the problem was is when you were using them as individual Joy-Cons, and you had to like slide this little LR button bumper on, you could slide that on the wrong one and it would
Yes.
get like stuck and be a huge,
I've done this many
huge
times.
pain in the neck.
Yeah.
Every Switch owner knows how annoying that is.
Yeah.
So one thing with this magnetic switch is it looks like there's a little more room above each Joy-Con, and it looks like there's a little better button layout for not having to use something like that bumper.
I didn't really like the bumper that you would attach to it to be able to play
It
with
was
a single Joy-Con.
super cheap.
It was super cheap, yeah. Also, they are planning on probably switching them out for Hall Effect. What are they called?
Oh my goodness, joysticks.
Wow, what is going on today, guys?
Joystick.
We need more brain power. Yeah, the previous Switch had a massive drift issue where over a long period of time, it would start drifting like to the left or right. So if you're playing Mario Kart, your character would just be going in a direction. You couldn't really do anything about it.
It's like those shopping carts you get where one wheel's messed up and you're always like fighting against it.
Yeah. And then it was $60 for another pair of Joy-Cons. So it was like very frustrating. So it'd be very nice if these were Hall Effect instead. USB-C on the top and bottom is very useful. Previously on the regular Switch, it was just on the bottom because you could mount it into the dock and then that would be the whole point of the console, is sometimes it's on your TV, sometimes it is handheld. But it was very frustrating if it was low on power and you were playing it handheld, because you either had to hold it, or if you wanted to have it on a table while also using the Joy-Con separately, it was very difficult to do because you had to plug it in from the bottom. So you kind of had to like MacGyver this weird angle and like break your USB-C cable in the process. So having it in the top and bottom, super sick. It should be a lot more powerful, obviously.
Yep.
We don't know if they're going to debut any flagship games for the Switch 2 at the announcement, but
I'm not sure. One other thing is
by now.
the stand on this looks way better.
They're reacting to leaks, which I don't agree with. I like.
Oh yeah.
It used to just be like one singular kickstand out the back. According to these leaks, it looks like
They keep like this is like
it's one giant U shape in the back, which will be so much more sturdy sitting on a table.
The OLED was the OLED kickstand was completely redesigned.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, so the original Switch had only like one little L bracket that was plastic and really finicky that would like pop out. The OLED one was a
it's even legal.
metal bracket that was actually pretty good.
This looks like the
I liked it a lot.
The like Surface X,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, the Surface Pro.
Surface
It was
Pro,
very
yeah.
similar to like a Surface Pro design, and I liked it a lot. And it was also metal, which was really nice.
At the top of the back.
Maybe.
I'm always down for more buttons.
It is very
Like I don't like this video at all. These people are like slow? Do they not know what a leak is?
Is the whole console itself is black, and then the color pop you get is underneath the joysticks.
This shit is garbage.
Wait, what did he do? What did Mark write?
Alright, tough guy, you want to talk about the Switch? We can go there. We can talk about the Nintendo Switch. I know it's got a sequel. I saw the announcement. I also saw the leaks. I buried my nose deep in there and took a big huff. But I won't be speaking on the leaks directly for fear of my life. I feel as though if Nintendo caught wind of me talking about leaks, they would send an ICBM to my house to take me out and then serve my next of kin a lawsuit just out of spite. So we're not really going to be tiptoeing there, but I will at least talk about a couple of the rumors. That's all right, I'm sure. I mean, does a bear shit in the woods?
New
You know what
Nintendo
I mean?
Switch X.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably safe. But yeah, I have been pretty vocal about, you know, not being the biggest fan of Nintendo as a company. I do always like the games they put out. Their first-party titles always slap, but I just don't really like Nintendo themselves. With that bias out of the way, let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. Also, another bias to get out of the way, I've also been vocal about how disappointingly underpowered the Nintendo Switch is. It's got about the same amount of power as my calculator in high school used to have. It's pretty laughable. And while they haven't fully revealed the specs on the Nintendo Switch 2, there are leaks about it, which you won't find me speaking on. I'm treating that like Voldemort. But there are rumors that it will be about as powerful as a PS4 Pro, which I think is pretty fucking good. I've said for a long time, I don't think graphics are the most important thing when it comes to games, so as long as they can just get a consistent 60 FPS, I'm happy with that. And as long as they have a hard drive that can store more than like 2 JPEGs on it, I'm happy there too. Because the base Nintendo Switch, I could only ever install 3 games at any one time. It was just this frustrating headache of playing musical chairs, just perpetually juggling these games around just to make space. And I know I could have bought like an external hard drive for more space, but I shouldn't need to buy an accessory just to store more than 3 fucking titles. Anyway though, while the specs haven't been revealed, the design has, so it's very similar to the original Switch. I'm not going to play any bit of the video because I feel Nintendo might strike the video if I played even a single fucking frame of this thing moving. I just don't take any chances when it comes to this company anymore. But this is what it looks like. And I know some people, at least based on chat's reaction to it, are pretty disappointed that it's not like a complete reinvention of a Switch. It's just a bigger version of it, which I personally don't think is a problem at all if you just set the Switch to Wumbo. I think that's fine because as far as handheld devices go, they kind of nailed that. Like even the Steam Deck follows a very similar design. Like they did get it right with the Wii U's design for handheld gaming, and the Switch went and refined it. It's not really going to keep changing its form all that much, like some kind of grand metamorphosis into a fucking butterfly. I'm pretty satisfied with how it looks. It's a bigger screen a little more real estate for my man paws to get around, and by that I mean 5'6" meaty paws. Not that impressive. But point is, like, it feels chunkier, which it looks chunkier. So that's good. And as long as the spec leaks are accurate, it's going to be decently powerful. For the first time in a long time, Nintendo will actually have hardware in the 21st century.
21st century hard. Yeah,
We did it. We
No, they
finally
won't.
made it. We're finally there. I'm honestly kind of surprised because I half expected them to play hardball and double down on this reluctance to enter the modern age. I thought there was a chance that for the Switch 2, they'd release the specs and it'd be like the same 1-to-1 carbon copy formula as like the Ouya or something like that. You know, just severely lacking in the hardware department. But if all of the leaks and rumors are true, it will be very solid, which is great. Now, since this reveal, there have been a lot of Nintendo enthusiasts that have been clowning on me for a tweet I made a while back where I was making fun of Nintendo with pretty low-hanging fruit. I made a tweet saying Nintendo's going to reveal the Nintendo Switch 2 requires a hand crank to power it, which I think is kind of a banger. You know, it's not the most inspired tweet, but it's just one of those on the toilet bowl, might as well poop a little something out onto Twitter type tweets. And I let it rip, and then this got revealed, and they're talking about how poorly aged that was. It's not like I seriously thought they were going to do that, like power it with a hamster and a wheel or anything. I was just making a joke about how out of touch Nintendo is when it comes to tech, or in general, really. Nintendo is just unbelievably out of touch across the board in every aspect and avenue. But that's neither here nor there. Overall, I'm pretty optimistic with the Switch 2. There were some people in chat saying that the Joy-Con port looks like a possible failure point, where when you like slap it on, if you put it in incorrectly, it looks like it could just snap off. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I understand the argument because it does look like it could break off with a little rough housing or if you just put them in wrong, incorrectly. But I think there's just a very good chance that it's built pretty sturdy. Like it looks kind of durable from just that brief glance, but when the Switch 2 arrives, I'll put it through its paces. I'll give it like a fucking ring dinger, like I'm doing a chiropractic adjustment on it. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of like my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2. It looks about how I expected it to, and the specs are a lot better than I expected them to be, but we haven't seen a whole lot from it yet, other than like a little glimpse at the new Mario Kart, which is hype. But yeah, I'm more optimistic about it than I thought I would be. Now, I would like to show you a little something special that we went over on stream. It was already leaked to be Mario Kart 9. Love to hear that. Also, speaking of leaks, did anyone see what Hideki Kamiya had to say about it? His take on leakers is... he's drawn a hard line. I hope that all of the people who leaked Switch 2 information / those who helped leak it will be cursed for the rest of their lives to always have poop on the soles of their shoes when they get home. The shitty leaker only acts for his own pleasure and self-satisfaction. Not only is he not contributing to anyone's benefit, he is incurring all sorts of opportunity losses and has done nothing to be proud of in front of others. He is the worst of scum, so he should be covered in shit from head to toe and thrown out of the atmosphere and then stop thinking and wander forever. These damn leakers are in a position of responsibility where they have access to information that only a very select few know, yet what they do is nothing more than an expression of a filthy desire for approval that lacks a shred of rationality. They are shameful people, so it is not the manufacturers whose secrets have been exposed who should be blamed, but these damn people, and they need to be crushed as soon as possible. If you guys don't know Hideki Kamiya, he has amazing rants. He's also like very notorious for blocking everybody. Literally everybody that ever breathes blocks them. Oh yeah, one of his big things is he will block you off rip if you don't speak Japanese. Yeah. If you don't speak Japanese, you are insta-blocked. I forget, are you blocked by...
Right.
Let's see. I imagine I am blocked by him, but I'll double check. I don't go on Twitter, so there's a chance I...
Right. Oh man, I don't know like what music to listen to. I've been doing 7 hours now, and what we need to do now is I'm gonna do the album pop up. On God dang. We can just put on podcasts. Yeah, I'm not gonna get the S25 right now. Oh, where is okay, hold on. Where what's that damn oh, this video did very well for Smash.
Hi everyone, welcome to our second iteration of Phone It In.
This channel does very well for Smosh. For hour-long videos, oh my goodness. The Smosh still makes skits.
Shut up!
I think they had a food battle, no? Didn't it? Was it this year or last year that they had a food battle? It was last year, or not 2 years ago, 2023. Damn, their videos are almost 20 years. Alright, I don't want to watch this though. Um, what's that show?
Hello, everyone.
What is
as you went down the iceberg, it was more like disturbing or more like obscure cases. And the Black Dahlia is pretty famous.
Yeah.
So it was like layer 1 or 2, I think, because it is one of the most famous unsolved murders.
Yeah,
up
it
there
is,
with like John
absolutely.
Benet Ramsey
Mhm.
and stuff like those. I forget what the name of it was. The
Let's look
Delilah
for an
murders or
icon.
something. The
For the
murders
icon
in
living.
Ohio of the 2 girls on the
Get-
train tracks that
get-
actually
get
got
it.
solved a few months ago, but that one was like a famous unsolved one forever.
Do you think
Solved in Ohio of the 2 girls on the train tracks that actually got solved a few months ago, but that one was like
I
a
thought they were
famous
talking about a
unsolved
video I
one
watched
forever.
last night. It's like,
do you think that this case, this unsolved case, the Black Dahlia murders, will ever be solved?
No, if it is, it's going to be like a kid says like, "Oh, my dad said he did it," or whatever, or like a person who, when they were a kid, said their dad did it or something, and
That is one of the main
it'll be
theories here.
unverifiable.
Yeah, it's a lot of the stuff is unverifiable, but that is actually one of the main theories of this case. Is some kid who's now an adult, kid at the time, has claimed that his father did it with some elements of proof. He did have some evidence, but it was still unverifiable evidence. We'll get into that later. So just a real quick mention before we actually dig deep into this document, which will be linked below. Official.men for merchandise. I'm wearing it right now, the red thread shirt, available over there. But yeah, other than that, we'll just get going, hey? So on
Yes,
the
sir.
winter morning of 15th of January 1947, Betty Bersinger was walking her 3-year-old daughter along South Norton Avenue in the Leimart Park neighborhood of Los Angeles at around 10 a.m. As she passed a vacant lot, she saw something particularly strange, a mannequin laying alone, positioned in an odd pose. Spurred by her curiosity, Betty dared to take a closer look, and as she got closer, her blood went cold. This wasn't a mannequin, it was the body of Elizabeth Short, now infamously known as the Black Dahlia. What followed was one of the most infamous unsolved mysteries in American history, a murder that would go on to inspire countless books, films, theories, and even a death metal band of its name. It's time to uncover and sift through the many threads of the case, starting with the victim herself. Who's the most respectful of us? Probably Isaiah.
It's definitely Caleb.
the most
I think
respectful
Caleb
I've
could definitely
Thank you,
take the part of
guys.
a young actress
I
who
really
was
appreciate this mantle of responsibility. I really love that.
Halo.
I can take it if you don't want to scare away new listeners that quick.
Let's let Isaiah. I think as a group we've decided that Isaiah would be the best to intro us into this horrible situation.
I know I know it's a joke. You don't actually, find violence that funny or anything like that. It's a joke, but don't you agree that Isaiah is probably the most respectful out of all 3 of us?
In my mind, Isaiah is always wearing a suit and tie, and he's incredibly respectful.
Helping the needy.
He's exactly. He's helping the needy, and he's there when you need him. Literally.
That's very convenient of you to gas me up right before I save you from reading this intro. So.
See, that's how kind he is. That's how needlessly
exactly.
selfless he is.
Gas me up, more like just being honest, my friend.
Just for that, I should make you read it, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna, because a new reader coming or a new listener coming to this does not need introduced to you laughing hysterically about Elizabeth Short.
Yeah, no, that would be very bad. That would be very bad. And I don't. Yeah, it is a joke too. I don't. It's just because it's uncomfortable is why I don't think it's funny.
Caleb laughs in awkward situations, so if something bad happens, he starts laughing.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
exactly.
Which is very off-putting if you don't know him. If
it's so
like
if you
weird.
just come in completely blind in this laughter at Elizabeth Short's murder, I could see how that would be like, what the fuck? What have I stepped into?
Remember how funny I thought it was when Mutahar almost died in that car crash?
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking of. No one knows about that yet.
I know, that's secret. That's secret.
It's secret, but there was an event that happened with all of us where Muda was injured, we'll say, in a vehicle, and everyone's freaking out. And I don't see Caleb, but I hear him getting closer to the car going,
Yeah, I'm laughing.
And I turn around, he's like, whoa, Muda, whoa.
And also
so scary.
making sure, checking his pupils, making sure he was good.
That
He got the wind knocked out of him. It looked like he was dying, but he got the wind knocked out of him. That was my official
I feel like
diagnosis.
if I was in one of those situations and the guy who was like helping me out of the situation, like you were helping Muta out of the situation, if they were like laughing in my face as they were helping me out of that situation, it would honestly probably make me feel better. It would calm me down probably.
It wasn't like, you dumbass. It was like, all right, I'm trying to keep it light. Everybody's freaking out. Tom literally ran away and was like, somebody, we need to call 911, an ambulance. We need to get an ambulance. Like a child.
Turkey Tom was trying to call the police.
And I was like, bro, this is not that big of a deal.
And the worst part was Chris was there. And all I remember is Chris is like, ow, my head. And I didn't see her for the rest of the day. So I thought she died.
Yeah, I still haven't seen her since.
What happened?
She hit her head. There was like a bump in the car, and dude, even in my car, Brandon almost knocked himself out, but he's a fucking goober. So he didn't care. Anyways,
bump is a light term. I jumped a car.
Yeah, it was a mountain
with a bunch of people in it.
In a trailblazer.
And no one was buckled in.
Maybe this icon would work. Thinking this one.
It was really awesome.
So you were laughing because it was awkward and you didn't know who was actually
So if I
hurt,
trade this button,
I mean, I could see that Muda, the way that Muda was acting was as if he was dead, like dying. He was. It was as if he had something severely wrong with him. And I immediately came up and I tried to start. Like, we have the footage. I feel like I handled it fairly well in keeping it light. Whereas
you did.
Everyone else was either
You're
hurt.
like you're trying not to harsh your buzz.
Yeah, dude, I was like, chill, guys. We're making YouTube videos. You know, guys, come on. It was cool.
Sponsors aren't gonna like that.
I'm excited to see the video when it comes out. Anyways,
we'll think about this later. Let's think of a table.
So Elizabeth Short, the victim, eventually identified as Elizabeth Short, hailed from Massachusetts. Born in Boston on the 29th of July, 1924, her parents, Cleo Alvin Short Jr. and Phoebe May Sawyer, had 5 daughters, Elizabeth being the middle child. Her father built miniature golf courses around Massachusetts until the stock market crash in 1929, where he lost almost all of his savings. I'm laughing because in my head I'm like, this is when Caleb would start laughing.
Miniature golf courses, yeah.
The tables have turned.
I mean, he didn't. No, what made me laugh was that he
Maybe
lost all of his savings. That's the part I was like, Caleb would laugh at that.
Yeah.
That's a Caleb laugh point.
That is pretty funny.
Built miniature golf courses around Massachusetts until the stock market crashed in 1929, where he lost almost all of his savings and his business took a massive decline. Miniature golf courses were not in demand during the Great Depression. That's
writing,
a funny line.
Yeah.
That's a good, that's just good fun. Good old Christian
What
fun.
a depressing time. No wonder it was called the Great Depression.
No one liked golf courses. All the broke golf course, like mini golf course owners, just like crying on the.
Yeah, dude.
like
I think it's impossible to be unhappy at a miniature golf course. They're just too fun.
That's how I feel about massage
my wife
chairs.
would disagree. My wife got disagreed. One
Maybe
time
it
she
shouldn't
was
be like a
like,
table.
she was
Maybe
having an
I'm
awful day.
thinking
She like felt sick. She was
it should be like a
overstimulated.
pop out
And my
here,
parents
but
were like,
like on
let's
the
go mini
side.
golfing in like downtown Gatlinburg. And she was like miserable.
But like it should be
And
like
it
a
was
list
so
type
funny
thing.
because I was trying to be like, no, come on. Like Caleb had a car wreck. Like, no, come on, guys. This is fun. Ha ha. And she was just
Caleb had a
staring
car
at
wreck?
me.
That's great.
Overcome with the
sad.
stress, Cleo decided to abandon his family. In
As you
1930s,
do.
as one would. As any
Like
good
that
one
happened
would.
like 9 out of 10 times in the 30s and 40s. I feel whenever something bad happened, the guy
Well,
just up and leaves.
I forget whose joke it was originally, but back then, like all you had to do to abandon your family was drive 7 miles away.
Yeah, they had no chance of
That's
finding
funny.
you. Nowadays, you got
can be-
Facebook. You have like
you
a
can be in
trail.
the same zip code and never see those people again.
Yeah, just wear
Like-
glasses. Like
Yeah, you
it's
can keep
kind
your
of
job.
We
Like,
laugh
you
at
know?
how like believable it is the idea that Superman could just put on glasses and be Clark Kent, but that legitimately was a thing back in the 30s.
Yeah, that's
and 40s.
real.
Like, you could disappear.
Oh, I'm sure. And also,
could
like, it's
disappear.
not like that many people were getting a like up close conversation with Superman.
No,
They're
and
like
he's
two,
also not
like
real.
Lois Lane should have realized. But other
Yeah,
than
yeah,
that,
yeah.
everyone else just sees a guy in the sky. They're not immediately going to be like, "Hey, that guy's like the same height as that other guy." Like, yeah.
Yeah.
In 1930, his car was found nearby on Charleston Bridge. Cleo was nowhere to be found, and it was believed by investigators that he jumped off the bridge into the Charles River below and committed suicide. This caused a huge amount of stress for the family. Elizabeth and her sisters were still incredibly young, and her mother entered the workplace as a bookkeeper to help support the now struggling family. This time of their lives was incredibly tough. As well as financial strain, Elizabeth was plagued with sickness throughout her younger years. Suffering from bronchitis and constant asthma attacks, at 15 she had lung surgery performed on her due to her issues. Doctors recommended that the family move to a different, warmer climate as it would significantly improve Elizabeth's quality of life. That lung surgery back then was like just cutting you open, you and like slapping it a couple times. Like that probably got it out.
This will get it working. Yeah,
That'll work. Like rip starting it.
Getting surgery in the 1930s, that kind of level of invasive surgery, kind of shows how
Scary.
serious the issues she had were,
Where in
where
the
that
code?
was necessary. Because the surgery back then was not.
And
not
then
nearly
like
as
the next
safe as it
room
was now.
over, someone's getting an ice pick shoved into their brain
Yeah.
because they're like,
Yeah.
well, this will make her be less mean to her husband.
Yeah.
Why does she care so much about him cheating on her all the time?
Maybe now she'll stop burning the casserole.
Maybe now he won't have to beat her so much.
That poor guy.
Man, I love God in my country. It wasn't really possible for the family to just up and leave, so for 3 years, Phoebe sent Elizabeth to family friends that lived in Miami to spend the winters. During this time, Elizabeth dropped out of high school and began working as a waitress to help support her family. In the midst of her struggles, Elizabeth began to dream of Hollywood and possibly one day becoming an actress. Not exactly a novel dream for a child to have in America during the golden age of Hollywood in the 30s and 40s. In 1942, a ghost came back from the dead. Phoebe received a letter from Cleo where he revealed that he was alive. In it, he apologized for abandoning his family, but he also explained that he had a new life in California. Elizabeth hadn't seen her father since she was 6, and she was now 18.
Whoa.
Cleo had missed a pivotal moment of her childhood and was now asking for forgiveness. Man,
That's
this guy, like,
crazy
he
that
got
he had
broke.
the audacity to come back after 12 years and be like,
That's
hey
crazy.
guys.
That's bold.
I'm
What did I
back.
say? What did I say, by the way? You can just park your car by a river, and everyone who ever knew you's like, that guy's dead. That's all
Yeah.
it takes.
Yep.
Police don't look for
Nobody
you.
needed.
I wouldn't look for you back then.
Yeah, like, I mean,
No, what-
how are you going to look? Just
How?
start walking?
Yeah, how?
Like,
Yeah,
That's
you just
good.
say,
You put your hand over your eye?
out of
Like-
sight, out of mind, I guess.
A
I don't
guy that
see him.
wanted to disappear back then disappeared very easily. Like there was no tracking that down, which is why
You just
serial
abandon
killers
your family. Like
were
back
huge.
when this used to be an honest country.
An honest, free country back when we were great, Isaiah.
Back
There
when
you go,
something-
the
back when
Facebook.
things
Great.
mattered. Back when a hoe was a hoe, cracks what you were cracking. You were cracking jokes. It's not like he had gone on to become a millionaire either. After he left his family, Cleo worked simple jobs and, to our knowledge, never really recovered financially. Elizabeth decided to move to Vallejo in California to live with her father that year, perhaps to get closer to Hollywood and to also have a fresh start herself. It wasn't a happy environment between father and daughter, though, and they fought constantly. She ended up moving out of the house at the beginning of the following year. Moving out of her father's home, Elizabeth led quite a transient lifestyle. She moved out to Lompoc, still in California, where she worked a retail job at the base exchange at Camp Cook, now called Vandenberg Space Force Base. Oh, that goes so hard.
that sounds awesome.
Space Force.
Vandenberg Space Force Base. I hate that. Like, I know they haven't done that much cool stuff, but just like I remember when Space Force got founded, being like, wow. That was before everything was like that too. Like now it's like, oh, the Twitter's called X, and now everything's like everything has to be like way too cool and intense
try
all
hard,
the time.
edgy kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything's way too try hard.
This was like
we get
earnest.
it, right?
This was an earnest.
Yeah.
term,
When
like
Space Force happened, it was like, wow, that's so cool. Yeah. It was fun, and then everything got ruined. During this time, she met a United States Army Force sergeant who was apparently quite abusive towards Elizabeth. Everything she had gone throughout her childhood, her dad abandoning her, financial hardships, sickness, and now abusive partners, had led her to spiraling. It wasn't a good life. During 1943, she broke away from the sergeant she was living with, moved to Santa Barbara, where she tried to establish herself anew. However, on the 22nd of September, Elizabeth was arrested at a local bar for underage drinking.
Oh yeah, she's still under 21 at this point of time, yeah. It's rough.
Oh yeah, that's true. Even think about that. The officers decided not to charge her, but they did send her all the way back to Massachusetts to be with her family. In a desperate ploy to start anew once more, she instead moved to Florida. While in Florida, Elizabeth met the decorated Army Air Force officer, Major Matthew Michael Jordan Jr. Oh my.
Yeah, that's a cool
Major
name.
Matthew Michael Gordon Jr. There we go.
Yeah.
Matthew was training for World War II and was stationed overseas in India, but the two kept in frequent contact during his service.
Wait, the way that's written, I thought it was Matthew Michael Gordon Jr. Matthew, like it was one full name there because the junior had a full stop.
No, the
after
junior's
it.
a period. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, that's a cool name.
Matthew Michael Gordon Jr. Matthew.
His name would be Matthew for short, which would not make sense.
Matthew.
It's crazy how much like abuse in general it seems like women had to deal with in the early 20th century. Like, I mean, the 19th Amendment was in the 1920s, I believe, of the Constitution that even gave them the right to vote.
Yeah,
like that's just it's in that like all these. Go ahead.
It was right before or right after Prohibition, right?
I believe so. Yeah,
they were like right around the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild how much, and you always hear it. Like I made the joke obviously about Isaiah, you said the burnt casserole thing, and I made the beat. Like that was like it seemed to be the reality back then.
that was
legit.
Well, I mean, it would be like no man's. They had this pompous characteristic about it where it's like a man should always love and respect his wife because that's who God made for him. And if you got to slap her around some, that's different. Like they had these weird like juxtapositions for stuff.
Well, no, they saw women obviously as objects. It was like a very objectifying time for women, but again, like abuse still exists in plenty of situations today. It's just more kind of under the surface, pervasive, kind of hidden.
Yeah.
Whereas it was like out in the open and accepted.
Yeah, societally facilitated in the 20th century.
Yeah,
societally facilitated
back in the 1900s.
Abuse.
It's pretty confronting to hear about all these stories and realize like what women went through.
Yeah.
But now
and
they
I'm
have
no
nothing to
feminist.
complain about. Am I right? Yeah.
And I'm no feminist.
Brother. There you go. Yeah. Get that out of here, by
Both
God.
Isaiah and I had to ruin it at the same time.
Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list.
And the Statue of Liberty.
Liberty started shaking a fist, and the eagle will fly. There we go. We had to get that in.
Sorry.
All right, I feel better
Jackson.
now. I had to. We can't let Jackson be like. We can't let him be like earnest for 2 seconds. We
that
have
was
to
cathartic.
Step on it.
You have to undercut.
I feel better now.
I had such a strong urge to laugh for quite a while, and now I'm just glad to get it out.
Elizabeth later told her friends and family that Matthew proposed to her in a letter after he had been injured in a plane crash, and she had happily accepted. There is, however, no evidence of this letter or any proposal, leading many to question if this was legitimate. Well, that's sad. Matthew himself died in another plane crash on August 10th, 1945, at the age of 26, just a few weeks before World War II ended, deeply affecting Elizabeth, who confided in friends the grief she felt. Matthew, a flying ace, is remembered as a hero who served with honor, earning the Silver Star posthumously.
So a flying ace is someone who takes down 5 opponent aircraft, right?
I think
That's
so.
flying ace, yeah.
There's some level. It's 3 or 5.
It's like a kill streak from Halo.
And the Red Baron is a
pretty much
pizza.
like kill streak. Thank you. What's really funny, there was this one ace. He, if I recall right, was the only American to serve on both fronts of World War II. So he was like in Europe for a while. He fought the Italians and the Germans. And then, if I remember right, his plane was down and he was taken prisoner. And then he was released by the Germans in some prisoner exchange or whatever. And it was something about, by some rule, a soldier that was kept prisoner could not then go back to fight on the front lines against the enemy or something like that. I don't know what the technicality was.
But the Pacific theater.
But the Pacific's a whole nother animal, right? So he gets transferred over to the Pacific. While in the Pacific, there was one case where he was on a scouting mission and went ahead and saw that an island they thought was unoccupied and had an open landing strip had been captured by the Japanese. And one of, I think it was a bomber or like a flying fortress or a Catalina, some plane with a bunch of like soldiers on it, was about to land at that island, and their radios weren't working. So he wasn't able to signal to them that the Japanese control the island. They're about to fly into a trap. So he gets behind that plane and shoots it down. He like targets the American plane's like engines on either side to make it crash. And then when like they crash, they're like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "You're about to fly into a trap." So everyone manages to get rescued. So he is the only American soldier to have a confirmed kill of an American plane. So much so on the side of his plane where it shows like all the different countries he shot down, it shows Italy, Germany, Japan, and America.
Poor guy.
Just as a warning to anyone else who might fly around.
I'll shoot anything. If you're even in the sky,
I'm ready
you're
for
going
anyone.
down.
Birds. Fucking Superman.
He's got the flag of the birds on his plane too, yeah. Whatever that is.
Anyway, the side tangent, but a year later, Elizabeth moved once again to Los Angeles, where she continued to try a life for herself. The dream of Hollywood and the success it could bring was still in her mind, and while she was living in LA, she planned to make those dreams a reality. At first, she lived in boarding houses, renting out rooms in various parts of the city. Money was still tight, and Elizabeth relied pretty heavily on friends for places to stay. It was an unstable life, something unfortunately common for her. She had a brief relationship with Joseph Gordon Fickling, a lieutenant in the United States Air Force. At the time, he was stationed in LA working as part of the police force. Joseph was one of the last people that had heard from Elizabeth before her death, as they continued to talk after they broke up.
Well, she definitely had a type. She definitely enjoyed, armed forces men, military men.
Yeah.
Heroes.
I mean, that was like the majority of...
Not heroes. They were mostly abusive, Caleb. Bad. Bad men.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, not the military as a whole.
You
just
heard it first. Jackson Clark says on the record, all American soldiers are abusive, bad
We'll put a
men.
boot in your ass. It's the American way.
American way.
Just the words of the story.
Yeah, but no, yeah, you should get checked over that. Everyone, his home address is 548 Australia Boulevard.
To me.
548 Australia Boulevard.
They'll find him.
How
That'll
did we
be
get so
enough.
close?
Just you know
one
what? The whole
giant road
country,
over here.
just take it out. Just-
All right.
Elizabeth also met another man, Robert Red Manley, 28-year-old salesman who was already married with a child of his own. Although the relationship has been described as platonic, quote unquote, Red was known to give Elizabeth rides around town, and they would spend time together at hotels. you know, like I do with all my female friends.
It's platonic.
Very platonic behavior.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to platonically go on a date and get a hotel together? This last reported meeting was on the 8th of January, days before she was found dead. This night together was later investigated, something we will explore shortly. Before the murder, Elizabeth had been earning a living working as a waitress, and she eventually rented a room right on Holly Boulevard. In her mind, she was manifesting the life she dreamed of, close to breaking through to something great. Fortunately, that would not be the case, as America would come to learn of her through a name entirely divorced from her own.
What name was that, Caleb?
The Black Dahlia.
Bum, bum, bum.
America, broadly speaking, didn't know about Elizabeth Short for many years, but nearly every American alive at the time and the decades to follow certainly remember the nickname the Black Dahlia. How did Elizabeth Short receive the infamous name? It seems the most agreed upon theory starts with a movie, the 1946 release of The Blue Dahlia. It was released just a few months before her murder, and the film was a noir thriller about a mysterious woman wearing dark clothes. Elizabeth often wore dark attire, which may have been a component of the correlation, as well as her dark hair and pale skin, and there are stories about how locals would call her the Black Dahlia before her murder. But the most likely answer is the media wanted sensationalism. That makes sense, because it's a very sensational, just like, oh, the what?
The Black Dahlia.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, it's literally based off like a spy thing, right?
Mhm.
Like a mystery film.
It's supposed
so-
to sound sexy.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
sexy, like eye-catching. Obviously, it's a very a very successful name to use.
great
If
marketing.
the idea was to make it as sensational as possible.
Especially considering why they gave her that name in the first place, but we'll get to that in a second.
Let's see. I don't know why, by the way. I don't know anything about this. So if I'm off the rails, just bring me back on, fellas.
Don't
Just
worry,
bring me
you'll
back
laugh
on,
in a
fellas.
second. You'll laugh in
Okay.
a second. Don't
Thank
worry.
you, Isaiah.
It gets real funny.
They would often give catchy and mysterious names to crime victims to sell papers, and what better name for an unidentified and mysterious victim than that of the hot new movie out on the silver screens? The extremely witty and very impressive headline writers would have spent all night changing blue to black, but that's why they're paid the big buku bucks. There you go.
So brave.
You can continue on with the final moments, Caleb, and then
Are
I'll
you
take
sure?
the discovery.
Are you sure, Jackson?
I'm sure you're ready for the big leagues.
You know what? You can take it all the way to the investigation, Caleb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Isaiah and Jackson, my two very close friends. I'm incredibly grateful to be able
Oh,
to
actually,
spend
no. I
time
don't
with
think you should take the discovery I
on
don't think-
a weekly basis. I'm excited.
Okay, continue.
According to some reports, in the weeks before her Elizabeth was seen frequenting Hollywood Boulevard most nights with different men and acquaintances. As we've established, Elizabeth first met Robert Red Manley shortly before her death. They were both in San Diego at the time when Red saw her standing alone on a corner when he decided to attempt to pick her up. Then that worked? What?
Apparently.
Yeah.
It was
This
the
is
40s.
a different time. Yeah.
Jesus. Red was later asked if Elizabeth had told him how she got to San Diego, but he insisted that she had never said. They went out for dinner that night, and he claimed to investigators that Elizabeth was a mystery to him, that she lied about where she was working, among other things. Something he himself found out when he went to an airline office she claimed to have a job at, where it was then quickly revealed that no one had heard of her. So according to Red, she was a bit of a fibber.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
According to a lot of people, she was a fibber in the sense that she kind of conformed her stories to whatever she thought people expected or wanted from her. So she would just
Okay.
lie about her life and her occupation and stuff to impress people, and try to get some level of support from them. So yeah, she would just kind of change her story to fit the scene and environment.
People do that a lot now. I just can't imagine how
Yeah.
easy that would have been in the early 1900s.
Oh,
That would've been
how are you
so
going to
easy.
fact check anything back then?
Yeah.
I would have been the most oppressive person back then. Are you kidding me?
Now, Red.
been at it.
This is a quote from Red. Does Red have a voice, or should I not do a voice for Red?
I don't know.
Go ahead,
I
bud.
haven't heard him. You can do whatever
Okay.
you want.
I asked her if she wanted to ride. She turned her head and wouldn't look at me. I talked some more. I told her who I were and what I did and so forth. Finally, she turned around and asked me if I didn't think it was wrong to ask a girl on the corner to get in my car. I said yours, but I'd like to take you home. And she got in the car. I feel like that was
easy,
accidentally that was the perfect voice. That guy sounds
really
like
was.
the Ditz. Sounds like a bit of a Ditz.
That sounds like the bug man from Men in Black.
Oh, wow. After staying in contact and casually chatting for a while, Elizabeth asked Red for a lift to LA on the 7th of January. On the way back, Elizabeth was apparently not very chatty, and Red noted that she was in a more of a low mood. On the way back, they stayed at the Tropico Motel in separate rooms, according to Red. The next day, Elizabeth was dropped off at the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, and Elizabeth said she was planning on seeing her sister that afternoon, who was apparently visiting from Boston. This was, of course, a lie, because her sister, Virginia, lived in Berkeley, California at the time, and not Boston, and there is no evidence to suggest that she was visiting Los Angeles at the time. Regardless, that was the last time Red saw her as he drove off and resumed his normal life. Elizabeth didn't live at the Biltmore Hotel. She instead lived at the Chancellor Apartments in Hollywood, a space she shared with 7 other women. So it was assumed she was dropped at the Biltmore for a different reason, and Red is considered the last person to have definitively seen and interacted with Elizabeth while she was still alive. So she was living in like a hostel situation?
Yeah, shared housing with a bunch of other women.
Okay.
It's also that I know the script's kind of implying that maybe she got dropped off there to see another man maybe at the hotel.
Like a John,
and that's where like part of the story of the killing.
Well, I don't think the script is implying it necessarily. I think that's just the natural implication.
Well, I was going to say another alternative could be maybe she didn't want this guy to know where she lived, or maybe she was ashamed of where she lived. One dropped.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Hotel,
Based on what we know about the lies already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, all are plausible. All are plausible.
Yeah, we have no way to know.
Yeah. Yeah. But according to workers in the area, Elizabeth didn't just disappear off the earth. Staff at the Biltmore Hotel reportedly saw her in the lobby of the hotel after she was dropped off by Red. No one spoke or interacted with her, so we can't confirm if it was 100% Elizabeth, but if it was her, she was seen using the hotel's telephone, and later that day, Elizabeth was said to be at the Crown Grill Cocktail Lounge, located around 600 meters from the Biltmore Hotel. These are the last uncorroborated reports of anyone seeing Elizabeth before her untimely death.
And that's when we come to the discovery, and I think I will take this one here. So a warning here, what happens to Elizabeth was brutal and graphic, but it's important to obviously go over because it's a central component of the story. It was the morning of the 15th of January 1947, and Betty Bersinger was out with her child for a relaxing walk when, as we know, she thought she spotted a mannequin in a vacant lot. It was on the west side of South Norton Avenue between Coliseum Street and West 39th Street in Leimert Park. When Betty went to get a closer look, she discovered that it wasn't a mannequin, it was a body instead. Elizabeth's body, however, was severely mutilated. It was completely cut around the waist and she had been drained of blood. The lower half of her body was positioned separate from the top half. Slashes had been made across her thighs and breasts, entire sections of flesh cut away from her body, and her torturer had carved a Glasgow smile into her face. This is where someone cuts from the corner of the mouth to the ear to create a smile on either side of the mouth. Kind of like the Joker, right? Not to relate everything to fucking pop culture, but yeah, that's just the most obvious connection. Her intestines had been tucked under her buttocks, and the killer had meticulously posed her body in a suggestive way. Her hands were placed above her head and her legs were spread. Her body had been scrubbed clean. Medical examiners put Elizabeth's death at around 10 hours before she was discovered, meaning that she died either in the very late hours of the 14th of January or the very early hours of the 15th. It took them no time to identify the body because of her fingerprints. They were picked up twice in the system, once from her arrest and the other from when she had applied for a job at the Army cook camp over 10 years prior. It was lucky in a strange way, as at the time the FBI had over 100 million fingerprints on file. 100 million fingerprints in the 40s and 30s? I thought that was like a later kind of thing. Fingerprints. That's a lot of fingerprints.
Kind of like the Joker.
Shut up.
that
was a good one.
almost sent me. It took everything to keep it together when you said that. Just in the middle of this brutal description, kind of
It's
like
kind
the
of like
Joker.
the Joker.
Kind of like the
Who
Joker.
else has a Glasgow smile? Give me
Insert
what's
pop
the easiest
culture
way?
reference.
Ah, good.
It's almost like he's still here with us. I can still hear his voice.
Who's still here with us? We don't talk
I don't know
about
who you're
ghosts.
talking about. You should keep reading.
The particular way Elizabeth had been cut in half was with a technique called hemocorporectomy, described as a radical surgery that amputates everything below the waist. Is there any kind of benefit to that ever? Like, why would you ever need to do that?
Accidents. Like people who are in intense wrecks and something like that. Like I saw a video of a guy the other day who had to have one because a forklift fell on him.
Ooh,
so his hips down were flattened completely. So all that's destroyed. You have crushed muscle, bone. It's just bleeding toxins into your body. About to experience muscle death, about to experience all kinds of stuff. So
death,
the only way to save you is to cut all that off. Where
I just can't believe I can't imagine surviving that situation where a forklift crushes half of your body and you come out actually alive due to some surgery like this. That's
it has to be immediate because otherwise you get crush syndrome fast and you're dead. So, but obviously he was at, I think, a warehouse. So it was immediately get it off, get him to a hospital. So that's why he lived. That's why people who are in rubble so much during explosions and stuff die, because they'll have limbs get crushed and then all of that flows into their system and they end up dying of internal sepsis. It's very brutal. But yeah, that is a case where you'd have to perform a hemocorporectomy.
Yeah, super impressive. That's actually a survivable thing now. Due to the little amount of bruising present, it was concluded that this most likely happened after her death. The cut was so clean that the FBI believed that it had to have been done by someone with medical experience, framing the investigation already and limiting the suspect pool. She did have some bruising present on her scalp, suggesting that she had suffered from various blows to the head. There was also physical evidence on her body, such as multiple abrasions around the anus, that supported the theory that she had been sexually assaulted and raped, though the investigators didn't find any semen, and the absence of sperm and other definitive evidence ultimately make it inconclusive. Marks were found around her wrists, ankles, and neck, suggesting that she had been restrained for some time prior to her death. The official cause of her death was blamed on hemorrhaging from the various slashes on her face, and due to the nature of the murder, it wasn't long before the media took note. It's so grisly and gnarly reading those details. When you hear the story of the Black Dahlia as portrayed by the media and stuff, it doesn't really bring across that level of brutality most of the time. When I actually read through the injuries sustained by her, it was extremely fucking confronting, and not something that I was aware of. Her being, bisected, basically cut in half. Crazy.
Yeah, whoever killed her absolutely brutalized her. The level of damage to the body is.
I don't care that so much about that one.
Okay, this should be interesting. Oh wait.
You're a young man in the 1970s or the 80s. I mean, life is free and the air is wild, hot, filled with excitement and fervor. You make your way to an arcade. Maybe you'll meet a friend, maybe a cute girl, who knows. You get to the end of the arcade, and in the shadow of the corner, you see a game luminously lit, but with no occupants in line. You step up to it. The top of the machine says, Polybius. What is this game? What could it be? You lean in to play it. It's just then that Jeffrey Epstein steps out of the restroom and shoots you in the head. You're dead. This has nothing to do with Polybius. This is the red thread.
Yeah, hell yeah. There's 45 other. You're taking inspiration from 45 other intros. I see.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
that was like the Chat GPT red thread intro.
Almost felt like D&D for like 3 seconds.
I was gonna say it felt like a choose your own adventure for some reason.
Yeah.
I was ready to jump in and make my own choices there.
Bro, I was having fun.
Yeah, I was invested. That wasn't written. That was all from Isaiah's head, all from his imagination. How crazy is that?
Genius.
You just imaginated that. If that's a word.
it's I'm just free gaming it off the bat, ready
That's
to go.
high concept. That's high concept, Isaiah.
I'd go as far as to say it was high art, Caleb. That was
Damn.
beautiful. That's going up in a museum. We'll just print that out on a piece of
almost
paper.
busted. Almost busted in my pants.
All right, welcome to Red Thread. This is Red Thread. Hello. We're talking about Polybius this week. You guys out there probably heard of it. I've heard of it. It's it's a bit of a niche internet, folklore. Yeah, it's a pretty cool one. You guys know about it?
I've never heard of this in my life.
You're a gamer. That's embarrassing.
You're a gamer and you don't know about the secret game?
You make games.
What's
You're not just a
Polybius?
gamer.
Yeah,
you
can't
make games now.
and not know about it.
You need to know about Polybius if you're
Someone
gonna make
take
games.
okay, Black Pine's my game now. I made it actually.
No!
That's how it works.
Yes,
So I mentioned Polybius in the Conspiracy Iceberg, and then I was gonna make a dedicated video on it. So I went down the whole research rabbit hole, and I feel like there wasn't enough for like one of my videos, like an hour length or whatever. So I dropped it and figured I may cover it in the future with something else. But I think it's a very interesting. It's a fun game. It's a fun.
It's fun. It's a fun story at the very least. I don't know how long this episode will go because, like you said, there's not a lot of meat to the bone. Basically, it's a bit light on the details, but hey. I love it still, so we're going to talk about it. I'm one of the 3 hosts here. I get to make decisions like this. I want to talk about Polybius today, and that's what we're going to do. So, what is Polybius? No, we're not talking about the Greek historian who wrote the famous The Histories about the rise of Rome. We're talking about a very creepy arcade game from the 1980s. Rumored to send its players into madness, Polybius has become something of an internet legend. Was it real? Was it all a hoax? Or was it a cover-up for some strange experiments conducted by the CIA? Yes, obviously. That
of course.
That is what happened. It's CIA.
Yeah,
as soon as the CIA is injected into a theory or a rumor or a story like this,
I believe it
100% makes it real.
Yeah.
It has to.
I agree.
I have a quote here before we really go on from Todd Luoto from Showcase the Polybius Conspiracy. And this is the quote. There are a number of people, ranging from gaming historians and journalists to famous authors, who first heard about a sinister, unnamed arcade game as teenagers, beginning all the way back in 1981 and extending to the early 1990s, well before initial online reports. In all of these tales, the game didn't have a name, yet it shared many similarities with what would eventually become the Polybius legend. So I guess the context there is, or the belief there is that Polybius has been haunting arcades for decades and no one has realized. Like it's a spirit of itself. It's taken on the form of many different game cabinets, but it's all been haunted by the Polybius spirit, basically. Or the CIA may have been conducting these experiments through a bunch of different arcade cabinets. Maybe.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I think happened.
I agree with that as well.
Good luck convincing me otherwise. I'm strapped
I'm dug in on that now. Thank you.
You said the CIA word. It's over.
CIA. As soon as it's like a Winter Soldier moment. As soon as you hear the CIA, you just start.
That's my
frothing at the mouth.
activation. You've activated my trap card.
Polybius. You've activated my Greek historian card from Megalopolis Arcadia.
You've activated my rent a U-Haul truck and drive it directly in. Okay, never mind. Took it back.
Wait a second. Don't you mean a Penske truck, Isaiah?
No, ma'am. No pickles, please, on the burger. Thanks.
All right, Isaiah. What is Polybius?
Well, I am glad you asked. It's almost like I have 4 pages worth of description to answer that question, ready to go all up here. So, We don't actually have any concrete evidence or footage on what the game was or could have been like. And for context, we are going to talk like the game is real until we get more into the theory. No, you know, I'm not reading that sentence. I'm not reading that because it is real.
It is real.
It is
We're
real.
gonna talk
Yeah,
like
I
it
don't
is
know
real
who
because
put
it is
that
real.
disinformation in here. It's so real. I said there's a picture of it at the top. I see it. That's it.
That's the CIA trying to already sow
Exactly.
discord and doubt.
Polybius is generally universally described the exact same way in all the stories. The name Polybius can be broken down for an interesting meaning. Poly in Greek means many, and bios or bios means life. The game was created by a company called Zenislotion. Zenislotion, yeah. The German name can also be broken down. Sinn, meaning senses, and lotion, to delete or erase. The first stories about the game began in 2000 on a website called coinop.com. At the time, they were cataloging thousands of arcade games, and many visitors to the site often sent in their own knowledge on strange, relatively unknown, and obscure games. Almost unceremoniously, a post went up on coinop.com calling for assistance with a game called Polybius. We can still find this post. What? We can still find this post in web archives here. Everything technical about the game is listed as unknown, manufacturer, controls, display, and screen orientation. The only information they have is the year it was released and the genre, abstract puzzle. They note that they found English strings, insert coin, press 1 player start, and only, leading them to believe it is a 1 or 2 player game. They also note the name of the developer, the previously mentioned Zenislotion. But in the post, there's some interesting information under the About section. Quote, the game had a very limited release, 1 or 2 backwater arcades in a suburb of Portland. The history of this game is cloudy. There were all kinds of strange stories about how kids who played it got amnesia afterwards, couldn't remember their name or where they lived, etc. The bizarre rumors about this game are that it was supposedly developed by some kind of weird military tech offshoot group, used some kind of proprietary behavior modification algorithms developed for the CIA or something. Kids who played it woke up at night screaming, having horrible nightmares. According to an operator who ran an arcade with one of these games, guys in black coats would come to collect records from the machines. They're not interested in quarters or anything, they just collected information about how the game was played. The game was weird looking, kind of abstract. Fast action with some puzzle elements. The kids who played it stopped playing games entirely. One of them became a big anti-video game crusader or something. I've contacted one person who met him, and he claims the machines disappeared after a month or so, and no one ever heard about them again.
Maybe this wasn't like a mind manipulation experiment by the CIA. Maybe they were literally just funding the CIA using the machines. Like they would come and get those quarters and then reinvest it into the CIA. That's where
Yeah,
they make most of their
this
money
was
from.
like right after the Bay of Pigs invasion, so they were at like an
Yeah,
all-time
they needed
low.
some money. Yeah.
So we got to make money somehow, so they make a really cool arcade game.
I love the idea of just like CIA agents like wearing shades, like dark shades. Mysterious van pulls up, they're in suits and stuff, and they come in and just take like $3 in quarters out of a machine and leave. That's it. That's their entire operation. That's so stupid.
Don't need
What's
this.
also stupid to me though is like why, in terms of believability, let's say, why would they make a machine as an experiment and only release it into like 1 or 2 backwater arcades? Why wouldn't they just like go broadly and just dump it into as many places as possible?
Within the conspiracy, stuff like this is always because they don't want to draw too many eyes. They need like data sets.
Yeah, but
they
that
can't
runs
have
in
too many
contradiction
people
with
asking
them
questions.
with them showing up and like they directly show up and start interfacing with the machines while
Correct.
wearing like CIA outfits and stuff.
Correct.
They
Stop
wouldn't
poking
need to
holes
do
in
that.
it, Jackson.
All right,
Yeah,
right,
stop,
it's real.
dude. What are you doing?
Why are you being
CIA is
lame?
dumb.
We're trying to film
Okay.
Red Thread right now.
This guy's lame.
This guy sucks.
This guy is lame. I just
CIA
hello,
bad.
police. Yeah, we've got a lame-o here.
Lame-o.
It's not illegal to be lame.
Yeah, but it's highly frowned upon.
They said they're on their way to execute you and make it look like a self-defense situation.
They're gonna kill you. What you
They're
mean?
gonna kill you.
Self-end situation?
Self what situation? Oh, that
you said self-defense.
No, they want people to know that he was killed by someone else on principle.
To make me look even lamer.
Right, exactly.
That's okay. That's awesome. I like that. Cool. That's amazing.
Yeah, so you have 15 minutes to act right because they are on the way. I guarantee it.
15 minutes to be cool. I've spent my entire life trying to do that. And I don't know if I'm going to make it back in 15 minutes, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you have 15 minutes to undo. Yeah, you have 15 minutes to find the cure to being Australian.
Oh, no.
The CIA, weird military offshoots, men in black coats. Now that's prime red thread content, baby. The game was most likely based on existing games at the time, such as Berserk and Tempest or Cube Quest. Berserk. So
it says Cube Quest is from the Byzantine era.
Yeah.
Cube Quest.
They've got the years next to all of them, and I assume Cube Quest is 1994, but it's written as 1094.
It's the
that makes
first
sense,
video game.
It's fucking ancient. It's Gallic.
Charlemagne led his troops to find the circuit boards that created the first Cube Quest.
Well, maybe that's the story that the video game Cube Quest that was released in 1994 was based on.
That's true. So true, King.
Cube Quest.
Berserk was released by Stern Electronics in Chicago. It was a relatively simple game that has a humanoid figure that tries to escape a room while robotic enemies keep inching closer and begin to shoot the player. But on April 3rd, Berserk went from just a game to actually claiming the life of an 18-year-old boy. I actually know this story. I covered it in the Disturbing Video Games Iceberg. This was a huge controversy at the time.
Was it above or under? I think it was a South Korean guy that died playing. I think it might have been World of Warcraft at like an internet cafe.
No, so my the iceberg was about video games that are disturbing, not disturbing things that have happened with them. And this one was pretty low because the controversy at the time is that the game itself was killing players.
Right, not just like sitting
not
in the
just like
room for
this
24 hours,
one
right.
guy was so like the World of Warcraft guy. It wasn't anything with World of Warcraft. This guy just couldn't quit playing and died at a desk. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Imagine dying at your desk from gaming.
Yeah.
Chad, that's pretty cool.
Chad, dude, dying with a smile on your fucking face.
Yeah, how would you prefer to?
He died.
I'm about to die in about 11 minutes from being lame. So
I was about to say you better you gotta turn this around quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you better hurry up.
They're gonna make it look like I was addicted to WoW. That's how I died.
To make you look even cooler.
Yeah. If I die playing a game, it better be Black Pine, right? Ayo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wish list now.
Wish list now.
Died doing what he loved.
I would like to say that that's why I chose Polybius as this week's episode as a subtle advertisement for Black Pine, but no.
Not 9 minutes.
That was just fortuitous. That was
9 minutes.
Fortuitous.
You have 9 minutes.
Fortuitous. A fortuitous decision.
You know, just because you said fortuitous,
Jackson.
it's 6 minutes.
Oh, come
now.
on.
They're closer.
You knew when Charlemagne invaded Russia or whatever.
Fortuitous.
Fortuitous is a word. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, I like it. It's a good choice of word. It's not exactly cool.
I've made Jackson so hostile. He's lashing out at everyone.
I'm like a bear in a cage right now. All right. Would you prefer serendipitous? Do that one instead.
I just imagine Jackson curled up at his desk, like scratching at the door.
I'm gonna start growling. That's pretty cool.
In Calumet City, Illinois, Peter Bukowski walked into Friar Tuck's game room to relax and have some fun playing arcade games. According to the media at the time, he played Berserk for around 15 minutes and then went to seek another game to play. Popping some loose change into another game, Peter suddenly dropped to the floor, and as others rushed up to see what was wrong and how they would get help, Peter died of a heart attack. Newspapers reported that the game Berserk had brought on myocardial inflammation, which ultimately led to a heart attack. The coroners did not exactly blame the game or say it was, quote, deadly. They instead revealed that there was weeks-old scar tissue on Peter's heart, ultimately making it more weak. Others who were also in the shop at the time said that Peter had been running up a set of stairs before playing his game, which could have added to the stress his heart was under.
They always blame video games for this stuff and not stairs.
Yeah, there was also... I don't think it's in here, but 2 weeks after this in another city, there was a kid two kids got into a fight in an arcade, and then they went out to the parking lot, and one of the kids stabbed the other kid. And there was never evidence, I don't think, that they were playing Berserk, or but the story became that they were fighting over who gets to play Berserk, and that's what led to it. So these two, so that got roped into this. So for a while, it was like, is Berserk causing
a lot
kids
of
to be violent?
Berserk-related
Yeah.
deaths. Well, to be fair, we don't know what caused the scar tissue on his heart. It could have been Berserk.
I mean, that's true. That's fair. It is. There's nothing to say it's not Berserk. So I've never
played it.
You know what?
I've never played it.
You know what? Just for that, Jackson, I called it off.
How fortuitous for me.
And they're back on right now.
They're going to get very confused with these.
Lightning. There was like a 94% chance lightning was just about to strike you after you said that.
Wouldn't that be the funniest thing ever if he's like, how fortuitous, and the audience sees a flash of white and then the camera comes?
The fucking room just explodes. How would you guys feel if I died under mysterious circumstances today? Would you feel
crazy.
at all to blame?
I'm making 18 of these things about it. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna make a big video about it. Big video
Content
on
farm.
And then me and Caleb
Content farm.
are starting a podcast about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's gonna be called the Red Thread.
It's gonna be called Fortuit, but it's like cut off at whatever number of letters you got out. Yeah,
Fortuit.
Fortuit.
Genius.
You know what? I'm gonna leave it up to them. They can do with you what they want.
Oh, sweet. Thanks. You're a good friend.
I try. And then we move on to Tempest. In this fast-paced game, players had to survive as long as possible, clearing through the enemies on the screen. The visuals and gameplay are often described as intense, with bright colors popping in front of a black background, drawing and locking the players into the game. As a result, many players experienced dizziness or motion sickness after they played the game, some believing, therefore, it was dangerous. If I remember right, Tempest gave people seizures. I feel like
Tempest,
that was
yeah. Yeah, a lot of the reports were about like motion sickness and dizziness, but I'm sure like with those flashing lights and shit like that, then seizures were probably something that happened. But would you call VR dangerous then these days? Because it gives motion sickness to people.
No.
Dizziness?
No. I mean, if you strap someone into VR and then just start flashing lights as fast as possible, yes, but otherwise, no.
I feel like if you took VR as it is and put it back in the 80s and had people wearing it, people would call it like dangerous like this, basically. We'd have stories about how the Oculus Quest is killing people, giving people heart scar tissue. Isaiah, did you ever, because I know you guys like grew up in a conservative area or whatever, did you guys ever go through video game panic or video game shame? Were you ever like shamed into not playing video games?
I remember being like, never out of playing them entirely, but I remember like 7th grade, there were other students, they're like guys my age who were like, oh, you play video games? That's lame. You know, but I never cared.
Right, you too.
And they would play it sometimes. I guess I just played them, too much, which I did. Like, admittedly, played them too much.
Yeah, but you play like Call of Duty and like mainline stuff, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, if I was playing like Pokemon, I would have got beat. I think like would have been it for me.
I just didn't have any friends to know whether or not, like, my friends. I had one buddy who played GameCube, and he was even more of a dork than I was. But other than that, no, I just pretty much just played video games. I didn't really.
I thought, like close age friends and stuff, I wouldn't think would have caused any trouble. But like religious institutions or whatever, like, because you both were raised religious, right? I know Isaiah was. Caleb?
I was not, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought there might have been like pressure from that side of like kind of calling it evil or stuff like that, because I've always seen stuff like that from the 80s and 90s.
No, I definitely, like, I wasn't allowed to play like M-rated games for a while, but I feel like that's pretty normal.
Yeah, no, that's normal.
There's a little bit of like, I heard from adults like video games rot your brain, but
stuff like that.
My parents never really cared. As long as I wasn't playing anything explicit, they didn't care. So yeah.
Okay. our experiences are kind of similar, apart from the fact that I was playing GTA San. I think my grandmother bought me GTA San Andreas.
No,
when I was like
so
11.
Badass.
I know.
I do remember my parents being like, if you go to a neighbor's house, like M-rated games are off limits. Like if they're playing GTA, don't you dare, stuff like that, right?
Turn around and stare at the wall.
Oh,
this is actually a funny
bro.
So, wait, what were you about to say?
No, you go ahead. I'm gonna have a very similar story to what you're about to talk about.
When I was in, I want to say the fourth or fifth grade, I was at. Do you all know what Upward is? Is that a thing in other parts of the country?
Mm-mm.
Or the world?
No. So Upward was. It exists here in the South. I don't know how far expanding it is. It is basically like a weekend basketball thing. Like, so I was homeschooled, right? So there wasn't, I was homeschooled for 4th and 5th grade, or 5th and 6th grade, I mean. So I didn't play basketball at school. So Upward was like through a church program, and it's like you practice one night a week, and then you play little basketball games against other Upward leagues on Saturdays, right? Think of it like a junior pro kind of thing. So at one, I remember there were these older kids who they were like sons of someone at the church or whatever. By older, I mean like 15, 16. And I remember they would bring an Xbox, and there was like this little kitchenette room with a TV next to the gym. So one day they brought in Left 4 Dead 2. And I was like in the 5th grade, and I was like standing behind them like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That is a good game.
And they were like, do you want to play? And I was like, sure. And I played like the first level, and I remember I was so scared because I'm like, I shouldn't be doing this, that I started crying.
Oh no!
Well, I thought you were gonna piss your pants from.
And they were like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I have to go." And like the next day, I told my mom, I'm like, I played an M-rated game. Yeah, that's how much of a goody two shoes I was.
Yeah, that is
so
very
adorable
cute and very lame. So I'm glad you've taken the pressure off me for a bit.
Mine's similar but different. My mom, like, I wasn't allowed to play GTA or whatever, but my parents didn't really check